Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the HCS North American Super, where 20 teams will battle it out for $125,000, but at least the lion's share of it anyway. Yesterday was fun. We had pool play. We had some of the top dogs coming out. Pool D was a little bit suspicious. We'll have to take a look in and see what way that's going to shake out in the bracket a little bit later on. But I am not alone here. Joining me is Why Not Be Reckless. He's kind of a big deal.
Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting, and it's an honor to be here. Richie, I'm ready for day 2. I'm ready for it to get live because pool play was already crazy, and now I think the bracket's gonna get even crazier.
Yeah, of course, we had some incredible storylines coming out of Pool D. We expected KC Pioneers to finish top of their group, but Tony, they finished bottom. Something's not right over there in that camp.
You're not lying. I mean, I think SSG looked great. I think G2 looked incredible, and what we expected the Pioneers to look like, sadly it wasn't. And Pioneers are gonna have to really hit the ground running today because they have no chances at this point. They have to run pretty far if they want to get towards that top 12, top 8, or even a top 6 placing, which they've never fallen under in the last 3 majors.
And one team who didn't fumble at all yesterday, that was Optic Gaming, going completely unbeaten in the pools. Incredible performance out of them, and they're actually up game 1 over on the A stream, excuse me. So let's take a look at where you can watch those streams in that broadcast over on twitch.tv/Halo, and of course YouTube Halo Esports. And over here on the B stream is going to be Cloud9 up against E United, twitch.tv/HCS, and YouTube once more for Halo Esports. And if you're looking to find out what games are going to be on the B stream, well, here they are. Up first, Cloud9, like I said, up against E United. We will then be heading into Sentinels versus Oxygen Esports, and depending what way the bracket shifts, we will fill in the bracket as we go along. But Tony, game 1, Cloud9 up against E United. I'm excited for this one.
That I am as well. We haven't got the chance to really see Cloud9 recently, and with them implementing Bound recently, it's going to be insane. I think Renegade left some really big shoes to fill when he obviously left and now is joining FaZe. But if there's any player that can fill those shoes, it's going to be the likes of Bound. And then on top of that, I want to see someone else step it up. And recently, that's been Eco.
In game 2 as well, we can talk about Sentinels. They looked very, very good in pool play, going unbeaten as well. But Oxygen Esports, they claimed the big scalp yesterday, taking down FaZe.
You mentioning FaZe, man, it makes me sad every time because when I saw that FaZe roster, I thought they were going to be going the distance, and so far they're struggling. They're looking for an answer, but maybe they'll find it here in the elimination bracket as we're going to take a look at that bracket.
Let's take a look then at the upper bracket and see exactly what way it's going to shake out here and now. Sentinels up against Oxygen Esports, G2 versus G1 in the G-Force clash. Optic Gaming up against Space Station, catch that over on the A stream. And then Cloud9 versus E United, which promises to be an absolute banger. Tony, what do you expect to see from these quarterfinals?
Well, I mean, I'm expecting Sentinels to come out on top versus Oxygen Esports. I think this is the best roster that Oxygen has put on paper so far in the tournament, and they had an amazing pool play. But I have Sentinels making it out on that one. G2 and G1, that's going to be the real treat right there. G2 and G1, my heart is telling me G1. But my head is telling me G2 and Barcode are going to be absolutely incredible. I have Optic Gaming making it over SSG. And then I have Cloud9 barely skating out over E United. But we're going to see how that goes.
Sometimes Tony's mind tells him no, but his body tells him yes. And G2 versus G1, which historically has gone the way of G1 more often than not. We'll have to see whether G2, with the introduction of Barcode, can finally get their number, because they've been a bit of a kryptonite. Tony, though, our eyes now focus on Cloud9 versus E United. This is going to be a tough task, definitely considering the way E United played in pool play.
Yeah, we've been talking about the major change that Cloud9 made implementing Bound recently, but then on top of that, you have E United who are going through some pains as well. They actually had a player stripped from them, such as FaZe taking Spartan, just like they took Renegade from Cloud9. So now replacing them, you have Manny taking the place of King Nick. You have Suspector coming in for that E United roster, and we gotta talk about Cloud9 on screen here. You have Stellar, that secondary Slayer, even though Eco has really been stepping it up. You got Bound with his such creative movement and the way he's able to command space on the map. And then, I mean, Penguin, if I can't think I honestly can't think of a better objective player that I would want on my team. He's so fast running those flags. He's so unselfish with the way he goes for those off pulls and really trusts his teammates. And he can drop that objective and for you real quick and then get right back to moving on with it. Watch out for Cloud9.
Let's talk about that new member, Bound. Of course, replacing Renegade, who it wasn't that long ago people were murmuring that he was the issue, he was the problem on FaZe. He's came off this Cloud9 roster. They won the very first Pro Series and have been getting top 2s and 3s ever since, so he slotted into that one. He had some big shoes to fill.
He really did, but so far he's been filling it well. And Cloud9, back-to-back lands champions, you know, obviously falling a bit short in Kansas City, but now they're looking to get back on their rightful throne on that podium, with that crown. But again, I you know me, I love me my E United. I love some Ryan, dude, man. I've been watching his behind the curls videos on YouTube, and I feel like I've gotten better as a player. I'm ready to start competing in the Super myself. I'm about to retire from a caster and go to my professional career.
Looking at E United then, Ryan Noob, who you rightfully speak about, you've got Rain, Manny, and Suspector, two new faces in Suspector and Manny. Manny, of course, coming from KCP, and with the way it's looking out, they're missing him now more than ever. What does he offer to this E United roster?
I think Manny is a big swing player. When I think of Manny, I don't think of exactly the consistency that I want to see. But when he pops off, he really pops off. And he can stuff the stat sheet and go toe-to-toe with anybody in the lobby. That includes Cloud9. When Manny's having his best game, when he's playing to his potential, he's disgusting. He's winning all of his gunfights. His movement is on point, and he's so aggressive. And I think if there's any player that can get the best out of him, it's going to be Ryan Noob, honestly. And then you have Suspector coming in. Suspector is going to be that main slayer. His ability to stay alive, his ability to consistently stuff the stat sheet is going to be trying to fill in for where Spartan was in this role earlier in the year.
It's worth noting as well, Cloud9 going unbeaten in the pools. They're going to be a tough ask for any team to take down here, particularly for E United. And I remember in Kansas City, E United, particularly Ryan Noob, talked about how stylistically they would have preferred to play a team like Sentinels because they match up a little bit better. But playing against a fast-paced team like Optic Gaming, like Cloud9, is going to be a tough task, particularly with the way they like to play. Looking at the series layout, though, here, Tony, Livefire, King of the Hills up first. And I remember once upon a time, Cloud9 were a very good team on Livefire, as were Optic.
It's a great point that you bring in earlier, saying that E United don't want to match up against Cloud9 because Cloud9 do what E United do, but better. And now I think that's going to lend hand over towards Livefire, which we talked about yesterday being one of the most punishing maps. This map in Streets, the moment you go 2 down, the moment you go 3 down, they're going to make you pay. Cloud9 is going to be in your face. They're going to make you uncomfortable. And there's going to be a few times that E United have to play off of their back foot. And the question is, if they're able to adapt, if they're able to counter and overcome, maybe E United win that matchup, but it's not going to be easy.
And we spoke about it. Listen, going into this, E United are no doubt the underdogs. They've finished top 4 in quite a lot of tournaments, but every single time they match against Cloud9, they match against Optic, they come up short. Can this one be a little bit different, though, Tony?
It can. I love both of these rosters, you know. Like I said, I talked about the boys on Cloud9. I talked about the boys on E United. Honestly, this should go to a 5-game series because it can really swing either one. Both of them have the capability of winning, and now it's just going to be simply about who plays better going into that game on 1, who sets the pace, because both of them are momentum-driven teams. They both have the capability of winning this quarterfinals. Now it's about execution.
And with the United, it'd be remiss if we didn't talk about Spartan and if we didn't talk about King Nick. That seemed to be the duo, the heart and soul of the team, but they've gone to pastures new. E United now picked up Suspector and indeed Manny. Are they maybe a better outfit than they were before? Do things work and gel a little bit better?
I'm going to be honest with you. No.
Be honest.
This is, on paper, this is not a better roster than we had before. However, the blueprint and the formula seem very familiar to me. King Nick was an ultra-aggressive player that can really make swing game plays. So can Manny. Spartan is a top 5 slayer that we have in our league, or at least he was previously. So far, maybe not looking the best on FaZe, but Suspector is sneakily one of the most underrated slayers that we have. So the blueprint is still very similar, but I'm a big Spartan fan. And just like we talked about Renegade being big shoes to fill, Spartan is as well.
And talk to me about Suspector, a player we haven't highlighted just yet. What can he offer for E United that maybe Cloud9 won't be expected?
He offers big swings. Big swings. When he, like I said, when he's playing at his best, when he's riding that momentum, watch out. He is going to be hard to stop. And even for the likes of Cloud9, this game number 1 is going to tell us how strong this E United roster can be against the Elite 3, because Cloud9 is still one of them.
Game 1 then. Cloud9 up against E United. The ink is yet to dry. The story's still to be written. We're going to find out who comes on top very shortly. Shields up, weapons hot. Cloud9 up against E United. King of the Hill on live fire. But I think we've got a little problem, Tony. So I built that all up for nothing. And we go back and maybe we talk about, we highlight Cloud9 once more. And maybe what they can expect to do. Are they one of the hot favorites to win this tournament?
My top 2 would still be Optic or Sentinels. I think Cloud9 have done enough to command, respect. And even with implementing Bound into their roster, I think they're a top 3. But Sentinels just won Kansas City. I'm not going to ignore that. Optic have been looking phenomenal in scrims and obviously in online tournaments everybody always leads to. Optic are one of the best teams to perform online, and now we just got to see that convert over to LAN. I think Cloud9 are sitting in a weird spot right now. They're in 3rd place. However, they have the potential to really make it above and beyond, and them beating out FaZe and Pools, by the way, must have been great for the mental of Cloud9.
Let's talk about it. Let's discuss it. Cloud9 heading into Kansas City, they were everybody's favorite. They make it the grand finals. They finished 2nd place. Okay, they dropped down just a little bit, but now the conversation is they've dropped to 3rd place. Now all of a sudden they're in 3rd spot. What has happened to them? Why are they, in many people's minds, now in 3rd spot as opposed to being the top dogs? What has happened?
Well, in Kansas City, you can tell that something just wasn't right with this roster, and the rumor has it that Renegade and Stellar maybe going back and forward a little bit, and the roster just wasn't clicking as well as it has in the past. So something had to change. Renegade ends up changing out, Bound ends up coming in, and like we talked about multiple times, Renegade is big shoes to fill. He's the main slayer. And although I love what Bound brings to the table, I think he brings a very similar hunter mentality. I think his movement is just as good, if not better, than Renegade's. It's tough to replace a player like John. It really is.
He has a very unique playstyle, has to be said, though, Bound, right? He has this high-risk, high-reward play where some things, he puts it all on the line sometimes, and when it works, it works. But for FaZe, sometimes he was making those plays. He was trying to get in there and do the entry damage, but the team wouldn't be following him in behind. And maybe with Cloud9, with how fast they play, they're willing to back the beef and they're willing to follow him into these fights. And that's maybe why this could be the recipe for success for this team.
Might just be. And with Cloud9 speed, it might just lend the same way to Bound that it did with Renegade. They're going to go up to Bound and say, you know what? Unleash. Do what you do. Go out there and have fun, and don't worry, we have your back. We are going to support you. Do exactly like Renegade did and be a nuisance on the map, be a threat on the map, and make the opposition address you at all times. Because when that happens, when you have 2 or 3 targets now looking at Bound, what happened to Stellar? What happened to Eco? What happened to Penguin? Before you know it, the pinch is coming in, the collapse is coming in, and you're going 3 or 4 down. You're like, we never killed Bound.
And Cloud9, typically, historically, a fast-paced team. E United, something a little bit different, a little bit unorthodox. They play a little bit slower, a little bit more passive, and they try and work up the map. Is this going to be a play style that Cloud9 will just walk through, or do you think E United could be that mixed bag and really throw a spanner in the works here?
Well, like I kind of mentioned previously, I think with E United, their ability to control the pace is top-notch. The problem is Cloud9 just does it better. When you go 2 or 3 down versus Cloud9, you're done for. That's when you speed it up. But the moment it's a 4v4, Cloud9 have the ability to slow things down and wait for the pivot to come to them. They never extend. They never put themselves in a terrible position. E United do the same thing. It's just that you got to do it against the likes of Eco, who wins almost every one of his gunfights. You got to do it against the likes of Stellar, who's West Clutch's favorite player with the way that he wins his gunfights. And you already know Bound, he's going to outmove you, outjuke you. He's going to do everything possible to make sure that he does not go down, and simply you do. Like I said, Cloud9 do what E United do, just better.
Okay, then. It's a Men in Black memory wipe situation, folks. This is the first time we've done this. We didn't have a reset. We didn't have to go back. Here we are now. Game 1 of Cloud9 versus E United in the quarterfinals. Can E United throw a spanner in the works? Can they adjust their playstyles on the fly? Or will they just be food and drink now for Cloud9 to run through? We're about to find out. Game 1 is underway, King of the Hill, and we're on board with Stellar.
United have never finished outside of the top 4 on LAN. They've been that team. And now we're going to find out if they can replicate that with multiple going down immediately onto Cloud9. United starting off hot against a red-hot Cloud9 as we switch over to Stellar, trying to make his way onto the seaside, trying to get that tower side control. Rain not looking both ways before crossing the street. He's going to end up being food for Stellar.
United, and with that, always finishing 4th. Always the bridemaid. Remember the bride. They changed that story here. It's there to be rewritten. 3 go down though. Cloud9 will now step into the hill, but United going 4 dead, over shield for Eco to boot, and this is going to spell danger for the boys in red and white.
Well, the marriage looking very good for Cloud9. No divorce in sight that I can see, because they respond back to going 3 down immediately, and now they're already finding themselves in the hill, and now going to take an early lead. United breaking up over toward the garage side. Ryan finds the first pick onto Eco. The nades start to fly, and here comes the Spectre. United 3 down go Cloud9. Once again, United having control.
United break that setup wide open. Cloud9 not able to get settled. The cement was yet to dry. And that's exactly what United need to do. Make this very, very uncomfortable. Sniper rifle now versus Spectre. As he rips the face right off a Penguin. Can he build upon this though? He's had to give up green. What can he do with the wig wobbler? Can he pop some spuds? We're about to find out as he gets backed up from that grenade. First shot won't connect, second one will. Repulsor play as well. Tries to fade away headshot. Doesn't connect this time. Backs away for a moment. They well look to re-engage. Overshield about to pop up, and last one was in the chest of Eco. United will have to contend for that, but a trade comes through. And Stellar looks to put his hands on Cloud9 second, but Ryan Noob's on point.
Rhino getting a pivotal kill to steal away that overshield. We talked about how powerful that can be. It's a game changer, and although Cloud9 find themselves up 1-0, they find themselves with not having the resources, not having the overshield, and now United are set up over toward the tower side. This is what you want to see early for United. Can they answer back to the first strike that Cloud9 put on them?
United dig in deep. 2 go down though. Didn't quite get the trenches as deep as they would have liked. Perhaps Cloud9 can break this setup and do equally what they could have done to begin with. Cloud9 ahead by 1. United have shown shades of greatness. But once more, that setup's been broken wide open. And Cloud9 move in with relative ease.
Manny on screen putting the plasma pistol to work and to trade out his life with Eco. So we're going to switch gears over towards Rain, holding down this nest side. But now his partner's going to have to back down and play their life. Cloud9 taking control of C quickly. Stellar not going to allow Rain to get away. And just like that, Cloud9 once again having control. Stellar right up over toward the C side, finds the nades onto Manny. Active listening, active communication. Cloud9 are controlling live fire.
From switching gears now, pulling the handbrake up. We're drifting this car right around C plat now for Stellar. They've almost secured hill number 2 here. 2 members of United soar over top middle. Cloud9 desperately trying to stay alive, milk the lives for as long as they can. Bound has helped them out. No end there with that first pick onto Rain, and that's going to slow down United's push once more. And the question now has to be asked of United: do they just give this one up and set up for New Hill?
And not only are they staying alive, not only getting creative, but they're dominating the Slays department, forcing United to punt that second hill and now move over towards the third. Overshield coming up once again. Bound coming in quick with the heat wave. That's going to be a killing frenzy. This is what we expect to see out of Bound. Unleash this man. His teammates have his back.
The shackles are off his feet and he's starting to dance. He's got a boogie on. Killing frenzy for the former FaZe man. Ryan Noob top middle. Cloud9 have secured yet another overshield to boot with their 2-0 lead here in King of the Hill. And United backs to the walls on the ropes here. Cloud9 just toying with them. Have not looked in danger so far.
Communication and coordination heavily in favor of Cloud9. It's showing here, but as I say that, they do end up going 3 down, and even the heat wave wasn't enough to keep Eco alive there. Rhino breaking through. Power weapons now in favor of United. They need to hold this down. They need to lock down every angle because you know Cloud9 are coming.
Ryan Noob. Currently sitting at 8-7 with 2 assists. The rest of his team need to start pulling their weight too. Because right now they're being heavily outslayed, but they've made significant progress on this third hill. If they go 3 down here, that will seriously diminish their chances of winning this game. They recognize that though. And looking to go 2-1. They get that secured. 2-1 the game goes now. Signs of life here for E United.
That A-side zone so enclosed that E United having that early set of Cloud9 found it very hard for them to break through. Now we're going to see if they can bring that same energy to now that this zone is moving over toward the outside, over towards that overshield spawn. It's going to be really hard to lock down every angle for Cloud9, and they have a lot more open space to work with here.
New man Manny, currently sitting at 3-10. Have to keep a close eye on him. Can he improve his fortunes in game number 1? He comes with a great reputation from KCP. He soars in, secures 1 more, make it 2. Currently sitting at 4-6 with 10 deaths. Been involved in 10 gunfights. Not the worst, but not the best. And when you're playing against one of the best teams in the game, you need more. You demand more. 2-1 the score, though, as we head into the midway point.
Manny taking a much longer route here over toward the B side. Meanwhile, it looks like it's paying dividends. The shots are going in, but now that his teammates are going down, he has to rotate back towards his team. Ryan, who finds the kill onto Bound, trust him, goes in for the challenge onto Eco. That's a big kill coming out of Manny. 2 down for each of the rosters. His next kill is going to be pivotal, and the third one goes down for Eco. And now Stellar being left alone here on the overshield side.
Stellar fighting the world, though, in this hill. Fantastic job. Drop shield didn't last long enough, though, but the team have they come quick enough, though, to help him? The answer is no, as he hit the respawn screen, but the damage has been done. Eco, a couple of grenades thrown down towards Rat Tunnel, will connect. Double kill for him as well. Does Cloud9 try and get through the gears? Keep E United on the back foot. He can ill forward to tie this game up. Bound, trying to get touch tight to the hill once more. Suspector, though, using the repulsor, doesn't push him far enough this time. And Cloud9 are on the brink of securing their third hill.
Questions around Cloud9 and Bound, specifically on whether you can fill the shoes of Renegade, and you see a main slaying right here for game number 1, 16-9, 4 assists to go along with it. And let's not forget the fact that he had a killing frenzy earlier. Now he's playing that perimeter. Now he wants to try to break through the defense of E United, holding down the B side. But this tower side so important as the hill goes through that top mid. Ryan, who well aware of exactly where Bound is, he's going to answer immediately. Back-to-back kills go in favor of Ryan Noob and Rain, and now they push early towards this mid zone.
Now on board with Suspector. Currently sitting at +2 with that kill. Overshield about to pop up, and he's interested in scooping it up. Can he get there? There's a lot of resistance over on the scoreboard side. Eco sitting in the window. He's not like a noisy neighbor peering through the curtains. He's got a weapon. He wants to fight. Suspector's done remarkable there. Cloud9 go 3 dead. Overshield now picked up by United. This could be the turning point.
You didn't see it on the screen, but that was a big double kill that Ryan Noob had on the feed, and adding his 19th kill. So we talked about Bound, Mace slaying over towards Cloud9, but Ryan Noob slaying everybody out in the lobby, turns his back on an opponent. And he finally knows that Eco's in front of him. Eco getting so creative with that movement. Penguin's gonna pick off that kill from a mile away. How did Ryan Noob not see him there?
Ryan Noob, we talked about, could it be a turning point in the game? And perhaps it is, but in the wrong direction now. Suspector frying with the heat wave. Penguin meat will not taste too good, that much for sure, but it's fried bird nonetheless. Suspector now on Nest Bridge. Overlooking Ryan Noob, keeping him safe, escorting him. Remote detonation comes in the feed, shoots that grenade on A plat, and that will be enough to take care of Stellar. Eco on the big door. A couple of shots being fired back and forth. It's 3-2 on the scoreline, and E United are making a real contest of this.
Multiple members of United gonna rotate over toward that seaside, secure those kills. There's one more that's trying to sneak in, and they deal with them quickly. 3 down once again. Go Cloud9. E United are absolutely dominating. They were able to put their second hill, and look at that progression. They're already 75% done with their third hill, and looking to put us into a swing hill number 7.
Time not a factor at the moment either. 2 minutes and 36 on the clock and ticking down. Manny with the sniper rifle, but also a killing spree medal to stick to his armor chest. Stellar will soar out a little bit. Won't get tagged up by the sniper rifle. Manny trying to just play his life here. Can he find the body of Eco? The answer this time is no, as he puts it into reverse. Another warning shot fired towards Stellar. That will also not connect. And he's realized he has to get close now to Cloud9, because that advantage they had in the hill, that progress they had made, is almost being completely evaporated.
Down 2-3 so far, but United bounce back, looking to give Cloud9 their first loss of the tournament as they now go 3 down once again. Ryan Noob trying to fly in. 23 kills to his name, 7 assists, and no sign of slowing down. United are about done with this hill. We see Cloud9 starting to rotate over toward the seaside. Rain is already holding down the tower. Rain and Suspector off the screen, getting that double kill that you want to see. Now Ryan Noob getting right back into the action. Cloud9 are trying to break through. United are holding their ground.
Put this into perspective. Cloud9 have not lost a game all tournament long. And United flirting with the idea of being the first. 3-3 currently. Next hill wins. It's C plat. But Cloud9 have numbers advantage now, and will that prove fatal to United's cause?
Stellar holding down the zone, and this is getting bad for United. This is a hot start for Cloud9. Already almost 50% done with the zone. Luckily off the screen, Ryan does get that entry frag kill onto Eco. We're seeing Stellar just holding it down. Now the pressure's coming in. That's going to be from the nest side. And a player breaking through, not being accounted for. But Cloud9 comes in. Eco steals lives, gets himself the most crucial double kill of the game. And with that, United are desperately on the ropes. They need to overextend quickly. They need to get him out of the zone, and I don't know if there's enough time.
Eco's money doesn't jiggle, but his crosshairs wiggles. As Cloud9 win game 1, United had something, but it wasn't enough. 4-3 the final score. But what a start to this series that has been there, Tony.
Wow. 1-0 for Cloud9, but I'm not going to lie. It was United were looking good. United were looking like they were ready to come back on that. I think it started off, what, a 3-1 in favor of Cloud9. Then United come and get back-to-back caps, tying things up. And then they were even set up early over toward that tower side zone. The problem is that there was only so much that Wayne can do onto the tower by himself. They broke through with almost eased it Cloud9, and then at that point put the nail in the coffin. United were forced to react to all the pressure that Cloud9 were able to create, and they simply weren't able to ice up Cloud9, deserving that game 1.
It was just one series of events there, Tony, right for that final hill. Like you say, they had the C set up, but United go 3 dead, and from then on out you hand the keys over to United, or to Cloud9, and they just run away with it. They just drive away into the distance. You cannot make those sort of plays. You cannot afford to go 3 dead, particularly when you're so close to securing the win.
And honestly, if Cloud9 keep playing the way they are, their money won't jiggle. It'll fold, because there's $125,000 on the line. We're trying to see them coins turn to dollar bills as we take a look at the stat line. Bound 20 kills, 7 assists to go along with it. Everybody on this team having double-digit assists. Moving over to United, Ryan 24 kills, the leading Slayer. And I'm gonna say the same thing. If Ryan can keep that same energy, if you have your IGL popping off in the kill feed, eventually the Suspector's gonna do a little bit more. The Manny's gonna do a little bit more. And when they start finding their slays, watch out for United.
Manny, though, going 10, 17, and 10. And as we head into game 2, we'll have to keep a close eye on him. Can he turn his fortunes around, and will that then help the team's cause? Because that is not what you're looking for from the new man. Slayer recharge up next. Tony, with what we just seen from United, they're in with a chance of not only just taking this game, but the series if Cloud9 are not careful.
Well, luckily United are a very strong Slayer squad. So if they're ever going to answer back, it's definitely going to be on a map to recharge where they can control the pace of the game. They can slow things down when they want to, and then once they get those numbers advantage, that's when they up the tempo. That's where they keep that pressure going. Spotting Cloud9 spawns immediately and cutting off those angles, creating that choke point that you want to see. United so strong in Slayer, but can they do it against the likes of Cloud9?
Once upon a time, speaking with Onset, he spoke to me about how he thinks United are the best Slayer team in the game. And they brought in some heavy hitters now, Tony. They brought in Manny, they brought in Spectre. These young guns, these boys know what it takes to take down some of the big dogs in the game. But do they have enough now? You think they do? You think that they can really take it to Cloud9 here and get themselves right back into the series?
I know they have it in them. at that point, it's just about execution. You know, E United, the one thing they don't lack is game planning. They go in with a plan no matter what map, no matter what game type. So they know what they have to do in order to succeed. It's Cloud9, man. Bound is incredible, like you saw, a killing frenzy in game 1. Excuse me, you have Stellar, that secondary slayer, and then Eco, the mastermind who Frosty has called the smartest player in the game, and even he's stepping up his slays as well. Cloud9 are so tough to deal with, and even though E United coming with that game plan, you know, like Mike Tyson said, everyone has a game plan until you get punched in the face.
Well, one thing E United will be looking to do is not get punched in the face. You speak about game plans, blueprints, all that good stuff, and Cloud9, their one usually just reads exterminate, kill everything that moves, and more often than not, Tony, it works for them. But one player who was killing everything that moved in that last game for E United was Ryan. What a game he had.
Ryan had an incredible game. I mean, dropping 24 kills against some of the best like Cloud9.
Yep.
That's confidence right there. I'm excited to see what Ryan brings over here towards Recharge. Shock rifle, camouflage, that's what you have to hone in on. That's what you have to focus on if you're E United. Because once the shock rifle ends up in the hands on anybody in Cloud9, Bound, Stellar, Eco, Penguin, doesn't matter, they're going to go off with it. Your job is to play keep away, and it won't help you get a couple of shocks yourself.
We've all seen the drama with Ryan Noob and Spartan on Twitter. Those two do not like each other once more. That rivalry has been reignited. He must be thinking to himself, he is glad he found himself in the situation, still on E United, still performing with a top roster, and Spartan's fortune's a little bit different, still looking to turn things around on that side for FaZe. But into game 2 now for Slayer, and E United have it all to do here to tie up the series.
Stellar starting off hot, going right after Suspector immediately. Ryan following up with a double kill of his own. 2 down, quickly go Cloud9. E United starting off hot. 3 down, in fact. E United gonna get into a defensive stance early and try to identify those spawns.
Ryan Noob, really impressive game 1, but the issue is you put down that many kills, you put down that much damage, but still find yourself losing the game. It's gonna be difficult. You gotta ask yourself, what do I need to do to win a game? Ryan Noob, another couple of shots down, player down to no shields. You can see he really wanted to kill that no shields player, but opted to prioritize Penguin instead. That was the right decision, as E United put real distance between them and Cloud9. The score currently sitting at 8-2.
7 of the team's 8 kills coming out of E United's Rain and Ryan Noob, the longtime duo, knowing how to play off of each other perfectly. Ryan Noob on screen right now, 3-0 with 1 assist to go along with it. It's his responsibility to make sure that nobody pushes towards his A side. Meanwhile, it looks like Cloud9 are trying to break through the long haul.
And only for a moment ago, it was Stellar who had all of Cloud9's kills. Bound has corrected that, at least on his end so far, though. 9 kills to 4, make it 10-5. The trade comes through in the feed. Manny and Eco both hit the respawn screen. Ryan Noob bobbing and weaving. Bound makes sure he puts him in the black screen. 2 members to contend with of E United in towards gold pipe. Stellar recognizes that and backs away, but here comes the bait and indeed the switch. And will E United be on the hook? Will they feed E United or Cloud9 some more kills? Goal steps, repulsor used. Stellar backs away once more, expertly playing his life.
The kills are coming in, and now it's Cloud9 that are looking hungry. Penguin off a screen, finding himself a kill. Stellar following it up by taking down Ryan Noob. That's going to be a big slay. Ryan Noob has been absolutely dominating this series so far, and it's Rain this time taking the turn 5-1. We got to respect that. 5-1 out of Rain. Love to see that for United.
You have to wonder, is it the opposite effect of Space Jam, where as you touch an object, you then become the main slayer on the team? We've seen it so often in pool play, and indeed now it's happening in the quarterfinals, where one player on a team pops off, but then the next game he hands the initiative over to another teammate. But right now, the call has come. Rain currently sitting on 6 kills. We spoke about how Rain and Ryan were top fragging for the team. Suspector now has caught up right in the nick of time, 18 kills to 12.
And that lead is continuing to grow in favor of E United. Oh, what excellent place made by Stellar to take down Suspector. And with that, half of United end up on respawn. Cloud9 needs to get in there. The spawners are coming in from long haul, able to find one into Rain. There's one more player that's to deal with, and somehow Penguin able to stay alive. And mind you, he has a shock rifle to work with as well. Watch out for Cloud9. They might close the gap.
That gap is closing. That door is open. And Cloud9 are strutting around the map, starting to find their gear now. starting to find their form. 1-kill game. Shock rifle in the hands of Penguin, but we have just seen a player disconnect on the E United side, so we'll have to take a break and a pause in play and figure out what the situation is. We'll hear from our league ops and find out exactly what the story is going to be. But Tony, that was an impressive start from E United, but Cloud9, they hung on in there and they're back into things.
Yeah, E United really did start off well. I mean, at one point it was an 8-2 game. Rain and Ryan really dominating and really showing off towards that early game. As we said, 7 of the team's 8 kills. Then you start to see Suspectors start to pop off, but eventually Cloud9 started to gain momentum, started to recover so well. And then it was Cloud9 that were in that control. I think by the time the technical difficulty started, it might have been just a 1-kill game, and Cloud9 had a ton of momentum on their side.
This is a situation where this break in play might be a blessing in disguise for E United. They found themselves ahead by so much, but then Cloud9 started to grow back into things, get that confidence, get rolling. But now E United have this break in play where they can reset and say, listen, let's not let that happen again. Let's not let them grow in confidence. Is this a situation now where E United come into the restart and listen, we already seen how good they were at the restart of game 2, so why not just do the same thing again?
And I know for a fact that United are probably going to try not to let Cloud9 do it. The problem is that you don't tell Cloud9 what to do. They dictate the pace. Every single time you see that 2 or 3 down, what do you see Cloud9 start doing? They start flying. They up the gear. They up the tempo, and it rolls downhill. We talked about how things start to snowball when you play against a team like Cloud9. We're going to see how E United start, but if they can get into that opening break, just like they did in the beginning of that game number 2, maybe E United can roll it. Maybe E United can recover. That's what we want to see out of the boys in blue.
Well, we're getting word that we're going to have a restart and E United have a 1-kill advantage. So E United will require 49, Cloud9 requiring the full 50. So a slender advantage. But if E United can continue just to slow down Cloud9 here, and as the kills start to roll in, they're in with a huge chance of winning this game and tying up the series, Tony.
Before that game ended, there was some incredible plays by Penguin, who was able to slide in when Rain was one shot over towards that triple stack, and then gets right out with the grapple, securing that shock rifle. It was so important for him not to lose it. So for him to stay alive was even more important than him getting, multiple kills. Again, we talk about how powerful that shock rifle can be. If it gets in the right hands, it's going to be a nuisance. It's absolutely going to run recharge.
That's an interesting point as well, because we got in and around the 30 kill mark, 30-29 it was, I believe. So we didn't really see that shock rifle utilized. A lot of players picking it up, but maybe not able to hit the shots that they needed to. Do you expect to see a different story now that Penguin did get his hands on it? Maybe they'll remember, okay, listen, that weapon's actually pretty good.
Well, it's hard to forget when you get bladed in the face as much as I do. Maybe I'm standing still next to people because it feels like everybody be hitting headshots on me. Game number 2 starting up, and yes, that shock rifle is definitely going to be the difference maker. Even as it happened early in the game, when that game starts to slow down, when they start to stalemate, and every kill matters, every damage matters, that's when the shock rifle will really shine.
Game 2 then. As we load back in, E United hold a 1-kill advantage. Cloud9 requiring the full 50. But they also have the series lead, currently sitting 1-0. They have yet to drop a map all tournament long. E United trying as best as they can to change that story, to change that headline here and now in Game 2. And things were looking good until Cloud9 picked up that shock rifle and things started to move for them. But we're hearing another player has dropped out. So we will come back to Tony and I to chit-chat a little bit more. And of course, people in the chat love our faces, Tony, so we're okay just wobbling our chins for a little while.
I mean, they love your face. I don't.
No, stop it.
I'm telling you, you got this Bond villain type vibe to you. It's nice. It's nice. I walked into my closet, got dressed in the dark. I didn't know what was going on. My hair's a mess. You're looking good.
No, that shirt's looking pretty sharp if you ask me. It has a Netherlands vibe that I'm starting to mess around with. But what we can say is for Cloud9 and E United, whether how good we look, those two teams looking very good. Despite the fact Cloud9 finishing runners up in their pool, they're still showing that they can very much go on a run here and upset some of the big boys.
Yeah, we talked about it before. Cloud9 are back-to-back champions. Raleigh and Anaheim. They were the favorites going into Kansas City, and obviously Sentinels won that, but like we kind of mentioned before, that was not the same Cloud9 that you want to see. Cloud9 going into that game number 1, that's the Cloud9 you want to see. Able to control the tempo, and even when things start to go sour, they come back, bring a little sweetness that we love to see, and end up clutching up when it matters most because they simply have that ice. E United, top 4 every event, going through a little bit of growing pains, ends up losing not 1 but 2 of their major pieces. E United is trying to put things together, and I'll be excited to see if they break into that top 4 today or even tomorrow, this weekend, if you will. I'll be really excited because it's going to be tough. There's a lot of good teams that are gunning for their spot.
And we spoke about how Bound had these big shoes to fill, but game 1, he fit into this team like a glove. They already won a pro series, so he's almost not unfazed by the whole thing. And that's no pun intended because he was on the team phase. That was completely by accident. How did that just happen? How did that? But unfazed joining this team and fitting in with the rest of the team, moving as a unit. It's almost like they didn't make a team change at all.
Yeah, with the success they were having, it's almost like they were just, rolling on cloud 9. Nothing getting to them.
That was on purpose.
No.
That was on purpose.
What? How dare you? I will not have these accusations. It absolutely was. But Cloud9 showing they are exactly what we thought they were, and E United are the ones that the spotlights are on them. They're the ones that have to punch above their weight class because Cloud9s are the favorites. We know what they're going to bring to the table. E United, Suspector specifically, I need you to go off. The same way that Rhino dominated the slaves for your squad in game number 1, I need Suspector to do it as well. And I'm hard on him because I know the man. I know what he's capable of. And they're going to need him. They're going to need him to be the Suspector that he was on next set.
Well, we did mention how Suspector had started to catch up in the Slay category in that Slayer with the likes of Rain and Rhino, but it was Manny who we highlighted before the series, before that second game, who had a slow start in the King of the Hill. Things weren't going his way, only 10 kills, 20 or so deaths. So he's a player that has to step up in this next game here, Tony.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see with Manny that I feel like I found him extended a bit by himself. I feel like I found him kind of overextending it and not towards his teammates. I think if Manny could kind of hone in over towards one of the duos, specifically Suspector, high damage players that can really roll together, maybe Manny starts to find the kills that he needs, starts to get into a bit of a rhythm. But yeah, I need him to find Suspector and let them push together, because with Ryan Noob and Rainer pushing together, you saw what happened. 7 of the team's 8 kills, absolutely decimating even the likes of Cloud9. Suspector and Manny have that same potential.
And you spoke about the growing pains that perhaps United are going through, but they still find themselves in a similar situation that they would have been had the roster all stuck together. They finished second in the groups, but they're trucking on nicely here. And listen, I'm not expected to beat Cloud9, but in game 1, 4-3, that was as close a game as you could ask for. And barring that one little mistake where they go 3 dead on that final hill, we could be talking about a totally different story here, and it could be an E United 1-0 lead right now.
Yeah, Ryan Noob and E United, they looked for the same formula that they found success with E United in the first, the first 3 lands. They wanted a player that's high octane, that can really fly in and be an entry frag player like King Nick was. Who do they go? Steal away Manny, bring in the very similar skill sets. They went in and said, okay, well, now we need a Slayer. We need someone that demands the attention of the enemy team, and that sometimes they take a 1v2 and get himself a crucial double kill. What do? They say, well, Suspector is doing exactly that on exit and has been doing it for quite some time. Let's bring him there. It's not the same team, but I love the formula that they're able to create, the same blueprint that we saw in the first 3 lands.
I remember actually when that X-Set team was knocking around, and Kratos spoke about how Suspector's one of the best players in the game and he's totally underrated. He now finds himself on one of those arguably top 4 rosters, and this is the sort of ascension that we thought and I expected to see, because the numbers he was putting in on X-Set, he was top fragging time and time again, and perhaps that's exactly what E United need here.
Yeah, I mean, one can argue, Kratos is top 5 in every category. He said it out of his own mouth, but some could argue as well that, he needed his duo and Suspector.
Somebody do the research on that. That can't be right.
He was the fire to his ice. That's what I'm saying. Suspector was there, they did into his yang, and now with Suspector gone, we're going to see, hopefully, both of them find success going their separate ways, because Kratos is in this tournament as well, and hopefully Suspector really shines on this United roster.
And if you're just joining us, folks, currently the score sits at 1-0 to Cloud9 up against E United. We have a little break in play here as we get some players back in the lobby. Also, twitch.tv/Halo if you're looking to watch Optic versus SSG. No doubt that game and that series is well underway. And up after this one, we do have Sentinels versus Oxygen Esports, who did take down FaZe yesterday and actually went against the grain and finished second place in their pool. So what a performance out of them, and can they go one better and take down Sentinels? We'll have to find out up next. But back to Cloud9, back to E United. I'm expecting big things from this E United roster, particularly after game 1.
My thing about E United is I feel like you cannot lose those pivotal 1v1s against Cloud9. I know it's tough. Again, E United shine when they're able to slow things down in the 4v4, get that one slay that they need, and then turn that 4v3, turn that 3v2. They played their numbers phenomenally. It's just good fundamental shooters. Good fun, not even just fundamental Halo. Just that skill set goes over to Call of Duty, Apex. I don't care what it is. Play your numbers. But in order to get there, you have to force those 2v1s. You have to win those 1v1s against the like of Cloud9. When Stellar comes at you and he's hunting you down, you got to turn. You got to put a well-placed nade and then fire back. Get that reversal medal. It's the only way that E United are going to come out on top, because the only way they're going to get their numbers is in the initial 4v4s.
Taking a look then at the series layout. Game 1, like we spoke about, 4-3. King of the Hill live fire. Just narrowly going towards Cloud9. It started off really well. E United, though, they started to grow in confidence. Up next, Slayer on recharge. We had a start, we had a stoppage. We will find out exactly what's going on very shortly. Games 3, though, Oddball Streets, CTF Bazaar 4, and Slayer Catalyst will be game 5. When we get through Slayer on recharge, talk to me about Oddball Streets. What do you think is the situation here? Who do you think this one will go for? Because you already spoke about how Cloud9 are really, really good on Streets.
I think the same kind of formula. E United need to get into their defensive stances, get into their setups, and lock down the entire map of Streets. It doesn't matter if it's C side or A side, you know where the pushes are coming from. There's really only 3 corridors that are going to lead up to you, and that's watching the neon purple streets, that's watching that mid angle, which is really hard to control by itself, and then watching the B side, which is another perimeter on the opposite side of purple. As long as you're able to lock down those perimeters and make it so hard for anybody to break your perimeter player, you're going to find success. The problem is when Cloud9 start to break through and you allow them to do it. You know where they're coming from when you set up early. At that point, you have to win those battles. You have to win, to put them 2, 3, 4 down multiple times, because that's when those seconds start to turn to minutes. That's when we're talking about, scrapping 5 to 10 seconds and start turning it to 35. 45 seconds, taking almost half of the game in one life cycle. That's what E United are going to have to do in order to succeed on Oddball Streets.
It's a long road. It's a tough ask for any team to take down one of the championship contenders in Cloud9. The back-to-back champions for a reason. They've made that change. They've brought inbound, and they've looked flawless so far in these games, in this tournament. Like we spoke about, they've not dropped a single map all tournament long, and E United trying to change that here. But Tony, I guess it'd be good for us to talk about what we've seen in the tournament yesterday. The pool play, Group D, we have to start there. G2 finishing top of the group. KCP, although beating G2, still managed to finish bottom.
Yeah, and that's because SSG really stepped it up. SSG had a really tough Series 1 against G2. They were looking so good in that game number 1. The comeback ends up coming. G2 sucked the air right out of the room. They ended up losing a 50 to, I want to say, 42 Slayer, and then eventually got dominated in game 3. But they were so close yet so far away that the 0-3 scoreline doesn't show how well SSG played in that series, although G2 won. After that, something clicked. They said, we cannot keep getting that close to success and falling over and over again. Because after that, they started dominating. They dominated Pioneers. They dominated a Red Hot Lions roster. It was fun to watch SSG really come into their own after falling 0-1. So SSG looking good. Obviously G2 ended up winning it out, but I think SSG are going to really be the storyline here. I think watch out for SSG because they really started to heat up, and I think with their core 3 Slayers, they might be the ones to watch out for to really go the distance here in the tournament.
And if you want to keep up to date with the SSG storyline, twitch.tv/Halo, where they come up against Optic Gaming right now. That series is well underway. What we can do here is we're getting confirmation that there's a little bit of a dispute going on between E United and some referees and Cloud9. Just a little back and forth. And We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the rest of the series. Don't go anywhere. And we are back, folks, straight into the game. No more 2 bucks of Tony and I. Confirmation then, E United need 47 kills to win the game. They've already gotten 5 towards that scoreline right here and now. Ryan Noob trying to get away. Double kill for Stellar though. He tries to escape with his life, but ultimately gets cut down as well. Currently 6 kills to 4 in favor of E United. Remember, they require 47, Cloud9 the full 50.
We see another great starting strike coming out of E United. 6 kills out of range. Suspector following it up with 2 and a few assists on the board for the rest. Suspector on screen right now, having hold of that energy sword. Looking to deny access over to the control side, but as he know, there's 3 members pushing C. Suspector might get caught by himself, and hunted down he is.
Hunting in a pack. Camouflage sword. We've seen this before. This story's played out. Not rifle out this time. Bound trying to get close to Rain, who dips away. Rain normally falls from the sky. I've just seen one clamber up, so Rain falling differently over on recharge. Eco, couple of shots over towards Turbine. Nothing doing though. As he moves over towards top tower. Couple of nades go down. Score currently sitting at 12-7. This is a great start once more from E United, but they can't open the door again for Cloud9 to walk through.
And you saw on the feed that Suspector having hands on that shock rifle. That's going to be deadly for Cloud9. Rain 7 and 2 at the moment. 4 assists to go along with it. And he's just holding off on the A side with camouflage coming up in less than 10 seconds. You're going to see E United start to shift their attention towards it.
Okay, your corners here. Rain desperately tries to get that kill. It looked as though he should have too. He goes down though. On board with Suspector. Shock rifle in hands, and he finds one. Locking a double kill and killing spree. That's what we expect to see from the young man. Formerly of Xset. Now playing his trade with E United. Shots like that! Connecting with Eco. Helping his team secure camouflage. Suspector showing up, he's heating up.
Rain and Suspector having 17 kills between them. Cloud9 as a unit have 8. This is incredible. This is a masterful performance that you're seeing right now as Manny offscreen gets a remote detonation. Suspector now getting into the action himself. Cloud9 are getting cycled right now. This is not the same E United that I saw in game 1.
Eco currently sitting with the Master Chief's number 117. Not good enough for the Slayer. 25 kills to 9 now. E United hot out the blocks like a greyhound and showing no signs of slowing down. Cloud9 looking like a hare. The E United just chasing after now. In Whirlpool, Suspector fires one. Somehow, almost got the kill onto Bound and onto Eco. But he escapes his life this time, but has the damage already been done? 27 kills to 13, it currently stands.
We start to see the recovery out of Cloud9, but like you said, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough time on the board here. I mean, United have been absolutely dominating toward the early game, but as I say that, Bound finds himself a kill. Stellar ends up taking down many, so back-to-back kills going in favor of Cloud9. There's definitely a possibility they can come back in this game. Ryan Noob now going to be caught by himself. Eco not going to allow that to happen. Eco getting airborne, and Ryan Noob going down.
Ryan Noob thought he dealt with the problem. Eco lands on that sword plat, stays alive, and gets the kill. Important. Any other team, you'd be looking at writing them off when they're this far away, but Cloud9, they can find that extra gear. They can shift it up if they need to. Manny, he'll hit the respawn screen. Ryan Noob desperately tries to scamper away, but the sword player's hunting. He smells blood. Rain, no idea he's there, tries to climb into a locker, but will not escape the attentions this time. And now 35 kills to 20, a 15 kill advantage in the scoreline right now. But remember, E United only require 47.
United getting close to the finish line. Now it's just about crossing through it. On board now it's Spectre, 12 and 5, 2 assists to go along with it. Rain with the same score line, but 7 assists of his own. The sword in the hands of Spectre just baiting out Cloud9. Stellar gonna find out quick. Stabbed right through the heart.
And that's the second one. Sword out of ammunition, out of energy. But he just picks up another one. Battery changed. Double A's I think it takes. We'll find out though. Suspector, what can he do? Over towards this blue area. Thinking about going tower. Point of contention though, as Penguin stands strong but not strong enough. As he's finally cleared out. E United now require 3.
Suspector has 3x'd his deaths with kills at the moment. A 15 and 5 score line. Rain still above him on the scoreboard. E United absolutely dominating, largely because of those two. Ryan Noob ends up taking down one. That's going to be Penguin challenging Bound. Bound gets himself a double kill, but it's not going to be enough. E United hit that 47, and we're all tied up after 2 games.
Well, well, well. What a turnaround of fortunes that was. E United, particularly Rain, what a performance he had. Suspector going 15 kills. You said 3x at one point, so what a performance out of those to really drag E United back into this series.
I love to use that word performance because some people think names win series, names win tournaments. No, performance does. And E United performing well. E United coming in with a game plan, like we said, and at that point, it's just about seeing it through, even against the likes of Cloud9. Stick to your guns. You know what you have to do to succeed. Now put it off of paper, put it to work. And that's exactly what we saw with E United, and now we're going into a swing game 3.
Now we talked about it. E United, one of the best Slayer teams in the game. We've seen exactly why. Such a hot start. You can see 15 kills to 8 right off the rip. And this time, they didn't look back, Tony.
Why would they? I mean, E United were looking good in that game number 1. Let's not forget they only lost by 1 hill. And that was really because Cloud9 had that early rotation onto it. They came into this game saying, look, if we can have a hard start the same way that Cloud9 did, maybe we can come out. Maybe we can hold on to it. And that's exactly what E United did. E United definitely are not scared of Cloud9. They know that on their best day, they can catch them off guard and they can come out on top. We're in the winner's bracket here. If there's any time to have a crazy series, any time to pull off the upset, it's right here, right now.
If you make it to winner's quarterfinal, you're not here by accident. It's not a fluke, it's not a mistake. You're here because you belong here. And E United proving they belong in this series with Cloud9, the back-to-back champions. But how our fortunes could be changing now. E United trying to rewrite the script, trying to make some alterations. The ink wasn't dry, and they're looking to tell their own story, start a new chapter. Oddball Streets is up next, Tony, talking about the keys to success.
The key to success is getting toward that ramen shop. I don't know what that was. That looked good, right? I'm sorry. I'm hungry. I need to eat breakfast. I'm a little hungry, but that ramen looked pretty good. I'm saying that obviously the keys to success is getting that ball to a position where you can lock down multiple sides, where you can make sure that every time a player pushes through, you're able to identify them, address them, and execute them immediately. And so whether that's the subway side, whether that's even Purple Street, which we're seeing some teams start to use as a transitional point to get towards their A side setup or their B side setup, it doesn't matter. At that point, you just have to have that communication, call out what angle you're watching, and make sure that when the push comes in, you let your teammates know how many. Don't just say coming on B Street. Tell them there's 2 coming on B Street, because you have to know how you guide your resources when holding on to that C side or A side setup.
It's important to note as well, there was a meta shift when the game first came out. It seemed like the recipe for success to win a game of oddball on streets was to hold that tower side. But Tony, what we started to see is teams seeing a little bit more success over down towards that tram side, because you don't have many lines of sight to have to watch. You only have to watch a couple of places, and you can get those locked down pretty easily with the 4.
I'm for it. I want to see the meta continue to change. I want to see, I mean, we're now 8 months into the game's full release, even a couple months after that early release. The game is not going to play the same, and if anything, the meta is starting to get even faster. At first we thought Halo Infinite was a little bit of a slower paced game, but not anymore. We see people curb sliding all over the place, commanding space. It's that the meta has continued to get defined, and as it does, the meta continues to start to get faster, and that's what I love. I love high tempo gameplay because it's always exciting plays on screen.
Confirmation then of the series layout in this winners quarterfinal, currently sitting at 1-1. Live Fire, King of the Hill, 4-3 the Cloud9, a very tightly contested affair. 50-23, anything but closely contested for E United. Up next, Oddball Streets, and we will require CTF Bazaar at the very least to separate these 2 teams. Slayer Catalyst will be game 5 if we need it. And with the way the series have gone for us, Tony, lately, we be getting nothing but game 5s, and we love it.
I'm not mad at it whatsoever. We talked about the key success on streets, and when we get to Bazaar, and that's the ultimate chess match. YNU must love it because it's so hard to inch forward. It's so hard to control that 50% portion of the map and then ultimately get to the other side with how fast players spawn in this game. Once you control that mid-map, you find yourself in towards your opponent's base. 8 seconds later, they're defending it. It takes multiple rounds of slays in order to capture the flag. So Bazaar is going to be a tough one for both of these rosters.
Streets, though, that's where our sights are set. The stage is set for a game of oddball. We've seen some crazy games on this map. Optic versus Sentinel springs to mind. Will we see a similar situation play out in front of our very eyes here? It's up to Cloud9 to bounce back from that humiliating defeat, getting staked by E United. Can they bounce back in Oddball Streets here? We're about to find out on board with Stellar.
We know how powerful those rockets and Bulldog can be, but do not sleep on the thrust. Do not sleep on the drop while the equipment just almost as strong as the power weapons. As a quick 3 down, go E United. Cloud9 immediately grabbing hold of the ball. No timing loss whatsoever, and getting it to the subway side.
What can you do with it, though? They have got control of subway. They cleared out Suspector, who was trying to claim squatters' rights, and Cloud9 not interested in that whatsoever. They go in with a full eviction notice and take him out of there. Ryan Noob's going to be the first pick, and that's going to make it very difficult for E United to make inroads into this setup. Penguin picks up Manny too. Couple of shots onto those spiker stairs. Not going to take care of Ryan Noob this time, but neither is Stellar, as Ryan Noob wins that gunfight. 3 dead, setup blown, wide open.
A 30-0 run by Cloud9. E United busting right through, breaking that setup indeed. And now it's E United looking to hold on to his own bound, and Penguin ends up going down. Eco trying to find an entrance over toward the mid, finds a kill onto Manny. Rain wasn't able to kill him in time. Finally, Eco falls, and Rain making it hail.
When it rains, it pours. And he's making it a very difficult task for Cloud9 to break this setup. They've now got control of the tram. Lines of sight, though, on the ball, looking a little bit difficult. Suspector in a world of hurt down with the Sentinel beam. Not able to connect as he would like. Killing spree, though, for Rain, who drops out front base and handles 2. Looking for 3. Gets shut down. But has the damage been done? Has he done enough? Lost Manny in the feed. Over towards that commando. Cloud9 look to have breaking the setup here and now. Suspector picks up bound. It's an absolute war down in tram, and I'm here for it.
2 down, go Cloud9. The war ensues as E United trying to take control. 3 down. This time for Cloud9. Eco being left by himself. He still has to win this pivotal battle. Manny moving faster than a flash. Ryan Noob surrounding him. Goes in for the piv as Eco ends up taking down Ryan Noob. And with that, Cloud9 able to turn the tables.
Game's so hectic as Eco gets locked into a 1v1. This time does lose out on the piv, down a little bit in the shield, so that was going to help Rain a little bit. And no doubt he used his advantage as best as he could in locking into that kill. This game is so hectic, it's so frantic right now. Neither team really able to seize control.
I almost missed out on that crazy Hail Mary stick by Eco before he went into that battle. And impressive indeed. As E United, though, the ones to get that hands on the ball, rotating it quick, but still a 4v4. And looks like Penguin able to find the kill onto Ryan, who's striking first, looking to strike second as the assist goes in. Suspector trades out with Bound, and that's not going to be good for E United. Cloud9 already having a small lead and looking to grow that from here.
Cloud9 have ball in hands though. Save his houses. Top tower. 42-27 the score currently sits at. Both these teams going back and forth, trading blow for blow at the moment. Neither team being allowed to get too comfortable on the map here as trades go down. 3 dead for Cloud9. This hold was not as successful for them as they would have liked.
And now E United getting a turn here, but you're seeing multiple players surrounding E United. The first ball is going to come in. Ryan who forced to play that ball and challenge, ends up getting the reversal. Perfy, beautifully played by Ryan Noob. But is it enough? Because Cloud9 are still aggressing toward the purple street. E United now stuck over toward the PD. They have to break out.
Ryan Noob, round 1 here, currently sitting at 2-9. Despite that perfect shot, that reversal, that will do his confidence the world of good, but needs to pick it up in the Slays category. He's helped it there, picking up 1 onto Eco. Stellar all alone over towards Cafe. There's no waitresses there to take his order. They're closed for business as E United ensure this push will not be successful and they continue to score and close the gap. They're about to take the lead in this round 1.
2 minutes and 6 seconds on the clock, but I highly doubt time will be a factor in this one. United getting a bit of control here, but this next round of Slayers are going to be critical. And as I say that, Manny will fall. Suspector taking down Stellar. Penguin going right up the mid, and E United not able to hold onto this defensive stance as long as we would like them to. Cloud9 are coming.
Can E United stop it though? That's the question. They've done so successfully. First pick has gone in their favor. Ball time though for Bound as he rotates the ball over towards Arcade. United starting to put the squeeze on, but will the rotation be too quick for them? They try and clear their corners here. Suspector not too comfortable with his surroundings. Bounding over towards Red. We'll be about to see Red. No, he's not. Somehow turns the tide on that battle. And when situations like that go against you, you're in big trouble. But Ryan Noob lands another reversal perfect shot.
Whenever you're looking for rain, simply look up. E United coming out strong in this one. Now stealing the ball once again, rotating it back toward the B side. The Slaves are starting to come in. Cloud9 anticipating it well, and E United end up getting wiped. Cloud9 right back onto that ball. Neck and neck we go.
Round and round. The pendulum keeps swinging back and forth. Rockets about to be a factor very, very shortly. United all over towards B rails. They have one outlier though, Ryan Noob. He was the player that was the first pick. That should mean Rockets fall for E United. The scramble down bottom middle. Eco has just picked them up. Bound has got ball. Information has come. The call has been made. Rotate that ball into Tram. Eco opts to use his battle rifle instead of the Rockets. Fires one this time. He's got one left in the chamber if he chooses to use it. He's just looking to play defense now with his team. Stellar backing it up, putting it into reverse, putting some shots down onto those spiker stairs. Cloud9 are very, very close now to taking round 1, and E United do not seem to be in a position after losing 2 members. It's going to be Cloud9 who secure round 1 this oddball.
E United were playing so well, but eventually they started to struggle to find the slays that they need, and Cloud9 masterfully coming back in that game and taking that round 1. It was so close. We're talking 60, I think it was 61-60 at one point, and then Cloud9 just breaking open, being exactly the Cloud9 that we thought they were all that momentum going into them for round number 2. Can E United respond?
As the beast been awoken once more, can E United put them back to sleep with a knockout blow? Round 2 well underway. E United getting the better of the opening exchanges. Center bottom middle. Looking towards back tower. Suspector makes the ball rotation, but Ryan Noob on hand, sitting out of tires with the rocket launcher in hand. Can he give them the wiggles? Yes, he can. Ryan Noob wins those.
Rhino gets a critical kill, and with that, Cloud9 once again losing those numbers battle, which are oh so important in order to get the ball out of their hands. There's no way that Cloud9 are going to get first hands on this ball if E United are continuing to put them down here. Shotgun in the hands of Suspector. Manny getting pushed onto the driveway side. Bound finds one. Manny ends up getting the sick. But Suspector losing that Bulldog, that's not what you want to see. Cloud9 are definitely going to take advantage of that.
Cloud9 putting E United down. Will they start yelling timber? It's about that time for Cloud9 to get a setup of their own. Ball in tires, rotating on the generator now. Manny over towards PD, looking for help. Bound gets the first pick. Ryan Noob and Rain answer back though. Numbers advantage here for E United. Bait and switch comes through. Ryan Noob and Rain, the old duo combined once more, but both down to no shields, and Stellar handles one. Manny on point though. 30 seconds in climbing for E United.
Already a 30-6 lead in favor of the boys in blue, but now you're seeing Cloud9 having to forcibly fight their way out of respawn, but they end up getting a PD spawn, which is godsend from them. Now you're seeing Bound and Eco overwhelm the A side, and with that, E United going 2 down. Cloud9 now having the ball in hand. That should have been a good, what, 10 to 20 seconds of ball time for E United, and they're broken so quickly.
Cloud9 punching in T / good spawn. And the game provides it straight into PD, breaking that setup before it could really solidify. Rockets being picked up and put to use already. That final one's been fired, but it's 3 kills now for E United, unanswered from Cloud9. And you can see Bound dropping the ball. He knows he's in big trouble. Information, he's over on the pink side, but he's got a Bulldog to back himself into a corner if he needs to. Opting to rotate, his team have spawned back up. He's milked long enough, but when he did play that ball, it was straight onto the lap and onto the plate of E United.
And now E United rotating that ball away from, far away from Cloud9, going all the way over toward the B side and into the red streets. Ryan finding the kill onto Bound, trying to put the shotgun to work. And once again, E United winning these battles, but it's 2 down across the board. E United winning a pivotal kill, specifically Manny going in for the double. Rain gonna steal that away from the Stalker with the Stalker rifle. And once again, E United just playing well-coordinated Halo, playing excellent team Halo right now.
That's what it's all about. Penguin, big trouble. That's going to take it to the dance. Ryan Noob, one of the best bouncers in the game, ensuring he does not get entry into the tram. 54 seconds and 23 in favor of E United. Round 2, much better here. But we did see a similar story when it was 61-60 and Cloud9 found that gear. Can E United ensure that will not happen again? Bound with the Bulldog, not good enough this time as he's shut down immediately. More of this from E United should see success.
Manny and Ryan pushing well over toward the driveway side, able to find the kill, but looks like Penguin icing up, taking down one. Rain uses that shotgun to equalize the situation. Once again, Cloud9 going 2 down. Bound gonna try to break through. Gets a big kill onto Rain, gets out of danger, but they need to enter back in because E United are growing in points. Penguin able to find the kill onto Suspector. Ryan trying to defend the subway side with the Stalker rifle. It might not be enough, so he has to play the ball, and Eco not going to allow it to happen.
As well as the United have been playing in these last few passages of play, they didn't put any more score on the board. 61, the score remains. Eco tried to get his hands on the ball, but looks as though he just was not in range. He's got those T-Rex arms and not going to be able to cover the distance he requires. Ryan Noob gets taken down, joins his teammate Manny in the respawn screen. Numbers advantage here. Can Bound get a touch on this ball before it resets? He does one better than that. Gets a kill onto Suspector and secures the ball for his team along with the Stalker rifle, but recognizes that they do not have the numbers to get the score that they require. Throws the ball, plays it into a safe spot.
With E United slowly starting to come in, he had to play that ball out there and make sure they secure the slaves before he's able to get a hold of it. And they're going to connect onto one for E United, make that 2 as Cloud9 losing half of their members, 3/4 now. E United without any timing loss right onto that ball, right over towards the perimeter. And now Rain looking for the spawners.
Can he identify them? That one's got the first pick. Rhino's also gone down. 2 down now, right now for E United. Rhino and Rain. Grenades taking Suspector down to no shields. He could be in big trouble of joining them. Trying to milk for as long as he can, waiting for his teammates to spawn back up. He's done so successfully. 4 members up. The issue is Cloud9 have got their hands on the ball. They're pushing out over towards this driveway side. 2v2. This time comes out and favors E United as they descend on the ball carrier bound. Can he get that ball and play it into an advantageous position for his team, opting to keep it inside Tram? The communication comes. Spectre cannot close the distance onto bound, and indeed Penguin at the moment. 2 members set up in Tram. Ryan Noob crouched in the corner. Here comes the swing. 1 pick goes in their favor. Bait and switch. Ryan Noob gets 1. Penguin secures 1 though. Taking that angle. It's a pivotal 1v1, and this time Penguin comes out on top. He ices up and secures the ball for his team.
Icy is Penguin as he gets that kill and ball back in hand. 28 kills, 11 assists to go along with it, and a crucial break for Cloud9. Still down by over 20 points right now. Cloud9 look to hold on to this setup, look to make another comeback in this game. E United need the break.
Did Penguin just win the most important 1v1 of not only the game, but perhaps the series here? The shot clock could start to play a factor. Down to just under a minute. But Cloud9 very close to taking the lead. 2 seconds separate these 2 teams, but numbers advantage now favor E United for the first time in a very long time.
And with those numbers, E United looked to overwhelm Cloud9. They did have them momentarily 3 down. Another battle ensues, and Ryan not playing fair with that Bulldog. Coming in with the shoddy and the sandbox. The 3-4-3 is a lot of us. Stellar now trying to go in. The nades start to fly. The shots are tagging up him as well. Ends up taking down Rain. Suspector and Manny are there. Stellar coming in clutch right now. Forced to back down. Nobody able to get hands on the ball just yet. But with E United getting squad wiped, Cloud9 take the lead.
All 4 down for the moment. This next push has to be flawless. It has to be perfect. 2 coming down the driveway side. Rain and Manny. Ryan Noob positioned bottom middle. They've traded out though. Penguin goes down, as does Rain, but Ryan Noob is not long for the world. 2 members back Tram. Ryan Noob trying to get close to it. Manny and indeed Suspector are in and around the ball now. Stellar trying to play his life and milk for as long as he can. But E United have made the push successfully, and Manny's trying to bring it out, rotate it towards the pink side, but he's been taken down by Eco.
The ball movement comes in though. Ryan, we're going to pick up that ball with only 3 seconds to work with. He cannot drop it for long. Ends up going somewhere to drop wall. Now he's going to go down. Stellar and Penguin steal it away. And the game, indeed, Cloud9 taking it 2-0.
Whew. What a second round of oddball. Tony, I spoke about it. I said we've seen some huge games in the past. I mentioned Optic and I mentioned Sentinels in the same breath. That game could be up there. I know it wasn't 1-1. I know the stakes weren't so high. But a similar situation, that drop shield goes down. And I think he's done enough. Cloud9 just show up and show out.
United doing everything they can to claw their way back into that game after keeping as close as possible. But there were just moments where Cloud9 would get a critical 3 down and then run away with it from there. And that's what forced E United on their back foot to begin with. I thought E United were playing great. I really did. But there's just 1 or 2 moments, 1 or 2 mistakes that Cloud9 capitalized on, and then they simply run away with it.
I mean, you said you thought E United were playing right. I tend to agree with you. They were definitely playing right. They were hanging with one of the best teams in the game. E United are one of the best teams in the game. Make no mistake about it. And they showed us, not only in Game 1 with the King of the Hill, they lose marginally. Game 2, a similar story. But both these rounds, Tony, separated by very little, just minimal mistakes being made.
So happy that you said E United are still one of the best teams in the game because people were questioning it. Losing Spartan, losing King Nick, those were big losses, but Suspector and Manny fitting in like a glove. Still down though here. I think they're down 1-2 in the series. Looking at the scoreboard right now, Penguin, normally the objective player, but this time dropping 32. This time dropping an 18.3 KDA, 13 assists to go along with it. Penguin icing up when it matters most.
There was this strange situation after every tournament, Tony, that we've seen. E United would finish top 4 everybody would then doubt them and think they're going to be a top 6 team or a top 8 team. They'd come back to land, they'd finish top 4, and rinse and repeat. The same situation kept happening time and time again. And with the introduction of Suspector, and indeed Manny respectfully, this team doesn't seem to have missed a beat.
Normally Cloud9, an excellent capture the flag team. However, E-United, I feel like one of their better maps is Bizarre. And going into this game 4, playing off to both of their strengths, E-United looking to desperately send us into a game 5. Cloud9 looking to suffocate E-United and not allow them to breathe. This is the winners quarterfinals. We're trying to move into the semis, and you're one step closer to that winners finals. So much on the line here. Can Cloud9 close it out, or can E-United bounce back?
A lion's share of $125,000 up for grabs in this North American Super. One of those teams could very well be Cloud9 or E-United that takes the championship. Both these two teams find each other a little bit sooner than either one of them probably would have liked coming into the day. And it's E-United who find themselves down 2-1 now. Bizarre CTF up next, Tony. What a game this is going to be. This could have very easily been a 3-0 sweep, but E-United showing signs that they're in this to play.
And I think it's a very good point that you brought up before. Cloud9 and E-United matching up so early within the bracket. Normally you would see this as a winners semifinals, but not this time. Quarters right now. One of these teams are going to get knocked down into the elimination bracket much earlier than expected. And as of right now, Cloud9 still having the lead and still looking like the favorites we know them to be going into this matchup to begin with. It's up to E-United to not just look good in the game, but to close out a game. That oddball was theirs multiple times. And sadly, they allowed Cloud9 to sneak their way into it, and they didn't look back. E-United desperately need this game number 4. And so do I, because I want to see a game 5.
And you know, any of the teams in the lower bracket looking at this match, they have their fingers crossed, saying, please, whoever loses this series, don't let it be me. Don't let it be me. Give that to somebody else. Give it to, a FaZe. Let FaZe take them. We'll take somebody else. But with the way this is shaking out, both these teams, they don't look like there's many weaknesses there. And like we say, E-United have been in this series time and time again. Just a few little mistakes, and when you make them against Cloud9, they make you pay.
Well, I mean, E-United were able to do what FaZe couldn't do. That's hand Cloud9 their first loss in the tournament. Mind you, this is a 2-1 series. That's the first loss that Cloud9 has been able to experience. They went all through pools, even going up against the team that stole their main Slayer Renegade from them. Cloud9 have been able to bounce back with Bound, but now we're going to find out if E-United can bounce back here, capture the flag on Bizarre.
Ryan Noob starting to ask questions. Spartan who? King Nick who? Don't need them. Never did. 2-1 the scorer though. They still find themselves down in the series. But boy oh boy have they looked good. Ryan Noob, bottom middle. Picks up a couple of sizzle sticks and opposite shoes. Utilize one immediately. Overshield popped into his chest. A couple of shots down onto double doors. But Ryan Noob and indeed E-United have had a great start already.
And one of the ways E-United have been able to win those Slays battles by controlling the resources on the map. You see Ryan Noob once again with the overshield. Ends up having to go to waste. No more nades left, so now it's just him and his BR. Penguin ready. Bound comes in for the switch. There will be no pull for United, at least not yet.
Eco on the way back. Play defense for his team. Rain's in trouble, down to no shields. He did get a kill onto Stellar, but Eco's wraparound will make sure that United's push is quelled this time. Suspector with a couple of lovely shots just to back Eco all the way down. Eco is back over towards that rocket side now. Opening exchanges did favour E-United, but nothing too damaging to Cloud9's cause. Nothing too detrimental. Eco sword in though. He's got the sandbox at his disposal. That last grapple gotten him all the way over to the opposing enemy bar. Bulldog in hand to play with as well. And he drops down on top of Suspector. 2 members of E-United in the respawn screen. This spells danger now.
One of the more looked over pieces to this Cloud9 success is Eco. Even words cannot express how much value Eco brings to this roster and the reason why Cloud9 are able to put back-to-back lands in. E-United now trying to recover and stop Cloud9 from getting this flag over towards that 50% portion of the map. Manny throwing a well-placed brute grenade. That's going to take down one. We do see Suspector looking to defend his flag. He wants to move in for the return, but he sees Cloud9 starting to push forward.
2 go down though. And Suspector will put the finishing touches on that flag for the return. And that's going to mean back-to-back overshields now for E United. First one went to Ryan Noob, second one for Suspector. What can he do with it to help push his team forward now?
Overshield being popped for Suspector. Now looking to take height immediately. The shots are starting to fly, and with that, all of that overshield being melted.
Oh.
Able to find at least 1 kill, but not exactly the value you want to see, as he does end up going down. 3 members of Cloud9 going to follow. E United want to relay this flag forward. Looks like it is going to go in. The return goes in. E United have hands on flag. Cloud9 are coming off a spawn, but E United know exactly where they're coming from.
Manny's got the flag over the halfway point. And although Cloud9 were threatening to capture 2 flags, it's E United now who are very close to taking the lead. And what can Cloud9 do to respond? They've already got it all the way home, and no members of Cloud9 are there to contend it. E United draw first blood.
Despite going 3 down, Suspector was able to put that flag in, but with those numbers, Cloud9 looked to get a counter pull. Rain and Suspector once again off screen, off the map as well. Bound getting all the way over towards the halfway point, and nobody able to contest. We might just see a 1-1 tie right off the rip.
And from 0-0, we very quickly go to 1-1. E United put so much resources into that first flag capture, but fortunately for them, it meant that they opened the door for that counter cap, and Cloud9 will seize that opportunity every single day of the week. 1-1 in the game, 2-1 in the series. Cloud9 tie us up just as quickly as they went behind.
With that, Cloud9 ended up going 3 down right off the rip. E United taking control of the Rocket side of the map, and now you're seeing Suspector get into the bar, get into the BR of his opponents here. That's going to funnel those spawns over towards the thrust side. E United need to take control. E United need to get 1 more round of slays before they pull that flag.
They have got map control. That's the first step though. Rain just falls down, opts to play the low side instead. A player goes through the double doors, trying to play this as careful as they can, surgical almost, but they've lost 2 members. Suspector and Manny. Rain recognizes this. They pulled the plug on this push for a moment, opting to try and keep control of the map instead. 1 player of Cloud9 has leaked out to bottom middle though. They'll have to be careful of him. Ryan Noob will go down at the hands of Eco. It's going to be a trade. Bulldog over towards the Commando now as he turns his attention towards Penguin. He's not long for the world. Double kill for Rain.
Rain making a play, putting his 11th on the board. Having that Bulldog in hand is going to be so important, especially as we move into the close quarters combat. Rain now going toward the BR side, catches a grenade, so he's going to be forced to back down. I always knew he had nice hands, but he didn't want to catch that one. Now Manny coming in. The shots go out. Rain finds the kill with the Bulldog. Manny looking to push towards the palm tree side, and just like that, Cloud9 are on their back foot.
Manny pushing through the palm tree. No mojitos with umbrellas hanging out this time though. Be no cocktails served on Bazaar. And typically you will not be getting it from Cloud9, that much is for sure. Anything you want comes at a hefty price. Bound goes down though. Manny moving that flag once more. He drops down, tries to duke them out a little bit by playing the double doors, but unfortunately he's gone straight back in to the battle rifle. 2 members go down of E United. That push will be stopped dead.
Manny trying to throw a bit of a curveball, but ends up getting caught there. Cloud9 recover well. They start to come in from Penguin. We start to see him try to push over toward the BR side. A power position on the map, runs right into Ryan Noob. Gives him a power play. And now it's Penguin staying alive here, waiting for his teammates to come off a spawn, waiting for his teammates to aggress forward. And as that overshield is coming up, E United needs to do something off a spawn.
Penguin is a big game player. They've got the overshield now. That could spell misery and despair for E United. Rain, not long for the world. Thruster pack will come in handy for Suspector as he turns the tide of that fight. Bound with a sizzle stick will tag up a couple of players over towards the sewer side. Suspector tries to scramble away. Unable to do so. Stopped in his tracks, and the flag is going to shadow him. They're opting to run this down on the sewer side. Will they be able to get it home?
Cloud9 did a great job of getting that flag forward here, but now they have to defend it for a bit because E United are coming in, and Stellar having the rockets, making a big play with them bound, looking to make a play with the commando, goes right into Suspector, but missing the melee. Little T-Rex arms coming in, he ain't long enough.
Can't close the distance enough. That will hand the advantage back over to Ryan Noob with the Bulldog double kill. And E United, what can they do? Can their push be a little bit more successful than Cloud9's were? Stellar over that Mangler corner, 4 shots to the dome and a killing spree for Ryan Noob as he goes through the gears.
Ryan Noob putting 16 kills on the board. That they're gonna go in and do max damage onto both of those players. Cloud9 clearing out their base to just one more player that they have to deal with. Penguin gonna challenge Suspector here over toward the pillars. Suspector tries to get out alive, having no idea that Eco was coming onto the blind side, and now Cloud9 look to push up.
1-1. Stalemate. These two teams keep defending well, attacking not so well, it must be said. The score remains the same. 4 minutes and some change left on the clock. 3 down for E United. This could be a situation, a case, Tony, where next cap wins.
A critical point in the game, and it looks like Suspector getting a clear nade shot. And with that, E United break right through the palm tree side over toward that 50% portion of the map. We talk about how strong the halfway point is. There's no way you can progress forward before controlling the midway point of this map here. Stellar, like a rat in the sewers, gets caught. Suspector gets the shots off Manny and Rain off the screen, getting back-to-back kills. 3 down, go Cloud9. Manny gonna get a pull on this, and you said this next cap can be critical here, and it's going. The pull is going in favor of United.
Can Manny's flag run be a little bit more successful than his last? Suspector making the meal of that kill, but Penguin making it very difficult for him. Manny's got the flag in his hands now and trying to make some progress. Bottom middle, Eco stands strong though, but not for long. 2 down for Cloud9, make it 3. This could be the opportunity. Stellar, the furthest man forward for his team, but he also goes down. Suspector's got his hands on the flag, running it through the double doors, and he's gotten through successfully.
And this is going to be a capture in favor of E United once again, 2-1. 3 minutes on the clock, and so are Cloud9. Suspector on screen right now, going to try to break over toward the BR side. Teammate already finding the first pick that they're looking for. And you do see Cloud9 start to advance forward. They're controlling the palm tree side. Can E United get them out?
Does E United's playstyle change? Does it alter just a touch now? They have the lead. Do they opt to play defense? It's only 2 minutes and 30 now. They have to hold strong. Stellar goes down. That push will be unsuccessful for Cloud9. That eats away at that shot clock once more. Every single kill from here on out that E United get will add to the frustrations of Cloud9. We could be going to a game 5 here, folks.
19 seconds until we see that overshield coming up. E United definitely want to keep that out of the hands of Cloud9. And with Cloud9 going 3 down, they're going to have to make something happen off of spawn. Ryan already baiting it out. Manny, Suspector, and Rain pushing over toward the BR side. Rain finds the pick. And this should be a free overshield for Ryan Noob, as they already have control. E United are perfectly positioned to pull yet another flag.
E United playing all their Halo right now inside the opposing barn. For Cloud9, they need to get them out as quickly as they can. Get some map control, stabilize, and get a flag pull on their own. The issue is they only have 1 minute and 40 to do it. A Bulldog goes straight to the face, followed by a fist and a double kill from Manny. A former KCP player showing out against some of the best players in the game right now.
All that control that Cloud9 were looking to fight for has been stopped right in its tracks. E United are absolutely controlling here on Bazaar. Ryan making plays with the overshield. 1 minute and 16 seconds on the clock. And at this point, E United are just playing Advanced Slayer right now. Just stopping Cloud9, stopping every single one of their pushes, pressuring them off of spawn, making them feel their presence.
The line of engagement that E United are pressing here is so high on the map. They have the insurance policy. Even if they get a fresh 4 dead, they can still defend the flag at home. This is expertly done from the boys in red, white, and blue. But what can Cloud9 do? Ryan Noob has given up some yardage, and Eco's looking to step into it, but Ryan Noob ensures that he picks up 2!
A Stellar double kill, this time coming onto Ryan Noob and on Stellar right there, absolutely putting him onto a stretcher, and all of Cloud9's chances to push past the 50% have been stopped, have been halted. E United are taking control.
24 seconds is all they have to hold now. They've done so well. Is this the moment? The Bulldog will drop down the bound once more. It's a 3v3 on the map, and the hit is coming over on the Stewart side. Eco plays defense. They've got numbers advantage for the first time in a very long time, but they need to get a flag pull in the next 5 seconds. But Ryan Ubens and Spectre have dug in deep. They've got barricades set up at home, and Cloud9 will not get there in time. United take game 4. We're going to a game 5.
This is what we wanted to see. Cloud9 and United emptying the tank, leaving it all on the line, and it's only right that we go to a game 5.
We ordered a game 5. I was on the phone and said, listen, can we get a game 5 over here? And they've come through with us. Game 5 is going to be Slayer on Catalyst, Tony. And what a game type that could be. One of the newest maps for these two teams to contend on. This could really go either way now.
Really can. And Catalyst, the meta still being defined on this map, and we've seen a lot of teams like to stack numbers, 3, 4-man pushes onto one side of the map. That to me kind of favors United, but we got to see Cloud9. They got to have that ice, and luckily they have a penguin.
Cloud9, the earliest parts of that game, they had full control but just couldn't get a flag run going. But then United grew in confidence, and when they got that first flag cap, it was so clean, and Cloud9 only getting the counter cap off the back of United's good work. They deserve that game. That was not a fluke. That was not by chance. They deserve every single yard they put down in that bizarre flag game.
And going towards that end game, I mean, that to me was the crazy part. I mean, they had, what, 3 minutes on the clock from the moment that they capped that second flag, and for them to stop every single push that Cloud9 were able to create is masterful. I mean, you locked down Bound. You made Bound go 9-22. That is certainly not easy. And that just comes from good coordination, good communication, and making sure that every single one shot is being addressed and nobody able to slip out through the cracks. And that includes the likes of Bound.
We spoke about in game 1 of King of the Hill, which feels like so long ago now, that Bound, the shackles were off and he was starting to dance, but all of a sudden, United starting to just put an anchor on his ankle, making sure he cannot fly as he would want to. They had such a high line of engagement towards the latter stages of that bizarre CTF game. And are we starting to see some cracks, some chinks in the Cloud9 armor that United are ready to expose?
I'm ready for it. Skewer, sword, grapple, even that overshield that spawns over towards the mid-map. I'm ready for this. I think Catalyst Slayer is going to get a little bit crazy. I'm not going to lie. It's not my favorite game type and map combination, but I'm still trying to learn it. And maybe I need to watch the pros, Cloud9 and United, the best of the best, to watch do it.
And if you're just joining us, first of all, the question I have to ask is, where the hell have you been? Because we've got a game 5 between Cloud9 versus United. This is the way the series has panned out. King of the Hill went to Cloud9 game 1. Game 2 for United, 50-23. It was not close. By all means, it was a blowout. 2-0 oddball streaks. Cloud9 roar back to life. But United hang on in there, convincingly winning the bizarre CTF. And now Catalyst Slayer is the final stage where we will rock up to see who can take this winners quarterfinals.
I got the chance to sit down and talk with Coach Chig, and he told me that Manny has tons of potential ready to be tapped. He says his ability to control the weapons, he makes ice so unpredictable during fights, make him one of the hardest kills in Halo Infinite right now. And when I'm looking at a player that needs to step up in order to pull off the upset, I'm looking at Manny. Manny's my player to watch out for. If Manny has a standout game, I'm talking 14, 15, maybe even 16 kills, maybe United take it, but it ain't gonna be easy.
Heavy weight then on the shoulders of Manny heading into this next game. An impressive performance in that last one, it must be said. A slow start to the series, but maybe he's starting to catch fire at the best possible time. And on the other side of things, Cloud9 find themselves in unfamiliar territory. They're used to just 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 until they get the grand final, at least until they get the winners finals. They've seen some contention here from United that they perhaps were not expecting.
Questions surrounding both of these teams losing out main pieces to their puzzle over towards that new phase roster. and questions surrounded them, thinking, you know, how would they respond? Will they be able to keep that same energy going into this NA Super? Can E United replicate a top 4 finish, which they've done time and time again? Can Cloud9 continue to be the favorites? Top 3 or bust for this roster. And now they both meet here in the winners quarterfinals. And there's a chance that one of these teams will underperform here in this tournament. And the reason for it will be dropping down this early. Cloud9 going up against E United. So many implications on the line here. And we're going to a game 5.
Tony, we already mentioned it. I spoke about how E United are the best Slayer, if not one of the best Slayers teams in the game, in the league, in North America, in the world. They won the first Slayer 50-24. Game 5 is another Slayer. Why can't they just do the same thing again and knock Cloud9 off their perch and into that elimination bracket?
When the lights are brightest, that's when the best of the best stand up. That's when they make themselves known. So you ask, why can't E United do it again? And it's because Cloud9 are that team. They're that guy. You know, some people say, you're not that guy. They're that guys. Eco is an underrated Slayer that we've had, and he has been for quite some time. I'll say the same thing about Ryan, both of them high IQ players, and both of them stepping it up in the Slays. Bound, as creative as possible, so exciting to watch, but he commands so much respect and does so much damage and so much opportunity to open up lanes for the rest of his team. They're going to let Bound unleash. They're going to play behind them. They're going to do exactly what E United did to them, and that's simply control the numbers and win the pairs, or at least that's the game plan going into Catalyst. And with how snowball this map can be, controlling that one side, winning out those slays, identifying those spawners which seemingly come out of nowhere, Cloud9, E United, leaving it all on the line here.
It's worth noting, in Anaheim, Cloud9 found themselves in a very similar situation against Fnatic. On Slayer, bizarre. Not only did they find themselves in a game 5 against Fnatic, but Fnatic took a massive lead. But Cloud9, Tony speaks about it, they're those guys. But will they be the guys here and now? We're about to find out. On board with Ryan Noob, who's having an incredible series.
Ryan Noob might be one of the difference makers here in this E United roster, although I'm still looking at Manny. Manny, the first one to go down. E United still alive, or Ryan Noob is. And now trying to defend this overshield. Goes right in for the challenge onto Stellar. Can't find the kill. And with that, back-to-back deaths for E United. Cloud9 winning the early game and get rewarded with a sword and an overshield combination. Watch out for Bound.
Woo! The worst possible start for E United. They lose the overshield. They lose the opening picks. And they lose the sword. 7 kills to 1. Do they have the bounce back ability here? Rain in the 1v1 comes out on top. More of that they're going to be needing. It's going to be required. But will Cloud9 now change the pace? They are in the driving seat and they can decide what way this game plays out from here on out.
On board now with Stellar, the secondary Slayer of this roster, allowing his teammates to do the damage. The bait and switch comes in. It's going to be successful as Suspector goes down, but Rain following it up well. And throughout all this happening, Penguin gets away with the skewer and puts down Manny, turning him to barbecue.
Penguin ordering a kebab, but not asking for any veg. Nothing but E United members stacked in there. 9 kills to 5 now. E United have managed to stabilize, only down by 4 after that dreadful start. This next overshield can be very, very important, and E United no doubt will put priority on it. That skewer shot is a swing and a miss. It will not connect this time onto Rain. And Penguin tries to scamper away, tries to get on his belly and slide, but the use of the repulsor play will keep him alive, but it's only for a moment. A 2-kill game. E United right back into things.
Penguin being such a tough death right there. E United have to dedicate so many resources towards taking him down. As we switch gears over towards Manny, combining the sword with the repulse. Manny just baiting the side is so important. Not only does he have the responsibility of getting value out of the sword, he has the responsibility of staying alive and keeping it out of the hands of his opponents.
What can he do with it? Waiting for the bait to come to him. Not going hunting. Ryan Noob's overshield's being completely evaporated. They will not get the reward they would have liked out of that. Juice was not worth the squeeze, it would seem. As 2 members of E United back away, Ryan Noob trying to play this back corner all the way back flag. Game has slowed down to a crawl now.
They call him Ryan Noob nerds for a reason. They get into those nerdy spots as Manny putting the energy sword to work immediately, and then in and out he goes, backing down toward the heart of his team. But notice that Ryan Noob is still flanked and still behind enemy lines. Cloud9 are pushing up toward the flag side, but they have no idea that Ryan Noob's there. Eco's somehow able to spot him out, and this is bad for E United. That was their chink in the armor right there, and now E United don't have the numbers to contest with Cloud9 here. Back-to-back kills go in, Cloud9 taking control.
Manny was desperately trying to employ guerrilla warfare tactics, but ultimately Ryan Noob isolated all alone, and he was not able to get the trade that he would have wanted at the very least. And that means that the initiative has been handed over once more to Cloud9, and this remains a 6-kill game.
Bound can look to make a play with the sword right here. Just 6 kills between these two teams. We have Bound immediately taking height. That skewer will be stolen from him by the grapple player. No problem there. So 2 power weapons in the hands of 2 different players of Cloud9. E United not having much to work with here.
Working with scraps. Can they fashion a meal of it though? Bound behind 2, but the repulsor play comes through. Did he get that stick? Did not connect this time, but stays alive for the moment. Ryan Noob went chasing bottom middle. And ultimately, he's been lit up from the sides. Will he be able to survive? The overshield's being completely evaporated once more. Those scraps they were dealing with, even when they got a full meal, it was whipped away in an instant. 16 kills to 9. They increase it now by even further. 18 kills to 9, and Cloud9 are starting to just break away here.
And despite him having the overshield, me and Ryan Noob having the same amount of kills here in this game 5 so far. And I didn't have the OS, I'm just gonna say. On board now with Eco. Eco gonna push forward, Suspector forced to rotate away, but Eco having a crazy angle on him, and that grapple just came up. That could be a play. If he can slide in and out of the action with this grapple, maybe Eco can be the difference maker and put even more distance on the scoreboard than they already have.
Eco back base in a similar situation, a similar position as Ryan Noob, but this time he has the get out of jail free card in the grapple hook if it gets a little bit too hairy for him. But the game slows down once more. We get a little bit of frantic action. A couple of kills go in favor of one team, but then it splits up, it breaks up. Almost like a referee stands in, tells both teams to get back to their feet, stabilize. Bound. That grenade tags him up, but not enough to do any significant damage, but gets 1 kill onto Rain. A 10-kill advantage now. And E United go down by 3. Suspect the last man standing, and Penguin pinging that sword for a teammate. He picks it up, and all the goodies are falling onto the Cloud9 lap now.
And if E United don't be careful, that ref is going to call it here, because things are getting a bit out of control here in the early game. Luckily, there's enough time on the board for E United to make something happen. But Penguin going to steal away that repulse. We do have the energy sword, especially with the overshield coming up. Penguin taking height immediately, staying alive the best he can, and that overshield now being used as bait for both of these teams, or it actually might have been grappled away.
Penguin.
It was grappled by Ryan Noob.
Using emotion. Made famous by Strong Side. Putting your head down, tucking away, and running. Ryan Noob, this is his 3rd successive overshield. And this one doesn't work out in his favor either. 3 overshields, but only 2 kills. They have not been able to extract the efficient value out of those overshields to turn the tide of this game. And they're ahead by 12 now, are Cloud9.
E United are getting those resources, but not doing much with it. As you said, even the overshield being stopped. Suspector gets himself a double kill. Ooh. Bound gonna answer with one of his own. Now going in for the challenge onto Manny. And look at the creativity. One shot from one side with the repulsor.
Oh no!
And absolutely obliterates Manny, sending him back to Kansas City.
27-14. Bound down to no shields. Still could not be taken out of the game. Currently sitting at 11 kills, 2 assists, and 5 deaths. You spoke about it. And the lights shine bright as Cloud9 come to life, and has that already happened here?
This is bad for E United. Cloud9 are absolutely on a roll right now, and there's no chance of them stopping if they keep this same energy. E United need new life right now. They need a big play. They need a swing play to go in favor of them, and they're not going to find it with the sword and Stellar, but ends up being repulsed back by Manny. A great counterplay.
Oh.
And of course, Penguin makes an even better one with the skewer. Overshield and Sword coming up. E United need both of these. They're going to have any chance of coming back in this game 5.
Penguin, skewer in hand. Spectre sees that, gets himself out of dodge. But Rain and Penguin ensures meat is back on the menu, boys, as he scoops down and picks up the overshield for his team. That's the first one they've secured in the last 4, but they still hold this massive lead.
Meat being served, and Cloud9 are hungry. Luckily, Manny sneaking in with the sword. Bound going to quickly take pace, and still a 34-20 lead. A dominant performance that we are seeing out of Cloud9. And now Bound, he's just showing off now. You got a sword, you got a skewer. He's about to show off here.
He just wants all the goodies, not willing to share. Bit greedy if you ask me, but if he puts them to use, who am I to complain? Skewer opting to go top middle with it, looking for those extended lines of sight. They have such a commanding lead now. They need to do very little and just wait for E United to come to them. And it's very much out of E United's comfort zone. They do manage to get the better of the trades here. All 4 dead for Cloud9. Triple kill for Ryan Newman. How he needed that, but is that now inroads back into this game, or is it too little, too late?
A much needed statement being made by Ryan Newman right there to try to bring them just one step closer. But every step they move, Cloud9 go right back in. The dance continues. Rain off a screen, finding the kill with the sword. Ryan breaking right up the middle, grapples right up. Bound tries to get away. Ultimately, the hunter gets turned to the prey as Bound gets the kill, bringing us closer to the 40 kill mark for Cloud9.
Cloud9 just needing 11 now. E United need this game to almost completely flip. Manny's got that sword again around the corner. Does Bound know he's there? He's going to step out and he's going to find out the hard way. Doorbell will be ringing very soon, and Manny stands there and Bound tries to get away. Unsuccessful though. He is out of energy this time, is Manny. But they have got another sword in the back pocket to play with, and they need all the goodies they have. It's a 10 kill difference between these two teams, and Cloud9 require 10.
E United able to steal away that overshield with the grapple once again. Like you said, down by 10 kills, but able to make waves is E United if they properly use that overshield. Either way, it's still Cloud9 that are in prime position to take this game. Only 9 kills away here. Manny gonna advance forward. The plasma pistol comes in. The bait and switch. Rain running in tandem right now, and the double push is just too much. And with that 3 down go Cloud9, and E United gaining a bit of control here. With a couple more sweeps like that, E United may be able to pull off the upset.
We spoke about how we needed a big game from Manny, and he's provided that. The only player on his team at the moment going positive needs help from the rest of the boys on E United. They did cut the kills down a little bit, but just like that, Cloud9 extend the lead again. Only requiring 7 now. Plasma pistol for Manny. Drops down, gets the kill. It's important he does not get traded out here. E United have got to defend him. He's soaring in, no shields. Will that be a mistake? We're about to find out as he tries to get behind one. Successfully done this time. Bound gets taken care of. Stellar stays alive. Penguin stays alive. And the Slays go in their favor once more. They only require 3 now to Cloud9.
Manny's so close to making a play with that grapple, but ends up running into 3. Takes down 1, makes one shot, but it wasn't enough. And with that, Cloud9 just a couple kills away from taking this game. Rain gonna trade out those kills there. Stellar ends up finding the last, and Cloud9 have put away E United, sending them down to the losers bracket.
So close. So far though. The history books will remember it went to a game 5, but ultimately it's Cloud9 who progressed. It didn't matter whether it was a 3-0 or a 3-2, but I've seen enough from Cloud9 that gives me hope that they can push on and make that run and get, at the very least, a top 4 finish here, Tony. But Cloud9, they woke up in game 5 like you anticipated.
I mean, it's simple as this. Cloud9 are simply pissed. They're mad at people, at losers like me, for talking about Sentinels, talking about Optic, and how they're the favorites to make it out of this tournament. It's like, you know what, Tony, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. We're Cloud9. We're the back-to-back champions. We're the ones who were the best suited to take down Sentinels, and we're close to doing so, except in that grand finals. Cloud9 are back. They're making a statement here, sending E United back into that elimination bracket, and now destined to make it to the winners finals is Cloud9.
what a contrast. What could have been very easily anticipated to be a 3-0 clean sweep if E United with the new look roster maybe not getting all of the reps in that they would have liked, but they've made a real series of that. And that Slayer, had they not had such an abysmal start, maybe they'll look at that as an opportunity missed at taking down one of the top dogs. But unfortunately, they do find themselves in that elimination bracket, and Cloud9 will press forward. But what we've seen from Cloud9, they were unbeaten in pools. They did drop 2 maps here. Have you seen enough to maybe think they're back in that championship conversation?
In the conversation, yes. As far as the favorites to make it into that grand finals, I'm still going to give it to Sentinels and Optic. I'm going to stick to my guns, but I've been very impressed with what I've seen out of Cloud9. And we're going to see. I mean, you said they were already in that championship bracket conversation. I mean, they're going up against Optic right now. They're going to have the chance to prove it. Winning out here will net them a top 3 guaranteed and the chance to make it into the grand finals.
Optic up against Cloud9. You can see G1 versus G2, and it's G1 who hold a 2-0 lead at the moment, and they could very well be punching their tickets to semifinals. And don't forget, folks, that Sentinels versus Oxygen Esports will be coming up next after this game. But Cloud9 up against Optic, that's going to be a big one, Tony.
It is. I'm excited for that one. I mean, Optic have looked so clean recently. Even winning out a 12-1 in scrims against the likes of FaZe. Over and over again, Optic show us that they're in position to finally win a major tournament. And now we're going to find out if the North American Super $125,000 on the line is going to be that tournament that ultimately they take.
Up next then, the reigning defending champions in Sentinels up against Oxygen Esports in our winners quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere or you'll miss it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your North American Super 125K online event. 20 teams enter the arena, and we're down to about 16 now. We're getting down to nitty gritty. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, AK Why Not Be Cast, and I got my boy Active with me. Tell him something, Tim.
What's going on? I'm excited. I just watched that game with United going to a game number 5 against Cloud9. What an insane showing. And honestly, what an incredible showing by Ryan Ubin Rain. Both at the bracket right now, the match we're going to be watching, Sentinels versus Oxygen Esports in that quarterfinal.
Oxygen Esports surprising everybody by coming out as that number 2 seed out of pool play, and now they get to try to surprise again. We saw one upset versus FaZe yesterday. Maybe we can see another upset today against the number 1 seeded Sentinels.
Something about Oxygen Esports is we have Triton on the squad. And I got some information from the Competitive Halo Reddit. It showed the average kills in a list of the players that had the highest average kills. Guess what? Triton was 4th on that list with 18 average kills for day number 1. You called him a playmaker yesterday, Tony. He's definitely been making some plays in his pool.
Well, they're going to need Triton to definitely make some plays here, and that 18 kills might have to bump it up to 22 because you're going up against Sentinels. Frosty, Royal 2, Lethal, and Snakebite. Lethal on screen to start things off. What do you want to see out of Oxygen to possibly pull off the upset?
They're going to need to play together like they've done before. They've all got individual skill. Triton obviously being that playmaker on the squad, but this Sentinel squad, they're part of the Elite 3. The Elite 3 being Cloud9, Sentinels, and Optic, and all of them went 3-0. But a couple people talked about the fact that Sentinels did drop 2 maps in their pool. But if you look at the pool, Sentinels definitely had, I would say, the most difficult pool out of them all. So that does not take anything away from Sentinels. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with, especially on Live Fire, one of their best maps.
The coach of Oxygen Esports, Trey Try, said this is the best team that they've put here in the tournament. And I'm going to have to agree with them, but that best team is going to go 3 down because the better team, Sentinels, coming out, sneaking in, getting the slays that they need, and now with more progression already adding to that here for Hill 1.
I really like this positioning by Lethal here. He's got the heat wave and close quarter combat inside of this hill. Positioning greatly. They're already halfway through this first one. Just got to bar off maybe one more wave of defense here, and they will secure it.
But the best defense is a good offense, so Oxygen Esports look to challenge, but Lethal absolutely putting Boom down, and with that, one more round of slays, and Oxygen Esports are going to look to punt this hill and move on to the second one. The nades are starting to fly. Lethal somehow able to stay alive. Off screen, we see Snakebite finding the kill onto Triton. Now pinging out the tower side. Looks like Oxygen are already punting it out. Sentinels going to get out of the hill until just the moment that Snakebite was in position, and now you're seeing Sentinels look to pull off the break of Oxygen Esports defense.
Something I really like about Sentinels right there is as that first hill was being capped, you saw the rotation from Snakebite and Royal 2 already on that C hill, but as I say that, Sentinels go 3 down.
Oxygen Esports first ones into this tower side defense and looking to defend it well. Sentinels now look to spawn up over toward the A side and create the break. Overshield in the hands of Oxygen. Triton watching the B side of the hill, and now Nemesis looking to join the party.
Oxygen with that first overshield. Nemesis been in the hill for a little bit, but unfortunately he's got to play his life. You see all of Sentinels flying through here, and he does just that. Plays his life. 2 Sentinels players are down, so we just got to look for some support from his teammates and goes to the top tower to get just that. But I like the position by Sentinels here in the backside of the tower. Unfortunately, it's not going to bode them well, as they're both going to end up going down. Oxygen Esports doing a little bit of slaying here. This is what you like to see.
Oftentimes you see players sit in that hill towards death, but Nemesis, high IQ, backing down, staying alive, and finally he's able to go down, but not after multiple rounds of slays and excellent hill time in the favor of Oxygen Esports. Now it's Triton and Boom getting back-to-back kills. Triton gonna end up going down, and this next battle so pivotal. Royal 2 putting the Oxygen Esports 3 down.
That's one thing I love about Sentinels is that push up on the map comes in unison, right? There's a player at top center crossfiring you on C plat, and then you've got another player on the nest from Sentinels crossfiring as well. That's going to be Royal 2. And because of that, that break comes so quickly for this Sentinel squad.
They're going to try to stay alive over toward the zone. They do have control early on here. The 4v4 push comes in. Nemesis going to fly out and win his pip against Lethal. Big shots in. 2 down goes Sentinels. Now we're on board with Frosty. He has to win this battle. Sends Bone packing and gets away while one shot. But Oxygen Esports with a great job of keeping Sentinels back. And Frosty getting icy with the jukes.
What you said there about that 4-man push is exactly right. I talked about Roll 2 singing that nest side, but that 4-man push can be really overwhelming to only 2 Sentinels players. That overshield does go down on the map, so the first one went to Oxygen Esports. If they get this next one, they can really make an impact here. They're down 1 hill, but looking to tie it up.
Both the teams' progression so close to each other right now. Frosty does have the tower side control, but doesn't have the overshield. That's Chris Common coming in, making uncommon plays, trying to deal with this player over toward the nest, gets a bit of help, and with that, once again, Oxygen gaining control.
Nemesis is a player I'm highlighting right now, having an incredible start to this game, 10-6 already. And passing that halfway point, Oxygen Esports have also taken control of the power weapons, which is going to help them utilize that back line. Nemesis looking for those back players right now as he pushes top center.
Nemesis needs to make a play with the heat wave. Puts Royal 2 down to 1 shot, quickly gets out of dodge. Boom gonna follow up over toward the sandbag side. The heat wave comes in once again. Snakebite will go down because of it. Once again, looking for the double. Not able to get the kill. And with that, heat wave now gonna change hands. I believe it was Royal 2 that was able to get away with it. Frosty not able to get away with his life. And both of these teams fighting for this control over the second zone.
That's how important timing is right there. Nemesis being a little too early to the punch with that heat wave, not really able to make much of an impact, but his teammates did. They get Sentinels 3 down and now looking to capitalize on that. Very close to tying this hill game up.
Trying on screen, able to find a kill onto one. That's Frosty. With sniper rifle coming up very soon, Oxygen Esports are very close to grabbing that and the overshield. It looks like Sentinels are going to look to try to create the break out of the A side. Roll 2, the first one to make it in, but try and spots him out with the heat wave.
Oh, they tie it up 1-1 here, but 2 go down, make that 3 for Sentinels. Oxygen Esports definitely clutching it up, and you saw they've already gotten 2 overshields in a row. They're probably going to be able to get this third as well as they get the kills necessary. That's 3 overshields in a row for Oxygen Esports.
Oxygen Esports playing excellent Team Halo right now, coming in, always playing as a duo. And with that, they're out teamworking Sentinels. Not even about the individual battles, it's about the plays that they're able to make together. But as I say that, Sentinels putting Oxygen 3 down. They won't be breathing for long. 8 seconds on respawn. Sentinels take control.
World 2 having a bit of a slow game here, 6-11. We know what he's capable of. We've seen it many, many times before. Look for that assist column to start to rise, as well as that kill column on his stat sheet. Here comes the push from Oxygen.
Lethal forced to back down out of the zone here. Meanwhile, his teammates are netting value. Back-to-back nade kills going in favor of Sentinels, and because of that, Oxygen Esports now spawning away over toward the B-side. Snakebite gonna bait this side of the map out. The nades start to come in. Frosty off the screen, taking down Boom. Roll 2, following it up with a kill of his own, and that's the moment that Snakebite looks to strike, and this hill is all Sentinels.
See, Oxygen Esports doing a really good job of trying to stay alive, but when you have the communication of the General Snakebite, all those kills, all those one-shot kills will be spotted by him. Look at him set up for this next hill. They've got a push coming from the nest side. They've got to be careful of this. Right now, Snakebite is all alone in this hill.
Trying to stay alive is a different story than actually doing it, and Sentinels executing well here on that third hill. Now we're seeing Frosty go down over toward the key door. A third one gonna fall for Oxygen Esports, leaving Nemesis by himself. A clean sweep, so that should be hill time and overshield going in favor of Sentinels, but watch out, Oxygen come off the spawn.
This is huge for Sentinels right now. This is their first overshield of the game. Unfortunately, the nades do come through and cut it to half, but Sentinels being up 2-1 in this game with no overshields as of just now is a pretty tall feat and a very positive fact if you're looking for them. Lethal, his OS all but gone, but he does have an angle on this hill trying to defend his teammate Snakebite, who's sitting in it.
double push coming out of Oxygen Esports. Snake Bite left on his own over toward the overshield side of the map, and with that, he's going to be wiped out. And Oxygen executing that break to perfection, and they know that that push most likely is going to come from the C side. They're watching it, but hold on, Sentinels throwing a curveball. They're coming out A.
Sentinels know they just need to play this slow. They only need 2 ticks to win this. But Triton has to be stopped. Man on the top of the kill sheet here. And it's because of kills like that. He'll still not capped by Sentinels. Oxygen's doing a really good job of outslaying them as they push.
Challenge comes in, and once again, Oxygen Esports losing their numbers, and Sentinels just 1 tick away from stealing it. 3-1 lead going out of Sentinels. They're now 1 hill away from taking game number 1 in the series. Oxygen have played well, but Sentinels simply playing better.
3-1 the score now. Oxygen have to do something here. That first hill was acquired because they were able to push as a unit, and the beta switch ability that I constantly talk about was being utilized. But now it looks like just Sentinels doing a better job of slaying. You see Roll 2 starting to heat up here. We talked about him having a slow start. You never see him have a slow start and not pick it up, and look at him right now. He's gonna have the sniper in hand, tosses over the heat wave. Sentinels have full control of the power weapons.
And with Oxygen Esports finding the slays that they need, I mean, I'm looking at the scoreboard now, it's fairly close, but sadly the score line is not. And with that,
Timer.
they're not able to put it in, and 3 seconds left, and that's it. Sentinels now playing Slayer 2.0, and it's crazy to me because I think Oxygen Esports played so much better than that score line dictates. They were finding those slays. They were doing almost everything possible for them to come out and be successful, but Sentinels' timing and just execution simply was much better.
Yeah, I think it had a lot to do with Sentinels kind of heating up in that first game. You know, they've been waiting a little while in the winners quarterfinals, and you saw, you know, Roll 2, I believe he was, I think, 6-11 at some point, and ended up being 15-15. So when Roll 2 heats up, it's going to be real difficult to break any setup when you've got him watching the cross every single time on those strongholds, or this King of the Hills.
You're taking a look at some of the replays here, and Sentinels were able to come out with a 3-1 win, but it was a long fought battle. Not many times do I see Livefire actually go to time like that.
Yeah.
Most of the time we see a 4-1, 4-2, but you saw how hard they were fighting over that second hill. You saw how hard they were fighting over that third, and then eventually the fourth, which wasn't really much of a fight there because Sentinels just slayed around it. It was tough. Oxygen Esports need to come out with that same level of intensity, the same level of coordination if they want to take this game to Slayer, which has, as good as I saw them playing game number 1, I'm a believer. Sentinels obviously won that game, but Oxygen Esports definitely had their moments.
Yeah, and I think it was because of those overshields in the beginning, Tony. They got 3 overshields in a row. That is Oxygen Esports, right? Once Sentinels got that 4th overshield, the game just started to spiral out of control. Those nades and that damage that they put in that overshield could have been a kill to open up the map, but because Lethal had that overshield inside of the cuts, he was able to soak up all of that damage, and that kill was not awarded to them. If they can continue here on Recharge Slayer to control that camo, get that shock rifle in hand, keep it out of the hands of Roll 2, we could potentially see a win in this Slayer game.
Common coming out with the big 18 kills and 10 assists. They're going to need that level of performance out of him. They're going to need Triton to step it up as well. It is not easy fighting an uphill battle like going at it against Sentinels, but Oxygen Esports knew they were coming into a challenge to begin with, and I think they're ready to accept it. Recharge is going to be game number 2. What are your keys to success here?
Like I said, that camo is very, very important. And Slayer is all about kind of holding one side of the map, making sure that shock rifle is utilized, pushing as a team. Slayer is all about at the least getting those trades. If you get a kill, make sure if your team's getting killed, you get the trade. You make sure it's a 1-to-1, because if you don't, those numbers start to add up, start to double. And then at one point, you're down 10 kills and there's no return. There's no way to come back. So if Oxygen Esports can keep it close in the Slay game, make sure they're trading kills, make sure they're in a position to do so, and it's all about positioning, then potentially they win this Slayer game. We talk about it all the time. Chemistry, not 100% needed in a Slayer. You can come out, win your pivs, and potentially win the game. This game definitely favors Oxygen if they want to win one.
Oxygen Esports going to need to step it up right here, right now. And map 2 begins here. We talk about that shock rifle. We talk about the camouflage. Don't forget about the equipment that can definitely give you the edge up in a fight, like combining the grapple with the sword. There's no time like the present for you to pull off an upset here in the quarterfinals.
This is it. Game number 2, Sentinels is up 1-0 against Oxygen. And Oxygen have fought really hard in that game number 1. They've definitely got the potential to win this game. Can they pull it through is the question.
On board with Lethal right off the rip. The shots go in. Common able to stay alive. Can't say the same for Lethal. The back smack coming in. Watch your backside. Trying's on ya. 2 down goes Sentinels. The third one gonna fall. And a 5-1 start out of Oxygen Esports.
Keep in mind, the loser of this series right here will be playing Pioneers in that elimination bracket. So it's a must-win right now. 6-1, the scoreline. Oxygen leading it up already.
Shoot, leading it up. They're dominating right now. I'm loving what I'm seeing. And of course, as soon as I open my big mouth, Sentinels come in, put Oxygen Esports 4 down, and now they're exactly what we thought they were. All 5 kills split between Snakebite and Lethal, but Frosty has the shock rifle.
It all comes down to those starting strats, right? A lot of these teams, a lot of these lower seeded teams, Oxygen being seed 10, right? They come in with a great starting strat where they're able to wipe a number 1 seeded team like Sentinels, but the problem is keeping that momentum and making sure that those mistakes don't continue throughout the game. After you get that opening strat, if you can somehow not make any mistakes after that, you can extend the lead. But unfortunately for Oxygen Esports, Sentinels are only down by 2.
We'll see how well they continue this. Snakebite finding the kill, 4-2 right now. Meanwhile, on the opposing end, Frosty 0-3. Surprising to see that out of the young Slayer. I'm sure he's going to bounce back. It's still early in the game. Oxygen Esports still having a bit of control here. It looks like Snakebite going to slide in, puts a little bit of damage onto Comedy. Immediately going to back down. And with this camouflage coming up, I'm liking the positioning out of Sentinels. They're ready to collapse.
Yeah, they've got a really good hold here, but Oxygen Esports actually just broke that by killing Lethal on the batteries. They get 2 on Sentinels, but like I said before, the trades are so very important, and Oxygen are going to get 2 of their own. 14-12 the scoreline. Oxygen keeping up with this Sentinel squad right now.
Frosty using that repulse to take height and almost able to get away, but Common anticipating the movement well. World 2 coming in with a double kill. Now he's going to take height. Everybody making repulse plays, but it's World 2 that's able to get away with the sword. Nemesis trying to stay alive with that shock rifle. These power weapons will be the difference maker.
Watch Nemesis at the top right. He's got to stay alive here. With his shock rifle in hand, he can really make an impact in this game. But I like World 2's positioning at this point in time. He's got help on the pipe side, and he's going to push with that help. You see, always, these players on Sentinels have an angle on each other. Always available to help at any moment in time. World 2, unfortunately, going to take a lot of damage, so he has to back off, plays his life as Frosty dies.
Ooh! World T coming in the house, or World 2, whatever you want to call it. Making everyone looking like peasants with that sword. And now off the screen, we see Frosty picking up a double kill, taking down Common. World 2 gonna bait out this side. Bone comes in. So with the plasma pistol, what a play by Bone.
Great 2 push by Oxygen on that pipe side, especially with that plasma pistol in hand. You see Bohm on the top of the glass as well. He can hold this position. Oxygen can take this lead back as they're down by 2 right now in this game.
And now we're seeing the game slow down once again. Oxygen Esports trying to eat away at that 2-kill gap. Bone making sure nobody coming over towards his flank, but looks like Sentinel's actually pushing up right up towards the strong side, breaking through the gold side. Triton puts that sword to work on the feed, and Bone just looking for a way to enter the fight. I think he's found it. Found the one shot. World 2 ends up going right at him. Snakebite in the sight, sends him back, gets himself a pseudo double, and with that, Sentinels will end up going 3 down, and Oxygen Esports regain the lead.
This is a great play by Oxygen right there, and a great play by Bohm. Sitting there, watching the pipes pushing, getting the isolated player on Snakebite, making sure he gets the kill on him as well, and he got 2 as well. He's holding his pipes so well right now. He's at top gold, making a huge impact on the game. He ends up dropping off. I don't like the play to drop off here, because now he's going to get cross-shot, but ends up staying alive on this B-box.
And with that, Bohm was going to be forced to back down. Looks like that glass player is going to be picked up by another member of Oxygen. as Bohm slowing it down, looking for the flank, check those corners. And the tower side being clear, Common finds the pick onto Frosty. The sword should end up in the hands of Oxygen Esports if they choose to commit to it, but he can't. The pressure's coming in and his teammates need his help. He's gonna take a center route right away, find himself a kill, and now it's Oxygen Esports still up by 5 kills.
I like how you said that someone else took the spot on top glass. That's a very important thing in the game of Halo, is to be able to adapt and take positions when a player wants to push up or go for a kill or go for a pick. Frosty, this is not good. He's got the shock rifle in hand. Be careful.
The playmaker, the MVP, Frosty, already having 5 kills to his name, even 9 assists to go along with this. So love that scoreline coming out of Frosty. And with this shock rifle, he's not looking for any more assists. He's looking for headshots with the damage. Gonna force him to back down. Nemesis should be on the chase. Somehow able to stay alive, but can he find the kills that he needs with this power weapon?
One of the most important things to do when you have a power-up in your hands like Frosty, number 1, stay alive, but number 2, reposition so you can get perfects like that on multiple targets. They've got to take Frosty out here. He's going to get this game out of hand, but Oxygen somehow holding this 2-kill lead, Tony.
Yeah, love what I'm seeing out of Oxygen Esports until Nemesis gets peeled. Frosty ends up with a double kill. Don't challenge him. Trying to get it too. The body shot's gonna come in. Not able to get the kill, but the assist gonna pop up. Sentinels gaining control, gaining momentum, and Oxygen might have breathed the last breath.
I said it before the game. One of the keys to success is making sure that Oxygen gets these power weapons in their hand. The shock rifle being the game changer. On recharge, they let it slip. It's now in the hands of the player that it's going to utilize this to continue to rise on this lead, 35-33. Sentinels finally taking over.
Oxygen Esports only down by 2 kills, though. This is very much still possible. We have Frosty on screen, still getting value out of this shock rifle. Meanwhile, his teammates just covering his back. Common is sick of it, though. Common goes in for the challenge, finally able to get the shock rifle player down, but ends up losing his life as well. Trying to go down. Lethal immediately taking height here over toward the A side. How important is this next round of slays?
It's extremely important, but the fact that they got that shock rifle out of Frosty's hands is even more important. The trade did come through, but you got to talk a balance of value right there. Common did lose his life, but Frosty no longer the shock rifle. And now it's up to them, Oxygen, to get that shock rifle in their hand and make impact with it. 39-34, you're running out of time. Camel coming up in 19 seconds.
And that camouflage definitely going to be the difference maker here. Oxygen Esports down by 6 kills. They kept it close for a while, but now things are getting a bit out of hand. The nades start to fly. Lethal still holding on to this A side. Oxygen all over the C. And when that camouflage comes up, it's going to force both of these teams to get a bit out of position.
Yeah, but look at Snakebite. He's in the top glass right now. He's got a cross shot on anyone that goes for that camo. They're going to send Bomex over to the glass side to take him out, and it forces Snakebite to move away, but that camo has been taken by Roll too.
Yeah, I want to say he was even able to grapple it away too. He never left that secret door side, and now Snakebite using the true skill gap, the Needler. Let me tell you, man, it's a tough weapon right there. Fear the pink mist, says Snakebite.
I love what I'm seeing out of Frosty. Started this game really slow, but we all know when it comes to Frosty, he's going to make things happen. 12, 11, and 12, a triple-double for him.
Snakebite is on the chase, looking to put his fangs into one. Not able to get the pick onto Triton. A pivotal kill comes out of him, keeping their hopes alive. Oxygen Esports recognize that every single life matters at the moment. They have to value every single one. Every death inches Sentinels closer to putting them down 0-2 in the series.
Nemesis made a big mistake right there, okay? You're challenging the best long-range player in the game in World 2. Now you're no shield. The collapse comes in from Snakebite, and he's gonna go down. This opens up the entire map, and when Sentinels only need 3 kills, you can't make plays like that.
World 2 on screen, goes in for the challenge, ends up being knocked back by Bohm. Frosty coming in to clean up the pieces. Finds himself Bohm. Now comes in with the shock rifle once again. Only 2 more kills needed, but Common gets shredded. 1 more kill for Sentinels.
Frosty's gonna look for it. 49-40. Sentinels looking to take the second game to go up 2-0 in the series. Like I said, the loser of this series is going to be playing Pioneers in the elimination bracket. You see right now, Frosty wants to get that kill. Sentinels clean it up, and that's going to be game number 2 going to the Sentinels. 2-0 is the lead.
Can't say I'm surprised by the scoreline there. Sentinels up 2-0 as far as the series, but I will say I am surprised that Oxygen are putting up one hell of a fight. I mean, they're obviously down 0-2 in the series, but so much control, so many slays going toe-to-toe with the first seeded Sentinel, the team that just won Kansas City. Oxygen Esports are playing well, and I think if they keep riding this out, they fix a few more mistakes, they can make a run either maybe in this series or at least throughout the lower bracket. Oxygen Esports are showing that they're here to stay.
You said it right there, Tony. Stop making mistakes. They made 2 or 3 that game. You say 2 or 3, yes. Literally 2 or 3 mistakes cost them this Slayer game. The first one was letting Frosty have the shock rifle. The second one, letting Royal 2 get that camo. And then, of course, the third, taking too much damage in a fight, allowing the push and the break to come from Sentinels. Those 3 mistakes are fixed. This is a much different game, and Oxygen could have tied the series. But once again, you're not going to get practice like this. The practice they got against the Sentinels against any other team that you scrim. It's the better teams that take advantage of those mistakes and are able to capitalize them, and they really expose your weaknesses as a team. So this is great practice for Oxygen and a great film to watch later.
No way you could replicate this type of matchup in scrims. It only comes for this level of competition. Now, Oxygen Esports getting valuable experience. Sentinels up 2-0 so far in the series. I'm actually hearing from word that G1 winning out their series as well, 3-1.
Wow.
As we take a look at the scoreboard, Frosty and Royal 2, 15 kills apiece. Frosty with 11 assists. Mind you, he started off 0-1-4.
Yeah.
So he didn't start off the game too well, but ends up 15-12 with 11 assists to go along with it. Frosty always bouncing back.
Yeah, Frosty's been the main Slayer in this game. He is absolutely teared it up, and you know, you love to see it. We're seeing him. He's actually at the bottom of the list in terms of pools. I believe he's 9th out of the 10. But I mean, that right there shows you he had a tough pool. The Sentinels had a tough pool, and this game seemed a little bit tough for them as well. They close it out. But like you said, Oxygen is an incredible squad. I really want to see these squads, you know, not change and stay together. So many team changes are happening tournament after tournament. There comes a time where you have to find a style of players. You have a couple of things you need to change, a couple of stylistic things you need to change, some mistakes you need to learn from, and then you can build a great squad that can contend for that top 8 spot.
The moment that Oxygen Esports acquired Triton, I started becoming a fan because Triton was a big pickup. Then you steal away Bowman Nemesis over from Built by Gamers, and I'm like, okay. All right. I mean, you started off the game well. You had a little bit of a dip as far as success, and now I'm like, hold on. This team looking good, and this is their first major tournament that they're playing together. You're saying they shouldn't? They're saying they shouldn't break up and find a new team. I'm thinking, why would you? You made it out second in your pool. You're out here going toe-to-toe with Sentinels and looking good while doing it, despite obviously not having the lead in the series. But I think if this is your first major tournament together, you have nothing but success in your future. Watch out for Oxygen Esports.
You know what's crazy, Tony, is that Triton, you know, being previously on Complexity, was ready to just join teams for fun. He said, I'm done competing at a high level. I just want to play for fun. I'm going to join. This is not fun, Triton. You're playing for $125,000 right now, and you're doing a dang good job of doing that. He is playing phenomenally. I love to see this out of Triton, and I agree with you. He's the player of focus for me right now. The entire team playing great as well, but Triton has definitely stepped up, and I love to see it.
Yeah, he's incredible. Like I say, he's not having fun. I'm having fun right now. I hope you're having fun
too. Yeah,
we're watching Sentinels and Oxygen Esports. We're over here. We're ultimate fans. I promise you, if I wasn't working this event, I'd be watching it for sure. I'm loving every moment of it right now, and hopefully Oxygen Esports are able to take at least one on the board. Hey, maybe 2. Maybe we do end up going into a game 5. Every reverse sweep starts with a game 3. Oxygen Esports, show us what you got.
You know what, Tony? I came into this event today and I said, after watching some of the games, I'm not counting anyone out until I see that score 3-0 or whatever it is. I want to see the score first. No one is counted out. There's been so many reverse sweeps, Pioneers and E United. No more of that. I am not predicting any team going down because any team has a chance here. And you know what that comes from? It comes from pulling everything out of the tank, like you said earlier. It comes from getting the mental together and playing your absolute best game. Speaking of best game, Rain and Rynoob, those guys are playing the best I've ever seen them play. Anytime the observer switch to their screen, perfect. Jeff sights are coming out every single time. They've got incredible shots today. They're playing phenomenal, and I think everyone in this tournament is going to prove the same. They're going to play their absolute best and make it happen.
And they're going to have to. And meanwhile, you brought up United, G1 obviously emptying the tank in their series, coming out on top versus G2, arguably the favorite, especially when bringing in Barcode from the ANZ region. G1 looking absolutely phenomenal and looking like they're ready to make a run, past the quarters into the semis and maybe even the winners bracket finals. We're getting down to nitty gritty here. As soon there'll only be 4 teams left in the winners bracket.
Isn't that nuts? I'm so excited. Like you said, I'm a fan too. Like, I'm over here like just a big smile on my face. I love Halo to death. I mean, G2, you talk about them losing to G1 3-1, right? But they're going to be playing against Complexity or EXO. And the reason I say or is because those guys are actually in a game 5 right now. Complexity 2, EXO 2 as well. They're in a game 5. So whoever wins that, and it's crazy to say about EXO, they're popping off, will be facing G2 in that elimination bracket.
Okay, all right. So I mean, we really are getting out. So we already know the winner of this matchup is going to play against G1 in the winners semifinals. At that point, the winner of that makes it to the winners finals, guaranteed top 3. On the other side of the bracket here in the semis, you have Optic going up against Cloud9. That's a huge matchup, by the way. Can't wait to keep up with that one. Optic and Cloud9, the winner of those two will meet the winner of these to make it to the winners finals. We are getting
it's crazy.
$125,000 on the line. I feel like it's so early on Saturday, and this tournament it's going a little quick. Let's slow it down. I'm trying to appreciate it a little bit.
You gotta try and live in the moment. It's hard. It's hard when it's a moment like this, especially for me. My first time casting in the HCS, and we're already in Saturday. It's like, oh, come on. Can we just go a little longer? Let's get every game a game 5. But something about Optic in Cloud9. Tony, what do you think about Cloud9? You were able to watch them. What are you thinking about this Bound pickup? I feel like he has moments of brilliance, but at the same time, sometimes he's having a little bit of a rough game.
Cloud9 looking incredible. So do Oxygen Esports, but so do Sentinels.
Let's go.
We're up 2-0 in the series, and I'm actually hearing that map number 3 is loading up. And we're about to hop in. Sentinels versus Oxygen Esports. Oxygen fighting for their winners bracket quarterfinals lives right now, because Sentinels are 1 win away from knocking them down to the elimination bracket.
Tony, I love seeing your shoulders go up and down. I just know that means Tony is excited. And when Tony is excited, we're going to have a phenomenal cast. We're getting into game number 3 right now. Sentinels lead 2-0. Oxygen have to do something. Streets, oddball. They don't do something right now, they will be going to the losers bracket to play against the Pioneers. And you don't want to see that if you're Oxygen. Here we go, Tony. We're starting this off right away.
And if you would have asked me before today if Oxygen Esports stand a chance against Sentinels on Streets, one of the most punishing maps that we have here in the league, I literally would have instantly said, not a chance. They're going down immediately. But this newfound Oxygen Esports, I'm liking them a lot. And with that, they immediately put Sentinels 3 down. Boom already making his way onto the purple side street. Oxygen gaining a bit of control here on the map early.
And you mentioned that. Oxygen versus Sentinels on the streets. This is one of Sentinels' best maps right here. In all slayers and objectives. So we'll see if Oxygen's able to fight against them. We don't have enough stats on this Oxygen roster because they're brand new. But we know Sentinels very strong in this game type. 0-0 the score so far, though. They're looking for control, feeling each other out. 3 go down for Oxygen.
Oxygen losing all of their resources and their numbers. That ball going to be fed over towards Lethal, who's ready to bring it onto the subway side. Meanwhile, we have Sentinels already putting pressure over toward the PD side spawners. This is a lockdown. This is the setup being held early by Sentinels.
Here we go. We see that purple side once again. The purple side perimeter being held. World 2 has that shotgun, but not going to be able to utilize it. This is a good break for Oxygen. They get 2 dead. They can continue on, but look at the rotation from Lethal here.
That ball was over toward the subway side, just a moment ago, and somehow able to rotate it all the way toward the Bravo side of the map. However, Oxygen break it up, and a 29 run by Sentinels being stopped, and Oxygen Esports now having the opportunity to stop Sentinels to lock this map down. They're gonna move into a subway size setup of their own.
I just got word in my ear that EXO reverse sweep complexity 3-2, and we'll be moving on in the elimination bracket to play G2 Esports. Wow, this tournament has so many crazy turns, it's insane.
Reverse sweep coming in already in the tournament. We're gonna find out if Oxygen Esports can execute one of their own, but with them not having control and Sentinels up 43-19, this is gonna be really tough for Oxygen Esports to quickly go down. Sentinels already riding it out. Triton does end up getting a pick onto Snakebite off screen, and we're still fighting over those rockets. No team able to get control just yet.
Right there was so big. All right, Nemesis was waiting for Frosty. He knew Frosty was in his sights. He wanted to get the kill onto Frosty. He did. But then you saw Royal 2 coming up, I believe it was Snakebite coming up and getting the cleanup onto him. And because of that, Lethal is going to have rockets in hand. Incredible job by Sentinels.
Lethal looking to make a play with the rockets, waiting for Triton to push around that corner. He'll be coming around the mountain, and he'll be putting him down. Lethal making plays, cannot commit over towards his ball just yet because he knows that Bohm is coming in over towards the subway side, challenging Lethal, ends up going down, and with that, Oxygen having a bit of a problem going 4 down, getting wiped out. Sentinels stealing that ball and now putting even more valuable points on the board.
That shows just how good Sentinels is. They get Lethal down, they go for a 4-man push or a 3-man push, and Sentinels just squashes it instantly. Because of that, now Frosty does have the ball, and he also has this weapon in hand. And a lot of people sleep on this Stalker rifle. 2 shots get someone down to no shields, an easy cleanup for anybody. An incredible weapon on this map, not utilized enough from what I see in matchmaking, but these pros know what they're doing. They utilize the resources, and they do it well.
Frosty now gonna have a turn with the ball, and this is not looking good. Oxygen Esports must be feeling the pressure. They have to extend. They have to stop Sentinels from scoring here. And with Nemesis and Bone going down, Triton gonna join them. Frosty having the high IQ, drop that ball, finish the slay off with the Stalker, and then get right back to scoring points. That might have been the nail in the coffin here for round 1.
Yeah, this is the pure definition right here from Frosty as they clean up that first round of being able to do it all. 9-4 in the game. The most ball time on his team. That is a player who will do what needs to be done, and he does it so well.
This is it. Active Oxygen Esports, they need a win right here. They need something. They need some kind of momentum, and I think a hot start, a 3 down, maybe might serve them well. Nemesis actually going right after the ball despite being a 4v4. Snakebite gonna try to get value out of the Sentinel beam, cheeking away at the damage of 1, ends up stripping away Triton of his life. 2 down for each of the members, so a pivotal battle here. Nemesis needs to close this out and is not able to do so. Royal 2 gonna put him down, and now Sentinels are looking to get aggressive.
The reason that ball they went for that ball that is Oxygen Esports is because they got that rocket pickup right at the start of the game. They got those rockets so very quick. Unfortunately, not really able to convert with them, and because of that, they end up going 2 dead. But then now they get Sentinels 2 dead, so they can clean up these next couple of kills, which Nemesis does. They can get some ball time.
On board with Snakebite, the general. Staying here over toward the A side, waiting for his teammates to come up, and now you're gonna see a double push coming toward the B side, run into a double defense, but Bohm gonna be the first one to go down. Nemesis trying to get away, the commando's out, and looks like Nemesis is down, and now the Bulldog, luckily, in the hands of Triton, and clearly he knows what to do with it, but Sentinels are still pushing the break. They're still breaking through the subway side, and looks like they're able to get their first points of round 2.
That's how strong that Bulldog is. You can literally turn a team on its head, but unfortunately Triton not going to be able to do so. And now they're making a push from the B street, but you have Lethal to deal with here. This player, I mean, Lethal, it seems like Lethal's kind of grown a passion for the game again. He's bringing a whole new energy to this tournament. I just love to see it in the way he's playing and his play style, very confident. This is what we like to see out of Lethal, the #2 top 25 Halo player of all time.
New energy out of Lethal, and it's reflecting onto the entire Sentinels roster right now. A 26-17 lead back in favor of Sentinels. But as I say that, 3 members do end up going down for Sentinels. Oxygen now coming in. Snakebite forced to fight while one shot. The nade is going to clear him out. Nemesis putting his 11th kill on the board, 11 assists to go along with it. And now that ball sitting towards the mid-map.
Now play close attention right now. Oxygen has all the power weapons in hand. How are they going to be able to utilize this to gain back this lead?
Stalker rifle in the hands of Triton. Nemesis was able to get away with that ball. And off a screen, we're starting to see Oxygen Esports get 1 kill. Now looking to go in for the second one. Numbers advantage so important. It's how Oxygen Esports are going to hold on to this setup here. And looks like 2 down for Sentinels. They're not able to find the break that they need. World 2 going down to 1 shot. World 2 ends up going down after the trade. Frosty able to break through. Triton ends up going down, and now Sentinels back in control, but only for moments.
Oxygen able to get the lead off of that. It's going to be 3 dead for Sentinels. They continue to slay Sentinels in a great way. And half of it has to do with those power weapons, but also the individual talent out of this Oxygen Esports squad. Nemesis 14, 11, and 10 having an incredible game thus far.
And they need that from Nemesis. Oxygen Esports need him to pop off. They need somebody to go toe-to-toe with the Slayers here on Sentinels. Even World 2 having 16 kills himself. Another big kill. Oxygen going 3 down. Boom now going to be by himself, but with that, Sentinels are getting valuable ball time and right back into the subway side. You see how hard it is for Oxygen to break this setup. They're right back into it.
Gotta highlight that kill by Frosty right there. Oxygen did have that drop ball, tried to utilize it, but Frosty holding the angle. That made that player step out of the drop shield and took advantage of that. That first kill is what broke the setup. And now they're able to get at least 20 seconds off this. Incredible job by Frosty and Sentinels.
Sentinels had that early lead and looks like they're right back to it. Like you said, 20-second lead and counting. 2 down for each of the members. This can be important for Oxygen as they put the 3rd one down. That's going to leave Snakebite by himself over toward the subway side. He's going to try to get this ball out, but the rockets are flying in. Snakebite ends up getting caught, and it's Common going to be awarded the kill for that one. Nemesis doesn't want to grab a hold of that ball with the rockets. He has some slaying to do.
This is the 2nd rocket that Oxygen has gotten in a row here. And that's kind of why this game has been so close. They're utilizing the control of those power weapons, those resources, and it's making Sentinels have a really hard time to break their setups. And of course, kills like that are gonna do big things for you as well, especially if you get a double kill for your trade. 3 go down once again for Sentinels.
Oxygen once again finding the kills that they need. Sentinels have to come off of respawn and look to regress once again. Trying with that ball in hands, not receiving the pressure just yet, but with Nemesis going down, that's going to force them to play this ball, reset, regain, or your teammates go down and now you're being stuck by yourself. Goes in for the Eagle Chow with the thrust. That works too, I guess.
It's finally great to see that Stalker rifle picked up. Unfortunately, because it was picked up, now Roll 2 has it in his hands. The back player, the player that's going to anchor and just do so much damage. This push is trying to be performed here, but when you have Roll 2 on C back, what are you going to do to stop this?
Love that angle created by Roll 2 from the long range, but it's not going to be enough. Oxygen are still able to put Sentinels 3 down. Roll 2 breaks through, is holding down the bottom side of the subway, but doesn't have the numbers he's looking for. And in fact, he's collecting a couple of grenades. Frosty able to make it in. Triton still sitting up high. And I don't know if Triton knows the pressure's coming, but he knows now. And with that shotgun, takes down 1, but wasn't ready for the 2nd.
This is not good for Oxygen Esports right now. This is their tournament on the line. They're going to be moved to the elimination bracket, and it looks to be so as Royal 2 is going to get the last second on the board. Sentinels 3-0 Oxygen.
A sweep coming in out of the number 1 seeded Sentinels. Can't say we're surprised there, but still got to give a hand clap to Oxygen Esports. I think they played well. I really do. It just so happens they happen to run into Sentinels, which nobody wants to do after that big win in Kansas City. Oxygen Esports now going to be dropped down. Sentinels move just 1 round closer to making it to the winners finals.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Oxygen is going to be able to play against the Pioneers. Pioneers also kind of struggling in this tournament as well. They were bottom 2 in their seed, so maybe Oxygen can kind of perform something against the Pioneers and move a little further in the tournament. Tournament is not over. They get moved to the elimination bracket, and like you said, they've got a lot of potential. Hopefully they can show that potential here, but we've got to talk about this Sentinels domination. 3-0 in live fire, 50-41 in Recharge Slayer, and an easy 2-0 in the streets. Great job by Sentinels to perform at the top of their ability and sweep Oxygen.
I mean, you said it was easy, and honestly, Sentinels made it look easy. Sentinels coming out on top on that streets game. I will say that Recharge was very competitive, and I will say they were close in that King of the Hill. Oxygen Esports were absolutely running house, and if it wasn't for that timer, I feel like maybe Oxygen might have been able to come back in that one. But sadly, it's Sentinels moving forward, and they're doing so against G1, who pulled off a 3-1 in their series over G2, pulling off the upset themselves.
Like I said in the Slayer, there's just 2 or 3 mistakes. If they didn't make those mistakes, would have been a different game. And you know what? Think about that a little bit. You win that game on Slayer against the #1 seeded team. How are you feeling mentally? You're going to have a real lot of confidence going into that next game. We could have seen a completely different series here for Oxygen, but let's take a quick look at the bracket and see what we're looking at in terms of the winners bracket right now. You see right there, Sentinels will be facing against G1, which is going to be an incredible match.
That it is, and so is Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. Ready to see that go out, but I believe when we come back, I believe we're gonna have Sentinels going up against G1, which let me tell you, I know I'm a Frosty fan. I know we got a bunch of Frosty fans in the house as well, but G1, you may not know much of them before, but you're gonna know about them now. G1 coming in and wanting to pull off yet another upset, already having won onto G2 and looking to pull off another upset, this time on Sentinels.
We've talked a lot about G1. Boobadooboo picked up the squad he thought was the best fit, scrimmed with many teams, and honestly, this G1 roster looks to go extremely far, and you saw that right away with that upset. Tony, I mean, what do you think about this G1 roster real fast? Because I believe we're going to break. What do you think about this G1 roster? Do you think they can take Sentinels?
I think they can. I really do. I mean, in scrims, they were able to get a better map count on them. Now, I will say, are they the favorites to go in? Absolutely not. Will they be fighting an uphill battle? Absolutely. But I will say they have the capability to take on Sentinels. When we come back, we're going to have that matchup on screen. Sentinels going up against G1.
Hello and welcome back to the HCS North American Super. It's business time now. All these teams are heading either eliminated in the winner's side of the bracket. Right now we've got Sentinels up against G1 in the winner's semi-finals. The winner here heads into that winner's finals. Active, I'm telling you something, I don't know what way this is going to go. My head says Sentinels, but my heart has a little bit soft spot for G1.
I'm the same. My heart is a little bit soft for G1 as well. They made it to the semi-finals, and they're playing against the top-seeded team in the world. And honestly, this team in Kansas City was the Astro breakout team of Kansas City with Tony Two-Turn. They make one change, get a whole bunch of chemistry in the opens, and now they look disgustingly good. And I know those two words don't go together, but when you watch G1, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Here we go, hopping on to game number 1.
Here's the main reason why their fortunes have turned around and gotten even a little bit better. Boo Boo Doo Boo picks up the rockets, tries to scoop them up and get away. Unfortunately, they've landed straight to the General's feet. Snakeboy picks them up, turns 1 into 2. Double kill for him with the boombox over his shoulder. That's going to mean 3 dead momentarily for G1, and that's going to be control for Sentinels right off the rip.
And there's one thing I know with this Sentinel squad is they gotta play at their best ability. G1 will expose their weaknesses. And right now, Sentinels is exposing them. That's the second time in about 30 seconds that G1 is 3 down.
Swish getting tagged up in the back. Cannot get away from Royal 2. His Bulldog barks. Royal 2 has also been known to do a bit of barking himself, but there's a triple cap momentarily for Sentinels. G1 trying to stabilize here, but unfortunately, A has not been fully converted. Boo Boo Doo Boo will help the cause, and that will secure A from now. 3 dead for Sentinels, and that should mean G1 can start to step out now, and look as though they're going to choose C as their point of call. Looking for A and C control. They've got it now secured. Can they hold on to it?
The one thing I'm thinking right now, Shurzy, is Sentinels have to be loving this series layout. For the last series and this series, they're starting off on their very best map, and I know, and you know, how important game number 1 is. Let's see if they can close it out, though. Right now, G1 have a 2 cap and look like a little bit of control on the map as well. It's a 3v3.
Game 1. It's where you really set your stall out. Lay the foundation to build upon. Sentinels are so good on streets. Squally, though, trying to convert B for his team, and has done so successfully. They control B and C. Rockets are about to pop up now out of the oven any second. You can smell them. Ready to come out, fresh out the oven. Switch, desperately trying to stay alive. Back C. Rocket's going to come his way and connect from lethal, but they've been dropped down. Boo Boo Doo Boo, last man standing. Frosty will choose to drop the Stalker Rifle this time. There's that Stalker Rifle Bulldog combination. Fires 1 over, but it's like a marshmallow. Just connects a little bit. Not going to do the damage required to secure the kill. Back and forth we go. G1 hanging on in there.
I really love that collapse there by Sentinels on that tram side. The double kill, and that's going to be 3 down, though, for Sentinels. A 1v1 situation momentarily, but the back tram spawns do come out.
Royal 2 turns his attention to C. Switches in there down to about half shields. Royal 2 will get 1, but Boo Boo Doo Boo will get the trade. Squale pushing out Commando. G1 pick up another couple of kills, but they've lost a couple of members in the meantime. Frosty desperately trying to keep C here. As he got the kill, can he convert onto it? Down to no shields. He'll wait just a moment or two. Swish back tower with his teammate. Long-term duo pre-Devonator as they desperately try to cling on to A, and Sentinels have turned their attentions right at them.
That's what makes Frosty such an incredible player. Halfway across the map while his team is on A, and he's still able to win that piv and stay alive for so very long. But once again, G1 turned the tides, wiping Sentinels now 3 dead for the second time in about 45 seconds. And this is what you want to see out of G1. They take the lead in the stronghold as well, and they're winning those 1v1s. Incredible job by Swish right there.
Can they continue this? Can they keep Sentinels at arm's length? Frosty will win that 1v1 against Boo Boo Doo Boo, and perhaps it was not stacked in his favor. Bulldog, with the use of the thruster pack as well, will give Lethal the wibble wobbles. That will mean numbers advantage in G1's favor once more. Switch comes sliding up through the middle of the map. Secures yet another kill. 102 and climbing for G1. They're in dreamland right now.
They definitely are in dreamland, and honestly, we had a talk, Tony and I, with the coach of G1, Eli the Ninja. And one thing he said is that you look for Swish to be that opening creator. You're going to see Swish be that front line, get that opening kill, and then you'll see the rest kind of collapse. We've seen it multiple times here, but it looks like Sentinels is starting to even out a little bit. They're finally getting C. They have B as well, so a little bit of time on the board for them.
Sentinels have stabilized. They've got B and C. They'll trade off A, but they'll take that trade all the livelong day. Snakebite fires one rocket, will connect, but will also die. Another trade with the rocket player. B and C remain in control, and Sentinels continue to score here. 3 went down for a moment for G1. Royal 2 could be about to fade the black if he's not careful, and indeed he does. Squale and Frosty, excuse me, Booba Doobu combined, as we will get those pips figured out very shortly. Snakebite's making a move over towards Pink, and Frosty also along with him for the ride. Booba Doobu will try and defend this cafe side. Squale will come to meet him too. 2 members go down, and Snakebite picks up 2 in the feed, and now Booba Doobu's all alone. This game has been back and forth. G1 continue to hold the lead, but the scoring could go against them here very shortly if they're not too careful.
They got an incredibly lucky spawn on that PD side. Sentinels wasn't able to block that, but regardless of the misfortune, playing this incredibly well. Look at this from Royal 2. Stays alive for such a long time. It allows Snakebite to get his shields back, and they get both kills and now easily able to convert A. But you gotta look at that scoreboard. G1 is still up 150 to 100. It just looks like Sentinels is turning up the Slay game just a bit.
The man leading the charge, Snakebite, currently sitting at 15, and with that death, 10. 7 assists to boot. His long-term duo, Royal 2, in the respawn screen. The two of them are hand-in-hand, going to come back into the map roughly in and around the same time as one another. Booba Doobu, eyes on the rockets, eyes on the prize, but unfortunately for him, not in a position where he can contest them. And Snakebite has made that old too familiar cafe push where you got a double kill before, and he replicates that exact result here once more to blow this setup wide open.
Unfortunately, Boobu is gonna play Tom Brady and get an interception. Those rockets go right into Lethal's hands, and they're gonna continue to slay off of this. CNA being held, across the map. And this B push is up to Royal 2 to at least just get a trade at this point. That's what he needs.
Can he do it though? Spike Grenade goes down, will not help him out enough. But Snakebite's on hand to ensure they do get that trade. Predevinator, what can the Reaper do? Not a lot. He gets taken down. And with the way this game is shaken out, with Sentinels now clicking to full flight, triple capping effect, this one's really going to hurt G1. They've got to stabilize and do it fast before they leak far too many points.
And you could just tell, right? Even though Sentinels was down in this game for a little while, they still had full control of the map. Now they're able to, make that control into caps and a lead as well, as they lead by 15 in this game.
Lead now. Will it be telling? Did that triple cap do the damage? Have G1 hemorrhage too many points? They're starting to score again. It's a 2v2 on the map, but only for a moment though. Swish now turns his attention towards Cafe, but as he does that, slides straight into a frag grenade. Well placed indeed, predicts the movement. And Generator Frosty pops up and clears out his left and right. Predevinator back tower down to no shields, and Snakebite takes that challenge once more. Puts another one in the dirt. But in trouble, being hassled, being harried. Can he get away? The answer's no.
He cannot, but it's a bad death because these rockets are coming up right about now. You see Lethal kind of setting up for them, but the opening creator on your screen, Swish 5s, is going to prevent anyone from getting those rockets, and now playing some defense on them as well. G1 are going to get another rocket in their hand. They shoot it off, and it does get a kill as well. 2 down for Sentinels.
We spoke about Swish and expecting him to get the first and opening kills in a lot of these runs. Currently struggling though, 10 and 17 with 8 assists. You expect more from Swish. High standards he has set for himself, let alone for us. A in control of Sentinels, but G1, they continue to hold B, but and C, how strong will it be? Predevinator's gone. Back Ivy. Rockets will hit the floor. It's going to be a trade. And Snakebite tiptoes his way into B. Almost like a Looney Tunes character getting it for free.
You ask how strong it'll be, and consistently Sentinels building up this wall of defense and being able to hold this lead very, very close though. And only a 9-second lead at the moment. Slays are essentially in Sentinels' favor by just a bit, but the objective efficiency out of G1 is keeping them in this game, and that's exactly what they need in this game number 1.
Separate by very little. G1, they will get the kill. Two go down for Sentinels. Frosty will level the playing field. He's desperately trying to defend C with all of his might. He has eventually been taken down with the assist of a spiker grenade at the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo. But G1 have got to step into this because there's not too many more points that they can throw away here. 233 to 191. But G1 on hand to control B, but it needs to be strong here.
It's one thing to shut down one player, Shurzy. It's another thing to have to shut down two. Snakebite and Frosty having incredible games, both with 23 kills. And they're what's causing this to be such a difficult push every single time for G1. They're always in a position to get those slays. And right as you see it right there, 3 go down for G1. They're looking to close out this game right now.
3 dead. How important is that going to be? Snakebite bides his time with the Rockets. He knows exactly where they're going to spawn. Red room, and that's exactly where they have spawned. Buying his time. Swish inside of C. Snakebite will get 2. And that could well and truly secure the game if Swish goes down here, which he does. The reset comes through. Predeviator's on hand to step inside. All 4 dead, and Sentinel take game 1.
What an incredible game by the Sentinels. G1 did such a good job right there of keeping it so very close. It came down to potentially Swish's performance in that game, not slaying as we know he can, but also the ability for Sentinels to break through the defense of G1 anytime they had control. And it has to come down to those slays from Frosty and Snakebite. Absolutely incredible games by them too. And not just this game, this entire tournament. Snakebite and Lethal even, and Frosty, the entire team Royal 2 are taking turns slaying out the competition.
Yeah, a slow game for Royal 2, it must be said, but he was afforded that by how strong and how heavy the likes of Snakebite and indeed Frosty slayed. Lethal also had a game where he was up there in the slays. I believe he was around 18 to 20, so he also put in the numbers that the team need. But despite the fact that Swish didn't slay as heavily as we thought he would, they still hung on in there. They didn't lose by too much there, Active. So
right.
If he can get his act together here, they're in this series.
Oh yeah, I gotta put it on Swish. And let me tell you something, Shurzy. Every time I put that pressure on Swish, he comes through the next game. Every single time I say Swish, you gotta step it up. The next game, all of a sudden, he's popping off. And it may be me, or it may be the fact that he's a perfectionist. This man works hard. Swish is one of the hardest working players I know personally. He puts the time in. He wants to be the best. He wants that chip. And let me tell you something. This G1 squad has a potential of winning it.
There are a lot of players in competitive Halo, in esports in general, that are quite happy just to be given the pro tag.
Right.
I can tell you right here, right now, Predevinator, Swish, Squally, and Boo Boo Doo Boo, they're not here just to take part. They want to win the chips. They want to win the championships. Whether it's an open, a major, it doesn't matter. They want to win the gold. And they're a real sleeper team that if they're not taken seriously by any of these top dogs, they will get eliminated. And I tell you something, Sentinels ensured that although they got taken all the way, they got dragged into the deep water in game 1. With Live Fire Slayer on the horizon here, I wouldn't back against G1 taking this.
Let's talk about it, Shurzy. 250 to 204 in game number 1. Sentinel's strongest map, and I said, hey, the past 2 series, they started off with their strongest map. But guess what? Live Fire is not one of Sentinel's stronger maps. This is one of their weaker maps. So we'll see. But let me tell you something. I just heard something in my ear, Shurzy. Optic just 3-0'd Cloud9 in the winners semifinals. Are you kidding me? This tournament has been flipped on its head so many times. I have a headache. This is insane.
The result is not a surprise. Optic could beat Cloud9. Cloud9 could do it in reverse, but to hear it's a clean sweep. Very much the same way Sentinels did at Kansas City in that grand finals. All is not right in Cloud9. Perhaps that game we seen earlier on, we were giving them the gas saying, are they back in the championship conversation? Well, they've had a series to forget against Optic Gaming, being absolutely rolled, it would seem. But back to this one. Game 2, Slayer Live Fire. 250 to 204. We talked about it in the strongholds. If Swish can get his act together, he can mind his P's and Q's and start doing the damage that we know he can, this series could very well be 1-1.
Yeah, Swish's ceiling is so high. And then you add to that the fact that Live Fire, in my opinion, is one of Sentinel's weaker maps. We've got a game on our hands right now. Of course, there's a lot much different on the line with all this money on the line, $125,000. So maybe Sentinels turn up. We've seen it before. You know, sometimes when you're watching Sentinels, You got to do what Tony does and just throw the papers away, because they can just turn up whenever they want to. Will this be one of those games? Or will they sleep on this G1 squad? Which I'm going to tell you right now, if you sleep on them, you're going to get punished for that. Definitely don't sleep on G1. They're coming to win.
It's worth noting, we speak about how G1 are hungry for that success. They want to win the championships. Well, across from them in the other corner is Sentinels, the two-time back-to-back world champions. Not only that, they've won a chip already in Halo Infinite at Kansas City. This team has hit form at the best possible time as we head into not just Orlando, but indeed Worlds is on the horizon. So if Sentinels can continue their upward trajectory, who can get in their way?
I love Sentinels, and I have them winning this tournament. That is my prediction for them, but I also love the upward trajectory that you talked about in this G1 roster. Like I said, Kansas City Astro Breakout Team Award changes it up. Removes Tony Two-Turn, grabs Booba and now they are on a completely different level. And it's just great to see. Unfortunately, we'll get a false start here for this Sentinel squad, but it allows us more time to talk about the fact that this G1 roster, I mean, everyone plays, you know, a specific role, and not in the sense of like Slayer or objective player. Everyone can kind of play those roles in a hybrid sort of way, but I'm more talking like Swish being that opener, like Predevinator being the player that utilizes the environment to outplay opponents so incredibly well. I'm talking about Squale consistently getting 70% accuracy, being one of the better shots in the game. Those are the things you need as a squad. And then, of course, you can't forget Booba, the IGL, the mastermind. He has been a mastermind for a very long time. Halo 5, we knew it, and we're now seeing it in Halo Infinite.
And with Sentinels having so much experience, on the other side of things, G1 have this fresh face, almost passion for the game. Do you think that could be enough to get them past this series and maybe even claim that scalp on the Sentinels?
I love that you asked that question. Every single one of these players are passionate. Every single one of these players love this game, and it is no question. And that will propel them forward. That right there will be enough to give them that extra edge against anyone who's slacking. There's no slacking at this point. We're in the winners' semifinals at this moment. You can't slack. You've got to bring your A game. And this is where endurance comes into play. A lot of players really don't understand. When you're a professional player, you've got incredible endurance to be able to go through this entire tournament playing your absolute best game ever. Try it at home. Try to play your absolute best one game, then the next. It takes a lot. And I'm telling you, both these teams have that endurance right now. It's going to go to the wire here. I think we go to a game 5. I'm going to be honest with you.
And a worry and a concern that I have for G1 is that when you see lots of people have mentioned it, you might mention it in the stream once or twice before, that Royal 2 is this point and click, this headshot god. And when he has a slow game, when he has a game where he goes almost double negative, 10 and 18, 10 and 20, but G1 don't capitalize on that. Is that leaving food on the table? Is that not capitalizing on those opportunities? Can that really come out and just be a detriment to them?
Well, the thing is on Sentinels is you got 4 guys that have such incredible chemistry that if one player is potentially playing bad, you'll see the rest of them rise up to the occasion. That's what you have in great teammates. The abilities to say, okay, Royal 2, not having a great game. Royal 2, let's play a little bit more objective. Let the rest of the 3 slay it out. They have that hybrid ability to do whatever is needed. And that's what it comes down to when you're a good team. And we'll have to see if you know, Royal 2 can step it up. But again, you talk about maybe Royal 2 having a bad game, but what happens, like I said last game, when 2 players have an incredible game on this Sentinel squad? You can't stop both of them. It's just overwhelming. That's the thing. Anyone on this Sentinel squad can pop off, and that's what's kind of scary.
Which almost lays a challenge down for G1 at their feet, right? Is that, okay, if Lethal, if Royal 2, if any of them are having a slow game and somebody else is picking up the slack, well, we need to be making sure that we're playing our game correct and we keep everything watertight. And we did see Swish having a struggle. We've seen Royal 2, and are those 2 almost in tandem now? Because in this live Fire Slayer, you think it's a story of whichever one of those can catch fire might win the game for their team.
Pretty much. That's what it comes down to, right? We know what both Royal 2 and Swish are capable of. It's just about, everyone has bad games. We're all human beings. They're going to have a bad game or two. But honestly, when it comes to Royal 2, that man can take it up another level on this Sentinels roster. He is disgusting, and not only with his shot, the point and click stuff, I agree 100% with West Clutch, but there's another factor to this man, and it is the clutch factor. When it matters the most, Royal 2 will come out and show you why he's one of the best in the game.
And Sentinels, they slipped out of that conversation for a little while before Kansas City. Everyone thought that maybe they were past it, they were over the hill and they were on the decline, and there was murmurings that there was going to be some team changes during the offseason. They've stuck to that 4 roster. They won Kansas City, and now they've got their intentions set on not only winning this Super, but winning it all. Orlando and indeed Worlds, excuse me. On the other side of things, G1 relatively new to this space of pushing into the top 4 conversation, but they find themselves here not from luck but on merit. The performances they've been putting in, not only in the Opens but in the Pro Series, it didn't go according to plan for them in Kansas City. They had this breakout player, Tony Two-Turn, performed admirably, but they made the decision. He got breakout player, but he was the player who made way for Boo Boo Doo Boo. And when a player of that quality falls down off a team like FaZe, everybody was clambering to get him. Everybody wanted a piece of Boo Boo Doo Boo. He was playing with SSG, he was playing with Fnatic, but he's seen something in these G1 boys that made him think, this could be the team that takes me to another championship. So Boo Boo Doo Boo has put great faith in these G1 lads.
Yeah, and I got to go back to the Sentinels roster. You say that top 4 situation, right? Sentinels is a team that's been in this situation multiple times. They've been in a situation where their backs are against the wall, maybe their tank is a little bit on empty, and they come through somehow and make it happen. Are they going to be able to make it happen here on one of their weaker maps on Live Fire? They lead the series 1-0 right now, which is a great start. But in my eyes, this series isn't over until I see 3-0 or 3-2 on that board. Until one team gets to 3, it's not over. Because both these teams have a way and have the intention of bringing this as far as they can and putting as much as they can into it. We're hopping in to game number 2. It's going to be Live Fire Slayer.
It's not over until the Fat Jersey sings it's all over. And I'm not doing it just yet. I'm prepared and ready on a whim. The one thing we do know is G1 have the capability to take down Sentinels here, so they've got to be so very careful. Swish in a 1v1 with Frosty. Both players backing down, but Frosty will make sure he gets that kill. Desperately looking to try and find the sniper rifle. Does do. Lands one to the body. Lands one to the dome of Squall, who was positioned top sandbags, and Frosty takes care of business there. And it's a 6-2 lead for Sentinels right off the rip.
That's what I'm a bit scared about. This is one of Sentinel's weaker maps, but that gets completely canceled out when Frosty has the sniper in hand. You've got to get this out of his hands, and right now, no one in a position to do so, and he's not missing 2 very scary factors in this game.
Frosty then. What can you do? Sniper rifle, trained over top middle. Boo Boo Doo Boo soars out top tower. We'll see that sniper flare, no doubt. Not looking to get peeled here. Frosty continues to hold that angle, but getting tagged up now from over at the scoreboard. That information will come through. Royal 2 and Snakebite in the process have lost their lives. So now Frosty has to play a little bit more different, a little bit more cagey, passive if you will. Shot down onto that big door, won't connect. The second one will do, but Snakebite's on hand to get the trade. The opening damage that Frostbite did. Damage control was good from Sentinels there after going down initially 2 members. 13 kills to 5, excuse me. Sentinels hold the lead here. Assault rifle in the back pocket for Boo Boo Doo Boo. Will secure 1 onto Snakebite. And 3 go down for Sentinels. This could be the opportunity for G1 to stake a real claim for this game.
G1's just got to react a little bit quicker to getting 2 dead. In that last push, when Frosty had the sniper, they got 2 dead, but then they were playing really lackadaisical on the top center of the map. You've got to push that advantage, and you got to take care of Frosty, or else what happens is you kill Frosty, but then his teammate Snakebite gets a trade off a spawn.
There's a fine balance to be struck. Boo Boo Doo Boo picks up 2. Between aggression, and when you have the advantage, you need to push it and press it home. Sentinels are just like any other team. They will not be able to win fights in 1v2s and 2v3s. You have to back yourself. G1 looking to do that here, with Squall hitting 4 fresh shots. Boo Boo Doo Boo picks up 1 onto Frosty. They're closing the gap now. It's just a 2-kill game. Can Squally get himself out of dodge? The answer is yes for now. Back green he goes. Spike grenades in hand if he requires them. With a teammate Predevenator on sandbags, Frosty's going to get that opening pick, and that's going to spell danger and trouble. And you see the flip in reverse. When Sentinels get numbers, they collapse.
The sniper's going to be huge at the top center of the map here, but look at the collapse coming from Sentinel. Swish has nowhere to go, just sandwiched inside the cuts. And Roll 2 taking advantage as well. They're just so good as he gets the overkill. Perfect. Incredible job by Royal 2. That's a squad wipe.
Royal 2, one of the best players in the game. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Booba caught unawares, has the heat wave. It's not going to help him here. Pull the parachute, and it will not help either. Heat wave will fry the shields, but will not connect. Squall will go down to the hands of a Frosty sniper rifle. 25 kills to 16. Royal 2 has carved a hole in G1's defense.
Now Royal 2 has that confidence. The confidence that's going to last a lot into this game. That mental, when you get an overkill and you realize that you just took out an entire squad on your own. Of course, with the help of his teammates. But you see Lethal here, someone who, again, I've talked about him before, being the question mark at KC, even post KC, also the question mark. Seems to have ignited a little bit of passion in his Halo Infinite game. Can he convert that passion into wins is the question.
Lethal, 5 assists to his name, 2 kills, 3 deaths. Has been influential. Another man who's been even more so, Snakebite, who tried to get a trade against Swish, but Swish has won out. Not only has he got 1, but he's picked up 2 onto Lethal. 31 to 22. Sentinels are running away with this. G1 need to put the brakes on this team.
They've got to make sure they get this next sniper. Sentinels have had 2 snipers now in a row. The first one was in the hands of Frosty. The second one, unknown, but I haven't seen G1 with any power weapons, the heat wave included. We've kind of just seen them use BRs, which definitely work, but those power weapons give you a little bit of an edge. And Sentinels using that edge to take advantage, but finally, we see a little bit of trades here. Now the score, 33 to 26. G1 starting to bring it close.
They need a little bit more of that. Snakebite has the information as a player last known. Top A plat. Rotates around now with the commando in his hands. Back green. That's the point. He's going to try and hit. Big door. Predevinator will hit him with the nade. Perhaps will not get the audio cue that it did hit Snakebite just a touch. Lethal elsewhere has gotten a kill, and that will extend the lead for a moment. Lethal picks up 2 in the feed. He's starting to heat up himself. He has gotten traded out eventually, but Royal 2 will get a trade, and Frosty will do the same thing. These kills are going against G1 because Sentinels can just trade all the way to victory.
Sniper is coming up once again. That's the focus for me right now. You see Frosty has his eyes trained on it. And he's going to get another one pretty much for free as he skirts away with no shields.
Frost like the Grinch. Getting into Steel Christmas. Whisk that sniper rifle away is ultimately going to pay though. As it drops down on dirt. And Sentinels now spawning far and away. Over in A. Lethal's in trouble. And this might be a dirt spawn for Sentinels, which might mean that Frosty can get his hands on the sniper rifle once more. Royal 2 and Snakebite spawn out in green. It's now just a 3-kill game. G1 have cut away that lead to just 3.
Focus on this point of view right here. This is the player I talked about that barely misses. 70% accuracy most of the time. And you can see it in his gameplay. He just doesn't miss shots. And it just provides his team so much damage, but unfortunately out of position right there. And 2 of his teammates go down. They get a trade on bottom center, and you see Swish 5 with that heat wave. Maybe he can make something happen here.
Ooh, and Swish almost connected to the face of Royal 2. We spoke about how we were going to need a big game from him. Currently going 9-7 with 8 assists. He's answering the call. On the other side, we spoke about Royal 2. 11, 12, and 10. Also putting up numbers. Right now, it remains a 3-kill game, and with Sentinels just going 3 dead, it's going to open the door for map control for G1.
They've also got to have confidence here to bring this back to a 3-kill game. They've got to understand in the mental that this game is in their hands. They're capable of winning this. Unfortunately, Squall does go down on that green side, but Swish does still have this heat wave, and unfortunately, he gets the nade from Boo Boo Doo in that situation.
Swish in the corner thought he was safe until Boo Boo Doo repulsed with a grenade back towards his own teammate. He might say, listen, better you than me. 2 go down though, 47 to 42. Sentinels just starting to eke away a lead once more, only requiring 3. G1 needing the 8. Trades are not going to be good enough here. It has to be clean wipes. And unfortunately, they've lost another one. Lethal will get that trade all the live long day, putting his body on the line for the +1 in the category for his team. And eventually, they do get the job done. Sentinels double their series lead.
2 incredibly close games, though, Shurzy. Like I said, I've said it before in other series. For G1, it's 1 or 2 mistakes. Obviously, that nade on top center completely killed any momentum they had. Swish did have the heat wave in a position where, you know, he's hoping Boo Boo would bait, you know, the players up top, but it didn't end up working out. Instead, a nade went into Swish's face. But Shurzy, let me tell you something, brother. Okay, I don't know if we're, you know, I don't know if we can put like a friendly little. I got $1 that this goes to a game 5. Okay, that's all I got. I'm a dad. Okay, I got $1. This is going to a game 5. I'm telling you, this G1 roster looks so good right now, and I absolutely love the ability, you know, to make these games so very close. Like, you know, everyone's not even playing to their best ability either. Like you got, you know, Swish, you know, he's playing okay, but not really like the performance we've seen out of Swish before in other games. Like, this man has the ability to pop off. I want to see it in this game number 3.
Well, as opposed to your $1 wager, I can tell you something, that dollars aren't even real money. It's all euro where I'm from. All right, that's a promise. Having a look at the score sheet and what way it all shook out. Every member of G1 hitting double figures, but it has to be said, Snakebite had a really good game. 13 kills, 11 deaths, and 7 assists. But Royal 2, who seemed to be starting off a little bit slow, but heated up that overkill, really turned the tide. And every single time G1 got a little bit close, Sentinel stepped on the gas once more and pulled away. It's about G1 trying to ice up in those final moments, because they're right there if they can just make a few adjustments.
Yeah, unfortunately, Squale having a little bit of a weak game. You know, I talked about him a lot, you know, not missing shots, but you can hit all the shots you want, but when you're out of position, it's really difficult to make anything happen. And a lot of times, Sentinels was able to kind of, you know, see a little kink in the armor. Where he's out of position, they can take advantage of it. It happened on the pillars, you know, just of, you know, me remembering one situation of the pillars where he was pretty much in a safe spot to stay alive, but poked out a little bit too much and got taken advantage of. I believe it was by Royal 2. But next up, we have Catalyst CTF, and a very new map to the HCS Pro Series. Well, we've seen it in the Pro Series a couple times, but a lot of these players still developing this strategy on this map. There's a lot of different routes you can take with the flag, of course. You know, that sword and the OS on the bottom center, a very difficult power-up to get. You got to make sure you utilize that grapple to get that overshield.
Now then, our Sentinels about to complete the clean sweep, or if G1 got a little bit more life left in the tank. Squale has got to bounce back in game 3. 10 and 18 in a Slayer is not good enough. We've all had those games where you try and atone for some of the mistakes you've made. It's time to do it here and now, or you will be heading down to the elimination bracket. You've come so far, but these are the true tests against the likes of the champions and Sentinels. Overshield will get fumbled off the map. It's a good play eventually to toss it off. Sentinels making sure if they can't have it, nobody can.
That's the way to do it on this overshield on bottom center. If you're in a situation where you're going to get completely dominated, you got to just throw it off the map. But yes, all of G1, if all of them can just play on all cylinders here, we potentially have a series on our hands. But you kind of seeing one player just having a weak game, another player having a weak game, and it looks like right now, all 4 dead for Sen. G1 pulling their first flag. This might be the start of something great.
Boo-ba-doo-boo. Moving and grooving. Tap dancing his way up the ramp here. Is there anybody from Sentinels in a position to make the stop? It doesn't look like he's going to get any damage. And G1 strike first here in game 3, and that's exactly what they need for the confidence.
Booba-dooba. That sword is a big prize for him. He definitely wants to grab that. The skewer is up as well. What's crazy is that there's not a lot of skewer players in the game that, you know, you just point out and say, wow, that guy is real good with a skewer. But coming from Coach Eli the Ninja, talking to Tony, Booba-dooba, one of the best skewer players in the game, so this has got to be his map. We'll see what he can do with it if he grabs it.
Snakebite tosses that flag out, looking to put it down at the halfway point. Maybe slay around it if need be. Frosty has been the initial pick though, and that's going to hand the advantage over the G1, and Predevinator gets Royal 2, and that could also mean the return goes their way. Snakebite just using it as bait for the moment. He pops out, but taken down to no shields, recognizing numbers are not in his favor as he tries to slip away into the night. But Booba-dooba is in hot pursuit. The sirens are on, the sword is out, and he kebabs him in the spine. Like
I said, this sword, a prize object. Another prized object on the map is that overshield, and like I said, the grapple being utilized to make sure that overshield comes into play and you don't take a lot of damage with it. If you're able to get it, you're still going to get melted from the multiple angles on Catalyst. That's what makes this map so difficult. But a 2-0 lead for G1. This looks to be one of their stronger maps, and let me tell you something. They've built out a lot of chemistry here, and it's just great to see.
Sentinels have been unable to stabilize, and G1 are running yet another flag, and they've made up some serious territory as they're about to walk their third flag in quick succession. Barely 3 minutes into the game, and G1 have come hot out the blocks like a greyhound.
They definitely look strong on this map, and you see all players playing on all cylinders like I talked about. No one's really having a rough game. Booba's starting off 5-0, by the way. Has not died yet, and he's got the sword to continue this spree on.
Sword gets one. Frosty's a little bit weak. That should mean two, and does, as he solidifies that for his team. And what a contrasting games Snakebite and Booba Doobu are having. 7 kills to 0. Snakebite currently 1 and 5. It has to get better if this game is going to turn around. But G1 are in cruise control.
Absolutely are. They look so very comfortable on this map. It's so good to see. One of their stronger maps from what I see here. So many teams are so new to this map, and it kind of puts them on an even playing field at this point, right? Snakebite having a 1-5 game so far. We're looking to, he's definitely going to pick that up, but this next overshield is one that Sentinels need to get if they want to stop this bleeding right now.
G1 showing Sentinels no respect in game 3. Ruthless aggression, non-stop holding forward, getting in the faces, but Snakebite gets a double kill after he drops that commando. But Squale will get a couple of kills to help even the numbers here, help it balance out once again. Squale will drop down now. Overshield has just popped up. You can see he's a little bit hesitant, a little bit tentative, doesn't want to make the first mistake, and gets taken down to no shields. Has a teammate been able to get down there and scoop it up? No, it's going to be Royal 2 backing up the whole way, ensuring Booba Doobu cannot get melee damage. Expert play out of him, recognizing immediately what was about to happen. The PP will drain the shields of Royal 2, however. That overshield did not get the value they would have wanted.
That's what I was going to say. Yes, Sentinels got their very first overshield of the game, and it just got completely melted by, of course, the plays on bottom center and the perfect from Royal 2, but the plays on bottom center and also that plasma pistol. But look at Frosty pulling Sentinels' first flag through.
Booba Doobu went from 7-0 to 9-4. Is he just slowing down? Is he making a couple of errors now in the last couple of lives? We'll keep a close eye on that. Lots of members of G1 funneling through the same area. It's a bit of a bottleneck situation. If a grenade can land at their feet, that might spell danger. Booba Doobu with the repulsor connects onto Frosty as he fades away and finds the visor. And Booba Doobu back base repulses up in the air, but Lethal wins that one. And it's now 3-1. Sentinels are back into things.
I still love that play by Booba Dooba, though. He was literally a little bit to the right. If he had gotten that kill, it could have been a different story. Potentially would have got cleaned up anyway. And now you see the power weapons in the hands of Sentinels. That overshield, of course, going to Sentinels, so it's a much different game. They're looking to pressure and potentially pull this next flag.
It's important. No, it's imperative now for G1. They do not slow down. They do not allow Sentinels to dictate the pace of this game. They continue the momentum. They lose one flag, it's not time to get scared. It's not time to worry about whether you're going to lose the game. Everything that you've done up until this point has worked. Do not change the recipe now. Keep with the aggression. 2 go down for Sentinels. Booba Doobu hits the respawn screen as Squale re-enters the game. Numbers are stagnant once more. Swish across map. We'll get taken down to no shields. We'll get eliminated. And Sentinels are starting to heat up at the right possible time. Another overshield goes their direction.
Let me tell you something. To touch on what you said, Sentinels is a veteran squad. Their composure, and that's the hot word here. Composure, no matter how far they're down, can recollect. And I'm telling you right now, it has to do with the general. Snakebite, his communication, his play calling ability, along with the likes of Frosty, are going to bring them back in this game. It's up to G1 to minimize the mistakes and make sure Sentinels don't find any openings in their gameplay.
Booba Doobu found that gear again that he had at the start of the game. 14-6 now as we continue the story here. As he tries to make this game, this series, more about him than ever. Snakebite will go down. Booba Doobu wins that fight once more. Down to a sliver of shield though, it must be said. As he now scampers away with the flag. It's going to be a standoff unless G1 can head them off the pass. Another fight, another 1v1, but it looks as though a 1v2 for Boobadooboo as he eventually loses out, and Royal 2 brings that flag all the way home. But it's about whether Sentinels can get the return here, and if Sentinels get within one flag cap, G1 are in trouble.
Yeah, they just killed Switch, who had the flag right now, so if the Slays come out, they're going to be able to return this, but 3 go down for Sentinels jersey. This flag is still being pulled. It's still alive, and it's the likes of Predevinator and Boobadooboo that are going to try and get this return on the other side.
Beautiful from Predevinator as he tosses that flag to a teammate and immediately gets aggressive, recognizing that Sentinels were coming and they were seeking blood. Predevinator steps in after that one play, picks up 2, slides in now for the return, sends it home. G1,
wow.
4-1 to the good.
This is absolutely incredible. Boobadooboo having a performance of a lifetime right now, 17-8, and they're pulling another flag. You see all of Sentinels spawning on that car side. They're gonna have to play some defense here because Snakebite has another overshield in hand. This is gonna be a difficult cap. We've got to see how they perform this.
Overshield coming charging, but again, it's been eaten away. It's 3 back-to-back-to-back overshields for Sentinels, but what have they done with it? Very, very little. It has not offered the advantage that they would have wanted. But Lethal's moving that flag now as they try and cut this deficit in half once more. Down by 3. And the clock's going to start to play a pivotal role very shortly with 3 minutes and 20 left on the clock.
This is the problem with this map. You gotta be careful. There's always spawns on either side. It's never front to back. You never know where people are gonna spawn. It's very ambiguous. And the thing is, right there, G1, they did spawn on this car side, and they just pushed the flag, and they're able to get another pull to make this another stalemate. When they're up 4-1, stalemate is all you need. And Frosty, all he needs is that battle rifle.
Reversal and a perfect 4 shots from Frosty. Put Boobadooboo away. 2 members of Sentinels contend with, and Predevinator was just bit off a little bit more than he could chew for the moment. Snakebite has the sword if he opts to use it. Prioritizing staying alive for the moment, but he recognizes time is going to start to play that factor. It's against them. Boobadooboo sees a shin, and it's enough to make sure Snakebite can no longer walk.
That was a big kill. Sentinels have had this sword pretty much the entirety of this game. G1 have to see if they can get control of that. But again, that one sword and the past 2 overshields are not enough. They're still down by 3 caps. This next overshield is going to play a factor, though. If G1 can get this, they solidify this win, and they go 1-2 in the series.
Overshield about to pop up. Nobody looking to get touch time with it right now. Royal 2 is sending that flag home. 4-2 now the score. It's 2 minutes. You've got to cap a flag. You've got to cap 2 of them. And Boobadooboo has just scooped up that overshield. That win condition is now even more difficult than it perhaps could have been. It looks as though Boobadooboo has turned his attention to playing defense as he tries to head off this flag, recognizing how desperate Sentinels are to get this flag on the move. We're going to have a standoff. And the more G1 do that, the more they can eat away. Worst case scenario, even if it's damage control, they can lose a flag and still win this game.
These next slays are what matter. Predevinator's got the flag past halfway, and there was 2 dead for Sentinels. They get these next couple slays. It will be free. They get 2 down. They've got defense. They've just got to take care of Lethal on this side of the map, and if they can do so, which they do, they will close out this game. G1 are 1-2 in this series. They're bringing this back.
G1, right back in it then. They look to be down and out. We spoke about how we needed big games from every one of them. We got just that in that last one. What a performance from them. And when the odds were stacked against them, they were 1 game away from the elimination bracket. They've stepped up.
They have absolutely stepped up, and one person I've got to highlight is going to be Boobadooboo. Absolute incredible job getting that last overshield, although it got melted instantly. The thing is, he's able to soak up so much damage and also take so much attention. It took the Snakebite having to get that plasma pistol, rotating all the way around the map, putting himself in a bad position, and they were able to capitalize on that. They did. They look so good on Catalyst CTF. It is obvious they've been practicing this map, or they just have a knack with it early, because a lot of players are still learning how to play this map. It's very difficult when it comes to the spawns and just how to pull these flags.
What a start for Boobadooboo. You highlighted him. He went 8-0 off the rip. And it slowed down towards the mid game, but he found that gear again and picked it up towards the end game. And that is why we've seen them have so much success. Players like Bubudubu, he's been brought in for just that. And he ensures that his team come out on top. And looking at that, the hot start that Bubudubu had pre-Devonator somehow was able to not only keep up with him, but go past him. 21 kills, 14 deaths, and 6 assists. Both him and Bubudubu dragging G1 and keeping them alive in this series.
It's like history is repeating itself. G1 was actually 4-0 in the open series in CTF Catalyst. On average, they're holding their opponents to 1 cap. And guess what? Predevonator usually averaging a 1.59 KD on that map. And we saw it all play out right there. There's strengths, there's weaknesses for teams. And right now, G1 were able to utilize one of their strengths in Catalyst, but can they do the same in this map number 4?
And map number 4 is Recharge King of the Hill. Will this be the game that G1 bow down the elimination bracket? Or will they say nay and rally on to a Game 5? We've already seen Game 5 is coming out the wazoo this weekend. We're about to find out if G1 have the mettle, if they can push one further and take the defending champions to a Game 5.
Look for Predevonator here. Like we talked about before, utilizing the environment to outplay his opponents. Such a great player, such an underrated player as this Predevonator. And look at that. A kill he's not supposed to get, but you always see Sentinels in a group of 2. Like brothers, backing each other up. That's what a squad that's been together for so long shows in their chemistry.
G1 then, having the better of the opening engagement, but as I say that, switch to the last man alive, and that shock rifle will do the damage. You will get one on the way out. But now, the worrying part here is G1 are spawning all towards A, and those nades, they hit hard, denying the space for Bubudubu to stretch his legs and walk out and try and contest this hill bottom middle. Snakebite now, all out of grenades, has to back up, has to give up the goose for now, but the progress they have made could not be detrimental for G1.
Potentially, they're halfway through. This bottom hill is so difficult to hold. You've kind of got to have a guy on both crosses. You see right there, Frosty is on the top cat, Lethal's holding that top glass. It makes it really difficult to enter through, so you've got to take out one of these players on either side, and that opens up the map just a tad, but Frosty's got that shock rifle, Shurzy. This is a little bit scary. I always get nervous and start shaking in my boots when I see Frosty with a shock.
Gotta watch out. The sword from Bubudubu ensures Royal 2 will be eliminated for 8 seconds. Frosty then, shock rifle in his hands, staring down bottom middle, will secure one, killing spree for him as it prioritizes killing, slaying, murdering. Bubudubu, exterminate, as Frosty shows no fear. Seeing the white in Bubudubu's eyes, he scrambles away, but G1 have made substantial progress here, and Bubudubu comes back for more and slices off a piece of Frosty.
That was a great play by Bubu there. He did have the sword. He wanted to make sure Frosty didn't see him as a threat anymore. And the minute he got a little bit, comfortable, Bubu came back and sliced him up. That's what you love to see out of the IGL.
Frosty throws a nade. Bubudubu back down, back into a corner, but Frosty thought he wasn't going to be a concern anymore. He's made that mistake once or twice now already. And G1 still standing firmly in the hill, not giving up an inch.
They're about to cap on this hill. It's going to take a lot of the Sentinels players jumping in. You see a little bit of staggering out of them now. They get 2 down for G1, an opening, but roll 2 once again. You never know where he's coming from. And he makes a great play onto the tower, takes out 1. Sentinels looking to take advantage of this, but there it is. G1 get that first hill.
That's going to do their confidence the world of good. Hill 1 has been secured. But G1 go 3 dead, so what does it cost them? There's now a long haul setup for Sentinels. Shock rifle standing in the hill, feet firmly planted, waiting for someone to step into those crosshairs, and when Frosty finds one, tip-taps your life away. 3 go down once more for G1, and Sentinels sacrificing hill number 1 for map control.
That's the big thing, right? That hill number 1 can go either way, but Sentinels have a massive hold on this long haul hill. It's such an easier hill to control like we talked about yesterday. And they're doing an incredible job of it. The number one target for G1 has got to be Frosty on this top attic. They've got to get him off there with this shock rifle. He's literally going to stop them all from coming in. And look at that. Instantly, Sentinels gets that hill and ties it up.
The second hill, far easier to hold than the first. The skirmish is a battle royale. It's a royal rumble down bottom middle for that first initial opening hill. But G1, much like Sentinels did for hill number 2, sacrificed it and gave it up and decided they were going to hold bottom elevator instead. Swish is trying to hold those lines of sight. Lethal and Snakebite have gone down. It's been successful so far. They continue to score here, and Royal 2 knows he cannot go across that catwalk or he'll be absolutely lit up.
I love the confidence by Swish right there. He pokes back out. Royal 2 wins the engagement long range, so he backs off but comes back, and Frosty sees that angle, but you look in the kill feed and he just killed Frosty. That's going to be 2 dead for Sentinels, and Swish going to be pushing with his team on this elevator side. There's going to be an engagement right now, and G1 really close to taking this hill.
Very much uncontested by Sentinels. Try as they might huff and puff, they've been unable to blow this setup down. That's 2-1. G1 retake the lead.
For Devonator on the bottom of the elevator here. I really like this spot, but you've got to be careful of those plasmas behind, because they can get shot pretty easily. But when you're down here instead of catwalk, you've got so much cover to utilize. The only thing is, this hill doesn't really require someone on the bottom of elevator, so he's going to move out, pressure with his team, and the target is Snakebite. I love the ability to play his life in this situation.
Snakebite dips away. The Devonator has done the damage and make sure they won't make any further progress on that hill, but Snakebite will tiptoe back in. Royal 2 on double stack will get taken down to half shields for his troubles. This game is back and forth. It's tit for tat, and I'm absolutely loving it.
That one kill opens things up, but no! That's what I'm trying to say. Listen, they get the advantage, and then Royal 2 crushes that advantage. 3 go down for G1.
Royal 2, the Infinity Gauntlet in his hands, snapping his fingers and taking people's lives away. Frosty sitting up in the attic again as he connects with the shock rifle.
It's the game changers in this game. Frosty, Royal 2, making plays that they shouldn't make, getting kills that they shouldn't get. That's what changes the trajectory of the game. G1 are up 2-1, but this next hill looks like it's going to Sentinels, unless they make massive mistakes.
G1 in the lead here. But for how long? Sentinels step back in again. Sword, though. That'll change the trajectory of that fight. That much is for damn sure. Lethal picks it up. Player down to no shield. Desperately trying to stay alive, but will grapple straight back into a frag grenade. And Sentinels only need a sliver more of time. But can G1 make the hold here? Can they make the adjustments required to keep Sentinels at bay?
That was a rough play there by the Sentinels. Let's see if it ends up biting them in the butt. 1 tick is all Sentinels need, so 1 push, a couple trades, but they're 3 down. Lethal, the last player alive.
They have time. It's not much granted, but they have a bit. Sentinels need to get this opening pick. Lethal's in trouble, though. It's gone against them. Not enough damage done to open the door for anybody else. Booba Doobu will step away, and that will cause a little bit of an impasse then. But much like Snakebite did, he tiptoes back in, making more progress, but now the slays have gone in Sentinel's favor, and here comes the collapse as Royal 2 picks up 2 in the feed and breaks this G1 set right open. It's 2-2, we're all tied up.
That's what makes Sentinels so good. 1 tiny little lane you give them, and they come soaring in. 1 little advantage, and they take full advantage of it. They only needed 1 tick. G1 looked really solid, potentially getting that hill, but it's not going to work out. Sentinels just too icy.
2 minutes on the clock then. Could we be looking at a situation here where the team to win this hill would win the game if they opt and choose to play Slayer? Nobody looking to step in just yet. You can see Sentinels have exactly the situation they need. All 4 members alive in elevator. They have prime spawns here, making sure they not throw them away frivolously. But here comes the sword, and Swish gets 1, but that's all he's good for. It's a 2v2 on the map, and Squally tries to beat Frosty, but not many people do that successfully. And Sentinels hold the A spawns.
That is the best shot in the game in Squally. When you're in a situation where It's a 1v1. And Frosty needs to win it. He makes it happen. He wins it. 2-2 still the score of this hill. Not a lot of time being put on it due to the fact that they're trying to make sure these anchor spawns come out. But Boo Boo, with a big win with the help of Swish right there, they could potentially have control. But look at Sentinels on that pipe spawn.
How difficult to kill Snakebite made that. Dipsy doodling left and right, dancing, playing with Boo Boo Doo Boo. Not only getting a little bit extra time, but making sure Boo Boo Doo Boo had to fight tooth and nail just to clear him out. He finally does the job. And G1 have made progress, but again, Boo Boo Doo Boo down in numbers. All 4 dead for G1.
Boo Boo is in a prime spot right there to give the A spawns, but Royal 2 realizes it, comes through flying, wins the 1v1, and now Sentinels is in a prime position to close out this hill. A little above halfway through. These next slays are extremely important for G1 right now, but unfortunately, they go 2 down.
What have G1 got to answer back? They clear out the player in the hill. Frosty plays a little bit more passive, puts it in reverse. Squad A though, uses the repulsor. Battle rifle comes out. Frosty still comes out on top. Grenades are going to come through. They will not connect. 2 members down for G1. They recognize this and they move and flood back towards bottom elevator to try desperately to hold on to the spawns. But here comes the Sentinels push. Frosty, with absolutely no fear, soars in, gets one. Boo Boo Doo Boo is in big trouble. Absolutely fried by the snowman.
They just don't expect it. Frosty grappling in the 2v1 like it's nothing. And Sentinels, because of that, will put in their 3rd hill. Absolutely disgusting. Frosty, 24-10. He's on a tear.
Somebody stop him. Anybody. 3-2 Sentinels. They take the lead in the game for the first time. And what a time to do it with only 50 seconds left on the clock. And I ask the question, with it now being bottom hill once more, will Sentinels opt to play Slayer?
Once again, I'm a little nervous to say, G1, history might repeat itself. They drop from 100% to 33% win rate when they give up 3 hills in King of the Hill. And let's look at the bottom center of the screen. Sentinels have 3 hills. Can G1 change the writing on the page? Make this a different story when much more is on the line than an open series? We're gonna find out.
The problem is with the writing on the page, the ink is starting to dry. G1 are running out of time. They have to go now. They have to influence this game. Because it's passing them by now with 15 seconds. It has to be a perfect hole when all fresh 4 people stand up. But Squall A hits the respawn screen at the hands of the General Snakebite.
5 seconds. That's all they have. They have to jump in the hill. Mosh pit time. You see Boo Boo flying, but it's not going to be in time. And there you go. Sentinels are going to win the series 3-1 and send G1 to the elimination bracket.
And it's heartbreaking. G1, try as they might, they hung on in there. It looked good for them at times. In that King of the Hill, they took the lead twice. But Sentinels, they keep doing it. They keep icing up, and it doesn't matter if it's a game 5. They know when they need to turn up. They always seem to find that extra gear. They always seem to have more time than anybody else.
That's the thing. You said ice up. You said ice up, and you said extra gear. Perfect way to explain this. They ice up when they needed to. Frosty, that 2v1 was so huge. G1 were trying to get those A spawns, trying to anchor A. It's so close to that Needle Hill.
The 2v1 active. Which one? The man went 29.
Which one is right?
13. He was 2v1 all the live long day.
Pretty much all day. Frosty's been slaying today and all day yesterday as well. I don't know what happened to this man. I know he's one of the best players in the game, but there was a 3-way tie for me. I mean, what you know, Optic is kind of rolling through the brackets, but Frosty, man, woof, he's looking real solid.
I need to know what gaming chair Frosty has, because it is definitely adding at least 5 or 10% to that man's game. Absolutely frying, clear of anybody else in the lobby by over 10. Incredible performance from Frosty, it must be said. And he's helped secure a 3-1 series victory for Sentinels as they punch their ticket into the winners finals and are so close to tasting victory once more, defending their crown from Kansas City. And for G1, they will dip down, but I would not be surprised to see them again active.
I wouldn't be surprised either. I'm telling you right now, those were some pretty close games. That last one was pretty convincing, but I mean, G1 put up an incredible fight. I love the future of this squad. I don't think they have any plans of splitting up or changing players, which is also really great. So, I mean, we got Orlando coming up. We've even got the losers bracket coming up. They're not out of the tournament yet. They're still going to the elimination bracket. I think they're going to make it really far. They showed some true mettle against Sentinels.
There's still quite a lot of Halo left to be played. And it must be said, from what we've seen of Sentinels, I would not be worried too much about their tournament life. And they play against Optic Gaming. Who, like we mentioned before, they 3-0 Cloud9. Sentinels up against Optic Gaming, like we've seen in the winners finals in Kansas City. Will Sentinels come out on top once more?
Optic Gaming looks extremely strong. You talk about the 3 elite teams. Optic Gaming was one of those teams that didn't drop a map this the entire pool play day. Absolutely incredible by them. We're gonna watch next E United versus the Lions. We've seen a lot out of E United. We're gonna catch them right after this break.
Hello and welcome back to the HCS North American Super. $125,000 up for grabs for one of these remaining teams, and E United versus Lions is our next game in lower round 3. E United coming off the back of a Game 5 defeat, a heartbreaking Game 5 defeat to C9. And having a look at this best of 5 series layout up against Lions, who do you think this one favors, Tony?
I definitely got to go in favor of E United. E United are a strong roster. They slay well, and they always come in with a game plan and always are objective efficient. However, I will say, Lions were able to get a huge upset over Space Station Gaming literally just a few weeks ago in order to qualify for this tournament on the 24th. So watch out for Lions as well.
If you're unfamiliar with Lions, it's going to be Burton, Barzelli, Hotshot Ghost, and Mortley. What do they have? What can they offer here to cause the upset against the United? You say they've already beaten Space Station before in a couple of weeks ago in a tournament. So can they take down E United here? Can they be a difficult task?
It's going to be difficult, but it's E United going up against Lions, and Lions fighting that uphill battle. But I mean, hey, they're in the elimination round 3 to begin with, so obviously they're ready to accept yet another challenge. On board with Rain. Rain gonna challenge. Hotshot goes right over toward the B-box side and quickly get out of dodge. And now we're gonna see a double push already onto the C side. E United always playing as a duo.
One of those duos has fallen, unfortunately. Barzelli, ensuring that this game will not go out of hand too quickly, but they do go 3 dead to the Lions. They're kings of the jungle, but who's going to be kings of recharge here in game 1? Hotshot Ghost scoops up the ball, tries to scamper away towards Glass, it would seem. Suspector now clambering up but thinking twice about it. I'm looking to go Glass instead. Getting tagged up by a grenade that bounces off a staircase straight into the face of him. Burton gets one, but ultimately he gets traded out, and now Suspector has the shock rifle and finds the dome of Hotshot Ghost.
Suspector enters the Lion Den and comes out on top. E United get that ball once again. They're going to steal the early lead here. Meanwhile, Lion's going to have to come off his spawn and try to break away toward the gold side. Ryan Noob with the ball in hands, 4-1 right now.
Ryan Noob waiting for the information. Burton is the last member alive. He knows he's tower side. Gets that information to confirm it. We'll back away to a teammate positioned over towards Glass. The other 2 members of E United, Top A and Whirlpool, so in touch and distance if the call comes that he needs support. A couple of denial nades go down top gold stairs. Burton going to be the first point of contact, and he's been absolutely lit up. As now Hotshot Ghost drops in, the latest victim of Ryan Noob's battle rifle. He scoops up 2 kills, and with the camouflage about to pop, E United are in prime position to secure even more points.
Coach Chig of E United talked about how everybody knows Ryan Noob is the IGL. Everybody knows he's the general of this squad. But on top of that, he's an underrated slayer. Seeing that right off the rip. 6-2, 31 seconds. All of the ball time by E United. What a run by the boys in red.
E United then. And an early lead, and Suspector's found another one. Hotshot Ghost needs to watch himself. He's been on the end of a couple of shock rifle shots already. As he drops down to batteries. And ultimately, Manny will secure that kill. 2 go down. Mortley and Hotshot Ghost as Lions are reeling here. They're on the back foot immediately. And E United already starting to show their class.
Lions going 3 down. E United taking advantage, getting right into the defensive stance once again. And now more points being put on the board for E United. Lions forced to slow things down. They need a pick here. This is a pivotal battle, and Suspector does end up going down. That's going to work well for Hotshot Ghost and Lions. They push forward, but of course, Rain and Ryan who answer right back, once again putting Lions on their back foot.
Manny's still with ball in hands, keeping it safe, nursing it, rocking it back and forth. 64 seconds in climbing. Lions have not really been able to put a dent into this setup so far. Is this the chance? Is this the opportunity? Burton gets the stick onto the ball carrier. Morty's going to try and follow in with that damage. Picks up 1, but unfortunately, 2 members make it 3 go down for E United. Rain not in position to help the remainder of his team as they all fall around him. And now for the first time, Lions have a setup in pipes, but can they hold it?
Finally starting to see Lions heat up here. Mortally ball in hands. Off-screen, Hotshot Ghost does find the pick onto Manny, but broken through. Here comes Suspector, getting himself a double kill. Hotshot Ghost now forced to slow things down as now Lions once again not putting points on the board. E United waiting for those slays to get the camouflage, waiting for those slays to get a hold of that ball. And Lions once again on their back foot. This isn't getting pretty.
Spectre soaring across like Spider-Man. In no humor to play games though, as he takes down Parzelli as well. Ball down, but Lions have gotten their hands on it. 4 dead for E United. Again, an opportunity for Lions to eat away at that scoreline. Unfortunately for them, E United have claimed such a lead already. 72 seconds. This hold has got to pay dividends for them. As if E United get their hands on it once more, round 1 will be secured.
Fire being lit under the rears of Lions right now. They recognize the position that they're in. And they're going to answer accordingly, putting E United 3 down, finally showing some life here. There's one more player looking to be a nuisance, looking to stop Lions, but that sword should do away with them. Hotshot Ghost is going to chase him down. Off-screen Burton able to find the pick onto Rhino, but I love this ability to drop that ball, continue slaying, continue to put the pressure on E United. Don't let them run things. Now we're seeing Lions come back in this game, only down by 20 kills, and things are looking possible.
It's Lions who will flip the script. They're now controlling the game. They cleared out the riffraff on a couple of occasions already. Sword could be the job here, but has that player been able to throw the ball off? Yes, he has. Play will be reset here. Heads up. Play by E United just to get the reset, realizing things were going against them there with that C hold. 2 go down, though, at the hands of Hotshot Ghost and Parzelli. Rain and Suspector will have to watch what Ryan Noob and Manny can do this next passage of play. Manny scampers away, but Ryan Noob will not be able to do the same thing. He will be falling as a result. We see Lions with ball in hand. Hotshot Ghost set up towards pipes. Communication coming his way to be prepared to rotate it at a moment's notice. Shock rifle in the hands now of Burton. What can he do with it?
And Hotshot Ghost wanted to rotate that ball, but he felt the pressure coming in from E United as they find the slays that ultimately they're looking for. Rain flying in, grabbing hold of that ball, sitting over toward the L2 side, forced to back down, and just 5 points separate these two juggernauts here. And Rain once again getting the shock rifle, line it up so we can put them down.
What a comeback this has been for Lions. But can they steal the round? There's no point in coming back and handing the initiative straight back to E United, and it looks as though that might be the case as 2 go down for Lions. Burton, Parzelli, the last couple of members standing. Rain just about hits the shoulder blade, trying to line up the face. But ultimately, Suspector on hand to secure that kill. Mortally, completely unaware of Rain's position. And as a result, will hit the respawn screen. And E United scoop up that ball and retake the lead. A bottom A hold, but it's not going to be there for too much longer. Suspector's being pressured by Parzelli, and those frag grenades will be good enough to clear him out. Ball is down, bottom A. And E United in no man's land right now.
Lions able to strip the ball away from E United as they once again take the lead. 50 seconds on the clock. And Lions needing less than 15 to take it. E United have to push in. They have to get the ball out of the hands of Burn, who ends up dropping it so they go in for the slays. Finds himself one into man. He can't find the stick onto Ryan, who Lions going 3 down. E United back in the driver's seat.
Lions so close. Requiring only 9 more seconds. Hotshot Ghost, Plasma Pistol will not connect. Rhino playing this one patiently. Recognizing that Lions have got to come to him. Mortley tries to do just that by scrambling away with the ball. Tries to dribble it away, but gets called foul. They have managed to play the ball into bottom middle. And E United scrambling down there, but Lions remain 3 dead. They put so many resources into getting that play ball. And Rain has scooped it up. 82 seconds to 91. With the shot clock starting to play a factor. Only 15 seconds. E United need to cling onto this ball for all it's worth.
It was a great play of the ball for Lions, but now at this point, E United still having it in hands. Lions trying to push in. 14 seconds on the clock. 5 more seconds needed for E United.
Oh!
The ball ends up playing over toward the middle of the map, so the timer clicks in. Lions gonna steal it away.
Oh!
Mortally ends up going down. Suspector now just guarding the ball. They're playing for the shot clock. Parzelli steals it away. Now we're going in. We're tied up at 94 apiece. 1 more second. We're gonna see a sudden death. Brain passes it away.
Oh!
And Lions just stole round number 1 away.
It was not pretty. It was the good, bad, and ugly of the Lions. But they have scraped through round 1. E United, 1 round away from going down a game in the series. And what a story that would be. Can United bounce back here? Camouflage just popped up. It's been scooped up by Barzelli. And Suspector gets beamed 4 shots by Hotshot Ghost. Hotshot by name, Hotshot by nature.
Lions are the scrappiest team in this tournament, and you saw just why. When things get down and dirty, that's when they're at their most comfortable. Stealing just a 1-point game in that round number 1, going all the way down to time. United look angry.
Lions not afraid to make this one an ugly fight. Fighting for every inch. Winning the round by a second. They will not care if it's by 1 or if it's by 50. The scoreline reads the same. 2 go down though. For both teams here. It's a standoff. Manny recognizing the player behind him. Mortley will put a couple of shots in. Bobbing and weaving. Strafing in and out. Neither man will lose a life just yet, but that could be about to change as Manny gets a little bit of pressure applied. They put the squeeze on. They clear him out of bottom tower. And the ball is down in goal pipes. The Spectre's not feeling too comfortable in the position that he is in. He will scoop it up and opt to rotate.
Suspector bringing that ball right over toward the middle of his teammates, but where did the stick come from downtown? Burton gonna connect onto that one. Ryan Noob now being left by himself. We do see Mortley and Burton try to push forward onto the gold side of the map. Hotshot Ghost gonna scoop up that ball, bring it right back towards his team. First points being accumulated by Lions and hopefully able to take another lead.
And it's important that Lions do not get a little bit overzealous. Do not get overconfident. The United will make you pay. 4 dead for Lions now. And Ryan Noob's going to scoop that ball up. Currently sitting at 19-12 with 14 deaths. An admirable performance from him so far. But he finds himself down in the rounds. Mortley comes up the stairs and ultimately decides to back away once more. Members of United will try and flush him out, smoke him out of his hole. He re-engages now. Top Bior gets 2 shots in, gets the melee. But Manny will clear him out eventually. As he tries to play the ball and does so successfully, he will remain on the blue box.
But with that, Lions are able to scoop it up real quick. Shock rifle in the hands of Parzelli. United momentarily going 3 down, but now a full reset in numbers here. Parzelli's going to be taking some heavy damage, and with that, United inch closer towards that ball. The engagements are coming in. Lions are going to try to rotate that ball away, but they don't have the numbers to work with. Burton now finding 1 over toward the high ground. Excellent shots, but he's sandwiched in between 2, and now mortally being left alone. He's gonna play it over towards the pillars. Meanwhile, United going to chase him down. Manny follows up with a kill. Just 2 more left for Lions, and United should be able to find some good ball time here.
They have scooped it up. And they'll try this gold pipe setup one more time. Will it be more successful than it has been in the past? Suspector will push out glass side. Ball has gone down though. Mortley gets the opening pick for his team. Manny's the victim. Hotshot Ghost will fall, trying to get touch side to his team top middle. Burton will be traded out. Excuse me, Parzelli will be traded out. Burton could be the next one. Ryan Noob sets his sights on him and secures it. And Hotshot Ghost, fresh off the respawn, will try to get back to the ball once more. But United have surmounted 52 seconds and climbing to Lions' 19.
United definitely taking control here in the early game. You see Rain and Suspector locking down the A side of the map. Shots are starting to fire. Lions need to find the break. Ryan will be immediately going to drop that ball, try to play it towards a teammate, and goes right at Hotshot. Goes return to sender, goes that nade, but Burton has his back from long range. Burton able to find the kill onto Ryan, but Hotshot Ghost lives to see another engagement.
And off the back of that life, he picks up the ball. All from Burton's hard work and making sure he stayed alive. Hotshot Ghost, the remaining member, will pick up the ball off the throw it with the help of the repulsor that Ryan Noob gave him. 2 go dead though for Lions. Ryan Noob scoops the ball once more. No harm, no foul. They can see the score as they tip ever closer towards that 70-point threshold. 69 points right now. The 23. Mortley in goal pipes. He will try and escape with his life if he can. Drops the ball. Burton and Parzelli doing serious damage, it would seem, on the map right now. 20 kills for Burton in this game. Parzelli with 19 respectively. Everyone on the team slaying evenly at the moment. On the other side of things, E United heavily outslaying, with Suspector currently sitting with 27 and 17, but he finds himself a round down.
So many narrow lanes here on recharge. You're seeing Lions funneling E United towards them and trapping them. That sword was getting value, but now it's going to change hands onto Rain. Rain going to put in the work. Mortally flies in, goes down. The second one not going to be able to connect. A couple of grenades going to do more damage to Rain than the opposition. And burn the final swing, using all of that energy onto Manny. E United once again spawning over towards spawning all the way across the map. And Burton with the long-range specialty in the shock rifle should be able to peel them.
There's a standstill for a moment, but Burton fries one. Manny in the respawn screen now tries to line up the second onto that player Whirlpool. It will not land this time. Call has come. He's going to rotate top A. Suspector's down to no shields now with the help of that grenade. As he drops down, Burton will pick up an easy kill. Eyes on the camouflage, ball in touch tight distance as well. Picks it up, throws it up with the help of the repulsor. Heads up play from him. But can he stay alive long enough to be a factor to help get the camouflage for his team? Not right now. Ball down in a precarious position. It's going to be Lions are the first ones to step into it, but E United using it perfectly, expertly as bait right now. 69 seconds to 33, and the call has come for E United. They're going to play Slayer.
And at this point, now United just simply playing Slayer, playing keep away with this ball from Lions, putting it into a beatable position, and now forcing Lions to make the play, and E United ready for them at every turn. Hotshot Ghost going to be the first one to go down. Mortally now forced and desperate for it. Suspector baiting it with ease. Burton is in the play, but now only for just a few seconds here as Lions go 3 down. And with just 3 more seconds, E United taking round number 2, and we are going into a final round 3.
All tied up then. 1-1. If this is what we're to expect from the series, I'm all in. Mortley slides out. Gets absolutely beamed from the 2 players standing top catwalk. That's going to open the door now. 3 dead for Lions. Last player situated in tower. All 4 dead. Camouflage and ball. They'll have a perfect setup if E United can get a boogie on.
E United have downloaded the starting strat of Lions and we're ready to break it immediately, countering them perfectly. Lions coming off a spawn. You do see the push out of Burton and Parzelli onto the gold side of the map. Meanwhile, Rain gonna try to stay alive here and hold down this whirlpool. The defense is in. Shots go out. Hotshot Ghost gonna have to trade out his life. 3 down go Lions. E United gonna take advantage. The ball movement is in. It tells you the coordination, the communication is all going in favor of E United. And even though Lions were able to take round number 1, E United are looking to take the game.
Rain throws the ball out. Has already lost Suspector in the last passage of play. Burton steps out top middle on the bridge. Gets backed away by Rain. He smells blood. He wants to finish that fight. He does. Secures 1 for his team. Numbers advantage now for E United. But can they use them? 2 go down for Lions. And Ryan Newell puts his hands on the ball, looking to scrap up and milk as much as he can. Not in the best spot. But he'll take all the time and wait for the communication to come from his team. And here it is. They rotate now towards blue. This will give them the opportunity to play ball if they so require. And Rain's got the sword as he positions himself over towards glass, and Ryan Noob has that setup, Tony.
A 36-0 run so far by E United. Lions are really struggling in the slays department here in round 3. They don't even seem present on the map as E United have taken complete control, locking down every area. Rain off the screen, finding 2. Even Manny taken down mortally. Lions dropping like flies as opposed to the kings of the jungle.
E United swatting them away. That's a fortuitous spawn, though, it must be said. Someone on E United has stepped into a position where they shouldn't be because Ryan Noob finds himself under pressure, and that's a misplay from them to force Lions into a long haul spawn. Will it be telling, though? Will it hurt them too much? The answer is no. 3 go down for Lions once more. And Ryan Noob and co can continue to score the points that they need. Camouflage into the chest. They're getting all the goodies. Everything is going their way now.
Ryan Noob already having 27 kills and 17 assists to go along with it. And now with the camouflage, looking to make waves. Lions are they're in danger of being shut out right now. Ryan Noob, patience coming in. It is not a virtue. It is a weapon. His patience. He finds the backside of 1. Now gonna knock Parzelli way back. That's gonna be a double kill. Ryan Noob absolutely going off.
Rhino with the trigger discipline. And the use of the repulsor, sends another one into the drink. Splish splash, you're taking a bath. Ball will get played along with it though. Map reset, but the damage has been done. 78 seconds now to 5. And Lions are in big trouble after a hot start in round 1. E United, the beast is awoken.
Rhino on screen here. Gonna look to collapse, has Mortally and Parzelli in front of him. Rhino seems ready for the push. The nades start to fly. Mortally feels like he has to make a play right into the hands of Suspector, so that's gonna be assist earned by Rhino. But once again, E United getting that ball, rotating it all the way toward the long haul side, the long route away from Lion Spawn. Perfect ball movement out of E United. 3 players in the 30 kill mark, and Manny 1 away from it. This is a dominant round number 3 by E United, and with that, they're gonna close things out. Lions fall 0-1 in the series.
You talked about how 3 members of E United had dropped 30 bombs, and you mentioned Manny was 1 away. Well, he made sure he could use that ball to get to that 30 kill threshold. All members of E United breaking 30 kills. And after round 1, I feared the worst, that maybe they were a little bit punch drunk after that series with Cloud9. But they show us, no, that is not the situation whatsoever, and they bounce back in game 1.
It was really clutch for Lions to be able to scrap away that round number 1. I mean, that was great. That was one of the better rounds of oddball that I've ever seen, let alone casted. But it still felt like it was all E United. It still felt like E United were playing like they're a top 4 team, and at one point they were. Hopefully they can get back to that level here. Going into Catalyst Slayer, Lions gonna have to dig deep on this one. They're gonna have to show us that they belong here, otherwise they're going home. This is the elimination bracket.
Up next then, Slayer on Catalyst. And the last time E United, played Slayer on Catalyst was against Cloud9. And they got ran through, it must be said. After staking Cloud9 earlier in the series, it was a totally different story. They're hoping to have a much better fortune this time around against Lions. And with the way that game went, Lions hung in there in bits and in drips and drabs. But E United, the class came to the surface in rounds 2 and 3.
I don't want to count out Lions just yet. I mean, there's a reason why Ryan Noob himself has teamed with Hotshot Ghost in a couple one-off tournaments here and there. He recognized the skill. Same thing with Bird. He's been doing this for quite some time. I've got the chance to play Ace with Mortally, and I know how he can go toe-to-toe with some of the best while also being a natural IGL. When Parzelli pulled off the upset at Oxygen Esports over in Kansas City to make it into championship bracket. These are 4 very capable players, but it starts here on Slayer Catalyst. Do not allow E United to go up 2-0. Treat this game 2 as if it's a game number 5, as if your tournament life on the line, because it very well may be.
We're in lower round 3. And with Parzelli putting in numbers like 19 and 36, he has got to turn his fortunes around if they're going to see success in game 2 and indeed beyond that in the series. With Slayer Catalyst up next. E United, it's hard to bet against them here, Tony.
I mean, come on now, it's E United. Ryan and Rain always making sure that they go in with teams that are well prepared every tournament they go into. Manny, the ultimate X factor, a player that can drop literally 40 in any given moment. And then you have Suspector, who's easily my top 5 most underrated players that we have in our game, along with the likes of Falcon and the boys. Watch out for Suspector. Watch out for E United. Their tournament life will not end here. You can be sure of it, as E United are already up 1-0 in the series and are in prime position to go up 2-0, as they're a damn good Slayer team, one of the best that we have here in this tournament.
On the other side of things, Lions, in round 1 of that oddball, they showed signs of life. They showed they can play and they can hang with these boys. But it was fleeting. It was too few, far in between. Is the Slayer their opportunity? Is it their chance to get back in this series and tie it up? Or will E United double down and put themselves within touch and distance of elimination round 4? It's all to be decided, and with Catalyst such a difficult map to play on, with the way the spawns react, with the way they can be influenced, with some of the weapons you can get your hands on, the sandbox is always influential. Are E United about to double their series lead, or will Lions roar back to life?
Starting with E United first. And how important is this overshield? Obviously, Lions well aware of it. Hotshot, Ghost, and Parzelli getting 2 kills right off the rip. And I believe that overshield might have been grabbed or at least burned because it's no longer in the mid-map. Rain gonna try to rotate. Hotshot Ghost finds the kill onto Manny. Rain gonna try to isolate. Hotshot Ghost passes the sword with the drop weapon right before going down. High IQ play by him. And now it's Parzelli with that sword waiting for Rain to push up.
I love that play from Hotshot Ghost, recognizing, okay, listen, I'm probably not going to make it here. Go on without me. Like Rose hanging off a door in the Titanic. Jack is sunk, but the sword will live on. What can Rain do? Parzelli holding that angle. Manny done it before. Just waiting for the bait to step in. Putting them on the end of the hook. Game is slowed down though. It's a 2-kill game, but both these teams recognizing this game is so important. Tournament lives are on the line here. People will be going home after this series.
Rain immediately gonna back down. Like you said, this game is slowed down to a snail's pace. You can drop a pin on the map and it'll echo across Catalyst here. The shots fire off on Rain, forced to back down. Suspector trying to find an entrance here over toward the skewer side. Seems to be clear. Now you're seeing Suspector actually gonna bounce back over towards his team because Manny and Rhino finding the slate that they're looking for. Hotshot, Ghost, and Parzelli pushing up. Hotshot finds one. Suspector puts him down. Luckily, Suspector able to slow down Lions and they're starting to heat up.
The right time too. All tied up. Suspector backs away, looking to play the distance fight here. 2 members of Lions to contend with. But they're in a difficult spot and they recognize this and try to get away. Parzelli almost gets picked on the way out. Hotshot goes with the skewer. We'll put them into the lead. But just the 1 kill. But Ryan New will answer back. That's an assist for Suspector. Burton goes down. Mortley tries to scoot away with that overshield, but he's left it behind. And that means it will be scooped up by Suspector. It could be misery compounded here for Lions if they're not careful.
United already having a lead and now having the overshield to work with. That's not going to be good for Lions. Those extra shields allow them to get aggressive. United normally known for slowing the game down when it comes to Slayers, but when they have the advantage like this, they speed up. They up the tempo. And this is not good for Lions as this was just a 1-kill game just moments ago, and now United almost doubling the score line of Lions.
United pressing their advantage. Relentless aggression. Double kill for Suspector as he gets a killing spree to boot. Banking that grenade off the floor. It spins up and takes down Burton. 17 kills to 10 now. What's so good about United is they recognize the situations they're in when it comes to Slayer. They know when to slow it down. They know when they have the advantage. They can now dictate the pace. They can drop it down if they need to. They can pick it up when required. It's so much more difficult, particularly on this map when you're chasing a game.
5-1 out of range. Suspector was 6-1. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Mortally haven't seemed to find the kill just yet. A few assists to go along with it, but it's not going to be enough. Lions are still down by 7, make it 6 after Hotshot able to take down Manny. Rain gonna just rat it out here, wait for Lions to extend. And yes, they do. Nobody's checking the corner. Finally, one does. Repulses him back. Burn gonna have to trade out his life right there. But if those 3 players would have got in front of Rain, that would have been bad. Lions would have ended up going 3 down quickly.
Hotshot tries to grapple the overshield. He does so successfully on the 2nd time of asking. Can he push forward? All 4 members up for Lions, but he recognizes that he's alone and perhaps he needs the rest of his team to put damage down. But now they know exactly where the overshield player lies. Grenades come his way. Pressure being applied. Burton picks up 2 in the feed. 3 go down for United. Rain, the final member standing, will try and scamper away. He goes straight onto the lap now. Hotshot goes, picks up 1 onto Suspector and another one. That's a double kill. And now all of a sudden we're all tied up.
Lions stepping up when it matters most. This was once a 15-8 lead in favor of United. Where did their lead go? Manny Suspector will end up getting back-to-back kills. That's going to definitely favor the likes of United. Parzelli now being forced to just rat it out in the corner, wait for his teammates to come off a spawn. There's only so much that he can do on his own. He needs his team, especially in Halo Infinite, especially here on Catalyst.
Call has to come. No more easy deaths. You do not want to throw away easy kills that you have to try and claw and clamber back at. Burton will eat a couple of team grenades. Not going to be enough to take him away, but very close. Suspector on the opposite side of the map with the skewer. That red beam of death. We're focused on Parzelli for a moment. He manages to escape and evade with his life for now. A 1-kill game, but both these teams rotating clockwise here and almost away from each other.
Parzelli making sure that he checks every corner. He knows how E United play. He knows they like to rat it out. Lions did his homework. We have Overshield coming up in a little over 10 seconds now. Parzelli going to try to get into position. I'm not sure if he's aware there's a player right above him, and Windu pushing up with Suspector. Luckily, Burton shuts that down immediately with the sword. Burton ends up getting the double kill. That opens up for Reigns to steal away the Overshield, but not able to pop it. Mortally going to scoop that one up, and a 2-kill lead back in favor of Lions. E United are now the ones on the ropes.
E United held a 7-kill advantage. This last passage of play has heavily favored Lions, as not only do they get themselves right back into things, but they now extend their lead. 4 kills the lead for the advantage for Lions. Hot shot goes, 2 nades coming his way. Won't be enough to send them to the respawn screen. 2 members of Lions go up the ramp, and they trade it out 1 for 1. It's a 2-kill game with Suspector picking up Parzelli on the way out.
This has been a back and forth contest. 2 kills here, 2 kills there, and with that, E United having momentary control. Manny gonna slide in with the Pulse Carbine. Does have a few players of Lions in front of him. Manny taking heavy damage, a bit overextended. Parzelli gonna take advantage of that, adding his point to the board. 2 members of Lions now gonna pinch out one, pitch out another one. Rain goes down. Lions trying to hold on to their 2-kill lead.
As good as the United are at Slayers, something hasn't quite clicked for them on Catalyst. They haven't figured out what way they need to play it, or at least what's the most optimum way of playing it. Perhaps that will come as the tournament develops. Mortally taking down to no shields. Has to back away, does Manny. Does so successfully. Teammate on hand to trade it. Hot shot Ghost hunting, but has to pay the price from chasing there. And now it's just a 1-kill game.
Manny and Co able to bring it to that just 1 kill, but still down. E United wanted to make a play. We see the double push come out of E United. Now a triple push going right through this corridor. Watch out for any grenades that might fly here. Burn and Hot Shot Ghost gonna meet them immediately. Mortally will be the first one to go down for Lions. And with that Overshield up, E United are getting quickly into position. 1 slay, 1 round might decide the fate of this Overshield and ultimately this game.
2 kills though. Opening picks go E United's way. Manny hesitant to step out of line and try to go for that Overshield, and you can see why. Mortally standing above him, top middle. Those double doors open. I'll give him the information he needs to back away. E United slowed the game down once more. There's 2 members positioned over towards Ivy. Parzelli has the sword. Will Manny step out? He backs away. He hears that sword, no doubt about it. He'll try and get himself out of there before picking up one. Parzelli has put the sword away for a moment. Has that open the door? No, Parzelli shuts it down. It's a 3-kill game. E United, hold on for now.
On board now with Parzelli, 6 and 7, 5 assists to go along with it, and more importantly, the sword. The nades start to fly, and Mortally spots a rat. Ryan, who gets taken down. As Lil Wayne once said, all rats have to die, even Master Splinter. Hotshot Ghost and Mortally off the screen, getting the slaves that they need. E United now losing numbers. Luckily, Ryan able to answer back. Manny comes in, and half the members of Lions go down. E United having control of the 3-kill lead.
United stabilized for a moment. Hotshot goes down to no shields, but Burton's the one that's most advanced, and he makes sure Ryan New pays the price. The iron price. It's a 1-kill game now. Back and forth we go. We dance left and right. We sway in the mood and in motion. E United go ahead. Lions then go ahead. But now, as we head into the latter stages of this game, we're so close to being tied up.
E United pushing in tandem right now. A triple push here, double push there. Manny by himself, but luckily Suspector has his back, comes in for the bait and switch, able to take down Mortally. Hotshot Ghost now going to try to back down and stay alive, but he knows how important that overshield is. Do not give E United a free one, otherwise you are losing this game and falling 0-2 in the series.
3 kills the difference now, though. Something's got to give. E United can risk going for the overshield. Lions not so much. They cannot afford to give away fresh 4. Manny's down to no shields. But Mortally is going to be the first one to get picked. Ryan Noob with the backstab. Teammates getting killed. It's going to be Manny. And Rain has the skewer. Burton goes down. All the kills are falling in E United's favour. Manny with the sword is slicing and dicing. And Rain cross map skewers 1.
Pins up against the wall with that one, and with that, 3 more kills needed for E United as they line up yet another one. Coach Chig says Rain has one of the best long-range shots in the game, and is he about to prove it here with this skewer? Lions still down by 6 kills. Needing to make a play. Manny already being very aggressive. That entry frag player. Hot shot Ghost ends up being taken down. Manny gonna find one. Ryan gonna follow it up, and that's gonna be it. Lions go 3 down. That's the 50th kill for E United. They're up 2-0 in the series, and they're 1 game away from sending Lions home.
Tony. It's the same situation again. We find the underdogs huffing and puffing. Can't blow the house down. Same in the oddball, they win round 1. You think, okay, you're here to play. When we get into this Slayer, E United take that lead. It was a dominant lead, ahead by 8. All of a sudden, Lions turn that script, and they show up, and they take the lead by 4 or 5. But they allow E United back into the game, and the score was out of hand by the end. Not only were they down the scoreline, but the time was starting to play a factor. There was 45 seconds left in the game. Even if they had gotten a fresh 4 dead, the chances are Lions were getting taken out in that second game Slayer. A great performance out of E United, particularly in the start and in the end game. That middle section, it got a little bit hairy.
We talked about it before. E United have yet to drop outside the top 4, sporting a second, third, and even 4th place back in Kansas City, Anaheim, and Raleigh. They're mad that they're here in the elimination bracket. They do not want to be here, especially as early as round number 3. E United want to go the distance, and Lions are simply just a stone, just a stepping stool in their path. Why don't we break down the scoreboard? What's standing out to you, Scherzi?
Well, it's Parzelli, who's had a struggle once again. 6 kills, 11 deaths, and 6 assists. It's a tough one for him and a Slayer. He did keep the deaths a little bit lower. But on the other side of things, you've got Rain with that skewer, 12, 7, and 5 assists. What a performance he put in, and particularly as the game started to grind to a halt, E United were really able to dictate the pace of play there. It must be said, Tony.
And now we're going into an objective, and I thought maybe if Lions had a chance of winning, they would have to catch E United slacking on a Slayer, especially a map like Catalyst, which is so new. Live fire? It ain't new whatsoever. It's tried and true. E United know exactly what they want to do here on this map, especially Stronghold's. Lions are going to have an uphill battle they have to go through. E United, so coordinated. Their defense is so strong. I really question how Lions are going to be able to break through and hold on to 2 or if not 3 strongholds for long enough to put 250 points on the board.
Lions back to the walls, staring down the barrel of elimination. E United 1 game away from punching their ticket to lose round 4. We're underway, straight into the thick of it, with Manny picking up 1 in the feed. Burton goes down, as does Hotshot Ghost. It's the worst possible start as A and B convert for E United, and not only that, they can now start to contest over shield with Rain, baiting and switching once more. E United are working in tandem.
Early lead, early double cap in the favor of E United, already working on to Parzelli as well. Give me that sniper, says Rain. 3 down go Lions, and this is not what you want to see. Another trip gap being pushed here for E United. Lions still on the ropes.
Burton gets the kill onto the player sitting C, but bad news bears. Overshield for Ryan Noob. Make a sniper rifle to boot. It's a wombo combo. He's hungry for more. Hotshot Ghost. Top nest. That plasma pistol will not connect, and Ryan Noob recognizing he needs to get himself out of dodge. Finds the body of Barzelli. Fades away with the battle rifle shot. Scoops up. The heat wave to boot. All the sandbox is being employed here by Ryan Noob. All the goodies are in his hand and he's starting to really come to life.
This is really tough to watch for Lions. Luckily, they were able to put E United 3 down. The tough part is they went 3 down on their own. Burn gonna try to find an angle over toward the B side. Manny cutting him off almost immediately. Parzelli gonna come in and join the fight here. Shots are ringing out. Damage is being chipped away here. Suspector goes down to 1 shot. Hot shot Ghost able to find one and hold on. Lions gaining a bit of control.
E United giving up no easy yardage. Lions, it's the 4th down in this series for them though. They have to start throwing some Hail Marys. They now get their first points of the game. 96 was the initial score put down by E United. Can Lions match that or even better, push forward beyond it? Because they need to start showing more. It has not been enough. 3 go down for E United. And Hotshot Ghost rotates A plat. His intentions are looking and set towards B. Looking to play a little bit of defense. Over shield in the chest of Burton. That's going to help the cause.
And the winner of this matchup gets to move up and play against FaZe for top 8 here. So lots of implications on the line. Lions well aware of it, holding on to that dub cap, still down by quite a bit, but E United answer back. Rain gonna be the only player alive on the map as 4 down with Lions, and E United going 3 down themselves. Rain takes advantage, steals away the BC hold, and now you're gonna see E United slow things down, force Lions to make a play.
The storyline is set up then. If E United win this game, it'll be Spartan up against his former team. But Lions, they still have something to say about what way this series is going to shake out. They're not looking to go away quietly. A and B in their control. They continue to score. But can they hold out even further? Can they push this series to distance? Hotshot Ghost uses the repulsor. It sends Manny into the splish splash. That's going to mean A and B stay in their control. And now they're not quite content with 2. They're looking to turn it into a triple cap.
I don't know if they could push the series the distance, but he definitely pushed him off the map with that repulsor. Manny going out. And now you see Suspector make waves, though, making up for it. 2 down go Lions once again. And just when Lions are able to crawl the way back into it, just when they're able to get some control, E United answer back, shutting them down in every turn.
Oh!
And Suspector gonna absolutely turn onto Hotshot Ghost. That's a hot shot for you.
Suspector, the high damage dealer, former XSET player, has found a home on E United, and he has not looked out of place here as he lined up that shot, as he finds the body of Barzali as well. Big trouble being spelt out here because when he starts connecting shots like that, Lions' hopes and aspirations take a massive hit.
They could not allow Suspector to go off like this, holding on to the tower side. It's a BC hold coming out of E United. Lions spawning onto the A corner. Burry gonna try to catch an angle. Only gonna catch a body shot while Manny comes in for the cleanup. Another shot barely gonna miss, but Manny is still going off on the feed. 15 kills, 7 deaths out of Manny, cleaning up everybody's leftovers.
Manny is screaming, let the bodies hit the floor as he rolls around live fire. 166 now, and E United really starting to crank the pressure with a triple cap of their own. Can Lions maneuver their way out of it? Can they shake it? Grenade goes down for Suspector, but it's going to do too much damage to him. 187 and climbing. Mortally trying to stabilize for Lions. They've got control of C, but it's going to be another uphill battle to try and control A or B.
Drowning Pool would be proud watching these bodies hit the floor. Hotshot Ghost on screen, going after the challenge. Gonna have to repulse back to get back out. But all of Lions now retreating over toward the A side, and Rain chasing one down, finds the kill on Parzelli. Hotshot Ghost gonna come in for the cleanup, but Lions need clean slays. They're going 1 down, trading out, and all of these trades are working in favor of E United as Lions have yet to find the control that they've been looking for.
Hotshot trying to run down A with a pocket full of shells. They've been successful this time. A and C in their control, but E and I looking to change things here. They've got control of C plat. B is going to be the point of contention now as Hotshot slides in. 1 player has been sent off the map. Mortley will get Manny on the way out though. Sniper rifle and body shot connect. Rain will put the final nail. in Hotshot's coffin. Parzelli will pick up rain in the feed. Sniper rifle will pop up once more. Suspector's got it in his hands. And he may well have the game in his hands. Finds the face of one of Hotshot. Hotshot Ghost has been turned into a ghost. Ectoplasm is all that's left.
Charlie's not going to change hands. Alpha will as well, but Alliance going to hold on to the double cap for working B at the same time. But E United finding the slaves that they're looking for. Another body shot coming out of Suspector, then lands the stick on him, and with that, the hopes of Lions now are hanging on this double cap, and E United are already working on the Bravo side push.
United have B. These kills are going to be so important, and they've gone against Lions here. Burton and Hotshot not successful to stop that push. They're going to trade A and C, and E United will perform the clean sweep. They'll punch their ticket to lower round 4, and Lions are eliminated.
Lions go down, E United go forward, and now we're going to see the rematch between Spartan and Ryan Noob here in your elimination round number 4. Congratulations to E United, and obviously congratulations for Lions for making it this far as well, but sadly their tournament run will end here.
Lions putting on the show, it must be said, but on the other side, phase 3-0 clean sweep, and that Strongholds game, it wasn't close. Lions were desperately trying to hang on in there the entire time, but at no point did they really have control. It was all one-way traffic. And this rematch, this match with E United against FaZe, it's got me tingling a little bit, Tony.
For those of you who don't know, Spartan was the leading slayer on this E United roster, the same one that just 3-0'd Lions 2-1 in Oddball, 50-41 in Slayer, 250-86 in Stronghold. Spartan was a major piece of the success that E United were able to find. Eventually, Spartan electing to self-bench himself, and ultimately FaZe coming in and stealing the possible top 5 player in the game, or at least top 5 slayer, and now FaZe finding a whole new roster. E United forced to make some changes as well, and they get to have their rematch. And with the amount of passion that Ryan Noob and Spartan bring into the building, it's gonna be like one of those Dragon Ball Z fights, just going in, earth-shattering. The servers might not be able to take it with how much these two are gonna go at it. E United and FaZe in elimination round 4.
As the old enemies coming together once more, E United have taken out FaZe on more than one occasion on LAN and given FaZe some of their worst placements, the likes of top 12, the likes of top 8. Every single time we put FaZe in that conversation, and taking a look at the elimination bracket confirmation, then FaZe and E United clash, and they face off against G1. The winner of it will have the privilege of fighting G1 to make it back to that elimination semi-finals. And elsewhere, Oxygen Esports up against Pioneers, who had a terrible day yesterday in pool play, looking to make that run that we talked about. G2, with the help and the influence of Barcode, they now play EXO, who have come off the back of a best-of-5 game-winning Game 5 Slayer victory against Complexity. But what a tournament we have, and what way this is already shaken out. Tony, we're only in Saturday. It's not even Sunday yet.
I'm excited. It feels so good to be here. Like you said, that G2 EXO matchup going to be great. That Oxygen Esports and Pioneers matchup, that's definitely going to be one to watch out for. Oxygen Esports, you know, really stepping and punching above their weight class. Meanwhile, Pioneers seemingly kind of going under theirs. You know, they were the ultimate underdogs and came in as a very high seed into this tournament, and so far have been underperforming. So lots of storylines here in the elimination bracket, and I can't wait to go forward. Shurzy, I hope you're ready. It's going to be one hell of a ride.
Well, we'll be going forward one way or another. We're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. Don't miss it. We've got G2 and EXO when we get back. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your North American Super 125K 20 teams here, and we are going down to our top 8. In fact, the next matchup here, whoever wins this not only makes it into the top 8, but is guaranteed pool play at Orlando. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. I got my man with the pretty eyes and the pretty smile, Tim. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic, Tony. My name is Active, of course, as Tony said, and we've got G2 Esports versus EXO here right now. And let me tell you something. I got to talk to Bid Teaches before this matchup just to ask him how he's feeling. And he said this. He said, we're an extremely fast team, and we do not respect who we play. That's what he told me, Tony.
Oh. You know, I heard you're supposed to respect your. I heard you're supposed to respect your opponent. You know, okay, EXO, that's a lot coming out of Bid Teachers and friends. But you know what? I think at this level of competition, you have to come in with that confidence. You have to come and walk around with that swagger. And clearly, EXO not lacking any bit of it. But will that be enough to take on like the likes of G2? Because you know, I heard they got a secret weapon of their own coming all the way from ANZ. Barcode is on G2 Esports.
Yeah, Barcode's looking really good right now, and this team on G2, they don't have a lot of practice, but let me tell you something that Coach Cal has told me. Oddball is their strongest objective game type. They were able to win Oddball on the streets against G1 in that winners bracket. They ended up losing the series 3-1, but their only win was Oddball. Let's see if they can replicate that here on Oddball Recharge. We're gonna find out right now, Tony.
First time we're seeing EXO on the screen and on the stream, and a lot of you guys may not be familiar with these boys. Bid Teachers and Shakoi putting in that work, grinding out in those Sauna 8s, putting in that work and getting their names out there. Meanwhile, Alex Shot comes from that Red Bulls roster that formerly reverse swept Oxygen Esports to make it into pro bracket in Kansas City. And then Huss is formerly of Torrent. So EXO, a little new to the scene, but looking to kind of make their names known here and on the backs of G2 Esports, who already have themselves some early control.
Like you said, this is for a lot more than that $125,000 pool. It's for top 8 and a pool spot at the Orlando LAN, the major. Very important game here for this G2 Esports squad, but like I said before, very little practice for them, and they're performing greatly. Here comes the push right now from EXO. 1 goes down, but 3 go down for G2.
EXO doing a great job of answering back, and Shakoi trying to break through, denying those nades with the repulsor, backing down just to double back out. But Barcode and Straight Stick able to find the kill onto Huss, and that'll slow down EXO. But lucky the sword comes out, stabbed through the heart.
Great shot there by Barcode, the man we're talking about. Barcode, one of those players that, like I said, is going to be the X factor on this squad. They've played as 3, Sab, Gilkey, and Straight Stick for a while. They're just trying to find that fourth that really fit. And let me tell you something, from what we've seen in this tournament thus far, Barcode has fit this roster perfectly. His individual skill is incredible. And another person's individual skill that I love to watch is Straight Stick. He's been in the game for a while. A masterful FFA player. And he's transitioning that to 4s in a great way.
And not only is Straight Stick shot absolutely incredible, but his movement is on point as well. Dropping down, taking down Shakoi, grabbing himself a camouflage, and even the ball as well, doing it all for G2 Esports. Half the team of EXO are on the black screen. Huss and Shock find himself a kill. Straight Stick aware of it. He needs to make sure he does not go down with his active camouflage.
A great bait there, but he's gonna get traded out. He left the sword down bottom to grab that ball, and it's all about priorities at that point, right? That sword is very important on this map, but I'm sure the communication came through to his team, and he allowed someone else to get dab as he got the ball, but looks like EXO starting to put some time on the board here. They're up to 13 seconds already. They're approaching this 35-second lead.
G2 looking to break this setup, and with Huss having the ball, forcibly able to play the ball off the map and forcing that reset. Now we're going to see EXO and G2 try to push onto the gold side of the map, trying to get as close as possible to the ball, but with Sab dropping double kills on the feed, it's going to be hard for EXO to recover.
See them taking advantage of that spawn onto Huss right there. He's on the top gold side. He does go down. He was a staggered spawn. They were able to time the spawn so that they could push him alone. His teammates were still coming up. And that's what you got to kind of do. You got to take that timing. Make sure you push those spawns. Get those easy kills so that you have numbers in the end. G2 doing a great job of that. And Straight Sick having a great game right now. 7-4 to start.
We talked so much about Barcode and his ultra-fast play style, his creativity that he brings to the map, and it worked over in ANZ, but we question whether it would work in North America, and clearly he is finding the perfect kill with the shock rifle onto Shock. And now we're seeing G2 soak up some good ball time here. Gilkey going to be forced to play it. They look to reslay, regain, and maybe take control once again. A 41-19 lead out of G2 Esports.
This is something that's so great out of Gilkey right there, Tony. Knows when to be aggressive, knows when to play back. He's one of the best back players in the game. But when that opportunity arises where he can push an advantage and push together with and push on a flank, he'll take it. And he did just there. And because of that, G2 continue to add time to this lead. They're up to 51 seconds already.
Barco tries to get out of dodge. Alex Shock not going to allow that to happen. Meanwhile, Straight Sick able to drop ball, gets to slay onto Bid Teaches, and G2 still putting time here. But as I say, that EXO break through, push down the doors, put G2 3 down. And now we're going to see if G2 can get right back up. Do not allow EXO back in the game.
Want to focus on the assist column on the G2 Esports side. Almost 20 assists for this team, working together on so many kills. And you see that when they double push like that, they get the advantage. They're able to kind of break a setup easily. They got Bid Teaches down, one of the Slayers on the squad, but they're trying to get more. And once that break happens, you got to be careful. And look at Huss rotating the ball to his team that spawns on C.
Love that rotation coming out of EXO. The nades are starting to come, though. G2 not going to allow him to get away that easily. In fact, Barcode getting a double kill. Make that 3 down for EXO. G2 once again gaining control, and they're getting mighty close to that 100-point mark. EXO, how will you respond?
They've got to get one pick, Tony. They've got to get one, and then they can push that aggression. That damage on the Gilkey not going to be enough. That's only one shot of damage. They've got to get more, and unfortunately, 2 go down for G2, I'm sorry. That's going to mean that G2 has to play that ball. But they get some trades on the board here, and that's what they're looking for. Those were great trades out of G2. EXO go 2 down, so this ball will continue to stay on its spawn.
Once again, EXO going 3 down, and G2 already working close toward the ball. There is one player in the Huss that's trying to find an angle here. And now we have a Straight Sick in a very awkward position. He's not feeling comfortable. Jumps right back up, though. Bid Teaches going down to 1 shot. Now going to try to work onto Alex Shock. And Shock peels him from across the map. Straight Sick thought he had the advantage in that one, but do not doubt Shock's shot. It's nasty.
Now, when I was talking to Bid Teaches, he said the same thing. Him and Shock are the Slayers in this game. And right now, both of them are struggling just a bit. 8-11 for Shock and 5-12 for Bid, so look for them to pick that up as time goes on. We're still in the very first round of this oddball game. They've still got plenty of time to make it happen.
I'm still trying to figure out how Huss has 0 assists. I don't know what's going on. 12 kills is impressive. How are you playing over 3 minutes, over 4 minutes of gameplay to have no assist? I don't know what's going on here. Shakoi having plenty of assists, though, 10 on the board right now. Huss does end up going down before getting his 14th on the board. Shakoi gonna try to catch an angle, maybe bait this ball because he knows G2 might extend for it.
Taking a look at Barcode, 17-9 in this game. Shakoi on your screen, gonna end up falling, and Bid's gonna come staggered, but that's a good stagger right there because he gets the trade needed. It's not gonna be enough though. G2 Esports go up 1-0.
EXO, they need to dig deep. EXO have done amazing to make it here into the elimination round number 3, but I have a feeling they do not want their tournament life to end. Answer back. Show G2 what you got. Beat them on their best game type. That could be huge for EXO.
Great double kill by Sab, but he plays his life as well. 3 of his teammates go down. 1 just spawned. That's going to be Barcode. So look for Sab to create an opportunity where Barcode does have sight lines on him. He's stuck in the pipes right now, so he's got to be careful.
Sab gonna try to stay alive here, but his teammates are falling left and right. Goes right in for the melee. Able to find the kill onto Huss, and Alex Shock formerly of Gears of War. He ain't a Gears kid no more. He's a Halo kid now. Finds himself that shock rifle looking to make some plays. Meanwhile, Bid teaches whacking the body of his enemies. Okay. I'm liking the way EXO are coming in. I talk about not being afraid of the upper seed. They're not afraid. In fact, EXO feel like they're the favorites here as they put G2 3 down.
Something that comes with not respecting the team you're playing, which can be risky, is the fact that you're very confident, and that also shows in their very quick play style. Huss, unfortunately, is going to drop down into batteries, and he does not get that ball up. That's going to be a little bit of a blunder. One go down for EXO, and G2 searching for an opportunity to push this advantage.
Love the slays that we're seeing so far on the side of EXO. It hasn't accumulated to much, only a 14-point game right now, and with G2 finding the slays that they need, it's only a matter of time before G2 catch up here as they now have ball in hand. Shakoi gonna try to extend for the sword. Hopefully he can make a play with it. But G2, all that work that EXO were able to create, now G2 are right back in the driver's seat. They've now stolen the lead, and now EXO even falling one at a time.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate for EXO because, you know, they had a nice pipe setup with that ball, but unfortunately Huss could not get it up from the battery side, and because of that, they're not going to get any ball time off of this, and G2 Esports going to extend their lead, but 3 go down once again, and you're starting to see Bid Teaches and Shock starting to step up their slay game.
When in doubt, whip it out. Shakoi bringing the sword, getting the double kill, commanding respect as EXO once again take the lead. Huss and Bid going to take back-to-back kills. G2 going 2 down, and now Shock having balls in hand.
43 seconds and counting for this EXO squad. Bid was on a very high power position there. The question is, can he keep it? You see Gilkey on the right-hand side pushing the glass. He has to stay alive in this situation. He's in a very powerful spot.
Bid Teaches trying to get over toward the pipe side. Able to go right at Gilkey, but Gilkey gonna win that slay. 14 kills, 10 assists out of the young man. Sword does come in. Shakoi able to find yet another one with the sword. Shakoi absolutely dominating here, putting his 17th kill on the board, gaining 11 assists, and now EXO still finding the numbers that they need. G2 going 3 down. EXO taking control here. We might be tied up here after round 2.
And you got to look at both sides of the screen, right? Barcode doing exactly what we know he's going to be able to do. Bid Teaches and Shock starting to slay up. It's a very even game. The problem is G2 have a 1-round lead. And they also have a break. 2 go down for EXO. They're pushing the advantage, but Shock, the play ball comes through, and he gets that ball in the turbine, waiting for his teammate to potentially pick it up and transfer it to the pipe side. But Huss is just being a nuisance in the back here. Look how much time he is causing his team to get to his point of view. And that's exactly what you need to do. You need to delay so that your teammate can come for the assistance. Huss stays alive. Beautiful play by him.
Trace gonna try to break it over toward the control side. The shots go in. Huss is gonna try to retreat over, but it's not gonna happen. Shock ends up going down. EXO getting caught a bit out. Luckily, Huss gonna answer right back in, but EXO going 3 down. G2 looking to grab a hold of that ball, looking to make waves here, get right back into their setup. G2 are not out just yet.
They get the kill on the Huss, which is exactly what they need to hold this elevator setup. 2 go down for EXO, and now a point to hold this ball on the elevator side. G2 have a lot of catching up to do, but they're going to do it just like this with this incredible teamwork. Look at that. The drop down from Barcode to assist Sab. Picks up the ball as well. 3 dead momentarily for EXO. G2 have a lock on this setup.
I learned in kindergarten that teamwork makes the dream work. And clearly, that's G2's motto as well. The coordination to break some of these setups are so impressive. And when they get into their setup themselves, they can lock things down. A 68-60 lead, it looks like still in favor of EXO right now. And as we see G2 trying to claw their way back into the game, trying to get set up onto EXO and trying to make waves.
Keep you updated. I believe we lost the feed there. Please be patient with us, but what a great game. G2 had to come back in that second round, but that first round looked very convincing, Tony. And you know what? It came down to the Slays. Like I said, Barcode stepping up in the role that he's supposed to set up in. Incredible job by him.
I'm actually getting word that I believe the game is still going on right now. We might have lost our feed here, but I can only assume it's a crazy game. In fact, I'll give you some of the sound effects. Pew, 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 pew.
Those are great.
Ball taken. And that's what's happening right now, but something of that sort. Not exactly, obviously.
Sounds like I'm in a theater right now. Absolutely incredible. I really do like the ability of EXO there to kind of outslay and be in a situation where, they're having control. G2 had complete control of that very first round, but EXO, like I said, Bid Teachers and Shock, the two main slayers of the squad, started to slay out, and they started to catch up because of it. And then the momentum kind of turned back the other way towards G2. We'll see what happens in this game.
Yeah, it was definitely a real fight towards that round number 2, where I feel like in round 1, I don't know, G2 just kind of felt always in control of that round 1, and EXO always trying to respond, as opposed to early in round 2, it was EXO that were dictating the pace of that game and really kind of going back and forward a bit with G2. So love to see that out of EXO, and hopefully they can continue that, because I would love to see that go to a round 3 as opposed to G2 kind of dominating in one game and then carrying that momentum into the second.
Absolutely. It definitely gives you that confidence when you kind of keep the score close. It gives you the confidence to move on to that second game and know that you can contend. If you get completely blown out, I mean, you're looking at, a lack of confidence, and mental is so important, like I always say. But we'll see what happens. We'll keep you guys updated once we get the final score here. It looks like I just got the update, and G2 did win game number 1, Tony.
I can't say I'm surprised. EXO started off hot, but G2, they were always in it. And G2 ended up stealing away that round number 2, and ultimately it's going to be a 2-0 in favor of G2 as they go up 1-0 in the series. And now we get to see what EXO are really made of. Like you said before, EXO said they don't respect their opponents. Now what happens when you fall 0-1? Does that attack your mental, or are you able to bounce back? Are you able to kick it into gear?
It depends. It all depends on how confident they really are. Not respecting your opponents can come back to bite you. Like I said, you got to sometimes respect your opponents so that you can play based on how they're playing. If you don't respect them and you kind of just challenge every 1v1 piv and then you start losing those 1v1 pivs, that ends up being bad on your end because you're down in numbers, and then the team's going to take advantage like G2 did with that oddball time. But we'll see. G2 is a very strong oddball team. That's one of their strongest game types, or, objective game types. So we'll see if they're able to continue this now in the Slayer, which is also apparently one of their best game types, is a Slayer as well. So we'll see what happens. And I can imagine that. Barcode, incredible Slayer on this squad. I love to see him come from ANZ. I talk about it all the time. It's good to see him here.
Yeah, I was going to say, bad news for EXO. You have 2 of their best game types starting off the series, and now you're going to have to try to beat them in at least one of their best. G2, I call them the ultimate defensive team. And in a game type like Slayer, where they're really able to slow the game down, when they're really able to count on the mistakes that you make, that's what makes them so dangerous. Kind of similar to Oddball. Right. They want to get that ball, get themselves in position, sit there, watch every single angle, and the moment you go 2 down, that's when they aggress. That's when they put on you. That's when they punish you, and that's going to carry over to game 2, which is a Slayer, of course.
And you can tell there's a little bit of holes in G2 Esports game. There was times where EXO started to get some ball time, and it seemingly was for free. But again, that's because G2 hasn't had much time together. Literally, Barcode just came over, and so they need practice. And something that Callus said, this is what he said. This is a stark difference, a very humble side of the story, a stark difference from what we heard from Bid. Callus says, we're taking this opportunity to see how far we can go with little practice, and taking each game as a chance to win, or a chance to learn, win or lose. I love that mentality. They're trying to see as far as they can go. They don't have a lot of practice, and they're just taking the chance to learn. That's exactly the mentality of a top-tier coach and a top-tier organization. G2, with this Barcode switch, it's going to be great. Can't wait to see their future.
And it don't help that while you're learning, while you're practicing right now, you end up earning yourself a little bit of money. Because as of right now, G2 1 round away from making it into that top 8, and that's when it starts to come in. Tim, I told you we should have made a team. I'm telling you, man. Get top 20, you know, we get lucky, maybe a DQ here and there. I don't know. Maybe we could have been where EXO are, where G2 was. I don't know why you want to do it.
I mean, Tony, you know I'm on mouse and keyboard. There ain't no winning for us, brother, okay? I'm going to be sitting in the back, missing all my shots, whirlwinding like there's a tornado in my house. You don't want to see that, all right? These guys are here for a reason, and we're here on this desk for a reason. And let me tell you, it's been a pleasure this weekend casting with you, and we got so much more to go. Very excited about this next matchup. It's going to be Catalyst Slayer. And to be honest with you, this is an interesting one, Tony. G2 Esports lost this in a Game 5 to the Pioneers. So a very interesting type of situation we got going on here. And again, speaking of Pioneers, they just 3-0'd Oxygen Esports in the bracket. So whoever wins this series right here will not only get top 8, will not only get pool spots at Orlando, but will also get to play Pioneers in the next round.
That can be huge. And as of right now, G2 already up 1-0 in the series. And going into this game number 2, I'm sure they're feeling confident, especially in their slaying ability. You got that skewer, you got the sword. Don't forget about how creative you can get with the grapple and repulse, not only use offensively, but also defensively, and also use a combination with your movement. And then that overshield that everybody is going to be fighting for, spawning right into the middle of the map. The game changer. One of my favorite things to do is go onto that skewer side of the map, grab a hold of that grapple, get into a bit of a safe position, and then bring that overshield over to yourself. And forget about extending yourself into a bad position. If you can grapple the overshield back to yourself, it can be huge, used as bait, and then obviously turn the tides with those double shields.
It's definitely important to get that OS with that grapple. And the last time G2 Esports played this game type, like I said, it was in a Game 5 against Pioneers, 50-49. And if you heard Coach Callis, he said we're playing to learn and improve no matter win or loss. Let's see if they've improved on the mistakes they made that match. And let's also see if EXO can bring up the confidence in this game number 2 after losing that first one. Here we go. Game number 2, Catalyst Slayer.
My player to watch out for is going to be Sab. Sab, normally that entry frag player, the best slayer normally on this team before bringing Barcode along, but he's the entry frag. He's the one that's supposed to enter in and put so much damage and open up those opportunities for his teammates. Now, the problem is that Slayer Catalyst, at that point, they're going to be holding hands a little bit. They're going to be pushing in tandem in those, you know, those 2-man push, those 3-man pushes, and I wonder how that's going to work as G2 go 3 down, and Sab going to be the final player. That overshield is for anybody to take over, and Huss going to be the one to grab hold of it.
That's a big one right there. EXO getting that very first OS. It is halfway gone, but definitely a good spot to be, and he also has that sword, so wants to make use of it. But look at the defense from G2. Incredible job playing their life here, though, is Huss, and Bid is going to get those 2 kills. The Slayer on the squad, cleaning up.
8-3 lead coming out of EXO right now, when Huss still holding on to that sword, has 1 grapple to work with, and I believe he did end up going down. So now we're going to switch over towards Shakoi, who's going to try to pick up some one-shot players. Be careful, there's 3 members of G2, and now with those nades, they know exactly where he's coming from. G2 push up and get knocked back. 2 players getting repulsed.
Right now you're watching the movement master of EXO, said by Bid Teaches. This man Shakoi is a movement master. Gets around the map. See the curb slide, 1-on-1 we're watching here. Great use of the repulsor as well, but Barcode and Gilkey get the kills, and look at that, 2 down for EXO. Make that 3, Tony. G2 looking real solid, but they still are losing by 2 kills.
G2 starting to heat up here. Skeward now in the hands of Sab, could be a game changer. Overshield about to come up, and he has 1 grapple left. Huss and Shakoi on the opposite side. Bid gonna try to push over toward the skewer side and get a bit of a flank. This when damage comes in. Overshield's up. I talked about that grapple into overshield. It's such a dangerous combination, and Sab is able to reap the rewards.
EXO got the first OS. Weren't able to make much of it. Sab's got this second one. The value is what I'm looking for here. Are you able to get value out of this overshield, or is it just going to get squandered like the first one? Let's see if Sab can convert.
Sab now going to grind forward here. Looking to convert this overshield into some slays, but goes down to one shot. Now forced to back down. And Exo, knowing exactly where he's coming from here. Look at him try to find an angle with the skewer, just barely gonna miss. Huss dunking right below that javelin. Just a 1-kill game. G2 looking to slay out here on the red side.
Now we're even for OSs, and we're almost even in score as well. But it looks like Exo pulling out a little bit of a lead. G2's got to do a better job of kind of working together, making sure that they're pushing his 2. Like you said, it's the buddy system on Slayer, especially on this map. Spawns being so ambiguous. They're not static like other maps. These spawns are dynamic, and it makes it really hard to understand what the timer's at. There it is with that double barcode. Beautiful job, but where the timer's at on the spawn, and if what's not being covered. They can spawn back of your base, car side, P side. There's a lot of spots. You got to make sure you cover them all. But G2 has brought us within 1.
The spawns may be dynamic, but so is G2. That was an excellent play by Barcode. And now it's Gilkey that still has 4 bullets in the skewer right now. Just waiting for things to line up. Both of these teams absolutely slowing it down. No team wanting to make any mistakes whatsoever. The pings go in, but making too much noise with the skewer. Gilkey gonna go down. So was Shakoi off the screen. Switching gears to Bid teaches target prioritization on point right there, but Barcode ends up shutting him down. Still a 1-kill lead in favor of Exo.
That 1-kill lead, even with it, as they tie it up, G2 just looks to have more control of the map. There are times where Exo will spot him out, and they'll get that singular kill. But more of the time, G2 is able to kind of capitalize on the mispositioning of Exo, and that's really what's starting to roll this snowball downhill. The snowball's getting bigger, Tony. Someone's got to stop it.
9 kills out of Barcode. He's gonna go outside of the map. This is my favorite play to do. Go outside. It's high risk, high reward. 1, 2, even has a grapple in the back pocket, and now he's right behind enemy lines. Barcode with the grapple movement. Shots go in. Forget about waiting for a play to come in. He's looking to make one, but Shakoi answers right back with the double kill.
Pay attention to Gilkey here. When Gilkey gets 13 kills or more, G2's win percentage jumps from 40 to 80% in the Pro Series. He averages 400 damage per death. That's value, if you ask me. That's called making an impact on the map. Gilkey, right now with 6 kills, 10 assists. Can he continue to slay it up for his squad so they can potentially win this game too?
10 assists out of Gilkey, 10 kills out of Barcode. Coincidence? I think not. Teamwork makes the dream work here as Sab repulsing 1 grenade back. But there's multiple Exo players pushing up, and somehow Sab is able to hold them off. And now he's gonna drop down, giving up his height positioning instead to get the double kill. Sab hitting them with the knick-knack paddywhack, and now immediately going for height.
And they're gonna capitalize on those numbers as well. They cut Shakoi all by his lonesome. And on top of that, they're rewarded an overshield due to the slays that came through. This is scary for Exo. Right now, G2's in a prime position to close this out.
Shot currently only 3 kills on the Exo roster, on the Exo squad right now. Meanwhile, Huss 11, but Sab is really going off. That's another double kill coming out of the main Slayer. He's making his presence known here on the map, and him and Barcode might be too much for Exo as they've busted this lead wide open.
Huss, the IGL of the squad, 11-9 right now. Doing a lot more slaying, but he's also got to bring this squad together. I always say IGL is a very difficult role. You got to slow down at this point. You're down by 6 kills. You've got to go for the picks, but you've also got to get not skewered by Barcode, who's behind your entire team right now.
Well, I prefer my in-game leads to be leading the slays as of right now. I want my in-game leader to be like Barcode or Sab. Lead by example. Show me to the promised land. As Barcode is taking faces with the skewer, now immediately dropping down to see the push out of Shakoi. And Shock! Another no-scope, another killing spree. Barcode, welcome to the U.S.
Welcome to the U.S. of A. Barcode, we love you. It's so great to see this talent move over to NA and be able to utilize his skill to raise a team. on a pedestal like G2, who's been working so hard, day in, day out, to find the roster that fits, to find the fourth that fits. I think they found it here in Barcode. Barcode and Sab, 14-7 and 14-8. Beautiful slays out of this squad. They only need 7 more to win.
28 kills out of the 2 main Slayer, make it 29. Meanwhile, EXO have only been able to accumulate 34 as an entire unit. That just shows you how strong and how valuable Barcode and Sab have been here on Catalyst. As Barcode catching 1 on the sword side, only 4 more kills needed. Give him that sword. Sword and grapple combination. Barcode looking to end this game.
Yeah, this game number 2 looks all but over. Barcode with a sword in hand, 4 kills left. Look at the checking of the corners. That is something you do in Counter-Strike, but now something people are doing in Halo as well. That playstyle works so many times, where you're just hiding and waiting for a push to happen. You can just break that push. But good players like Barcode are gonna check those corners and make sure that no one is on the flank.
Barcode now coming in with the sword on sword crime right now, and the duel goes in favor of Barcode. Taking down 1, and now just 1 more needed for G2 Esports to go up 2-0 in the series. EXO have played absolutely lights out, but it looks like their road might end here, at least on Catalyst.
With 17 kills and 16 kills out of Barcode, 17 kills out of Sab, you wonder, this squad is bound for greatness as they win game number 2 in a best-of-5 versus EXO.
I've scanned Barcode. I've seen what I need to see, and let me tell you, that man's priceless right there. And you can't put a value on what he brings to the team. The movement, the ability to stay alive, the slays, the fact that he seemingly doesn't miss a shot. G2 are going places, especially with Barcode on the roster.
G2 look great. And like we said, I gotta stress this because it's very important. Very little practice for this squad. Barcode literally just got into the US, and not only little practice for this squad, little practice for Barcode. You know how those ANZ queue times are. They're rough. Same thing with the when you're at a high skill level of Onyx, it takes a while to find games, and then unfortunately you're playing with that ping. But Barcode, that's what happens when you practice on that. You come here when it all works out, and look at him. He looks great.
And obviously, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Barcode and Sab. I mean, Sab was looking for a player that could really keep up with him as an entry fragger, and I think Barcode does it well. But can we also talk about Gilkey?
Oh, yes.
Because I'm pretty sure that man dropped 16.
Oh.
It was 16. Look, 7 kills, 16 assists, dropping dimes left and right, looking like a young Jason Kidd.
When you do 400 damage per death, that's what your scorecard is going to look like. One of the best back players in the game is Gilkey, putting shots in for his team as they push up and take advantages. This team, Tony, this team is starting to come together. G2 looks really good. You know, they're in the losers bracket. Unfortunately, they lost to G1, who also look incredible. But again, with practice and time, these guys are going to become a powerhouse.
The winners of this G2 and EXO matchup move over to play against Pioneers. G2 might be getting their rematch, might be going up against Pioneers. They met up earlier in Pool D, that pool of death that we talked about before. G2 finishing at the top. Coming up next, going to be Live Fire Strongholds. And we're going to see if G2 can pull off the sweep, or maybe if EXO can dig deep and show us why they got here to begin with.
Like Tony had said, the winner of this will be playing against the Pioneers. They will also get top 8. But again, they're playing against the Pioneers, and guess who's going to stream that one? It's going to be this stream right here. So make sure you stay tuned. This will be the last match of the day, and it's going to be a good one. But yet, we're not done with this. We still got Live Fire Strongholds up next. EXO have to pull something here. It's going to be tough. This G2 roster, as little practice as they've had, look incredible. They're going to try and need to find some weaknesses. And honestly, I've been watching them, and I don't see any. You know, every player is doing their job. Every player is doing what they need to do. Let's see if EXO can potentially take a map.
Well, I mean, luckily for EXO, there's no swords on this map. You know, G2 having that samurai emblem, you know, obviously they're well-versed with the sword. Now it's only about the BRs. Now it's about your sniper rifles, and don't forget about the heat wave as well. G2 going up against EXO. EXO fighting for their tournament lives right now. They lose this one, they're going home.
So interesting seeing the starting shots out of both squads. You see Shock at the top of the tower, just trying to put shots in top center, but the push from Cuts and outside onto C-Plat, and all of that beginning strat is smashed into pieces as Barcode, the man on your screen, makes it happen. Overshield coming up right now. They got to fight for this.
And Barcode, not much of a fight right there. Overshield's free. He says free 99. That's my favorite flavor right there. Nobody able to contend with him in a trip cap in favor of G2 Esports. EXO, where are you?
They've got to do something soon. They've got to get in one of these points, but this is what the problem is with the trip cap. It's issues like this when Barcode has the overshield and they can just consistently push your spawn. 2 go down for each squad though. In a situation where maybe EXO can break through and get this C and B setup, but Gilkey is in the way and he's got a sniper in hand.
And that sniper looking at peel faces, misses the first one, won't miss the second one. Watch your heads, EXO. AB setup still in control for G2 Esports. We're actually seeing EXO look to extend over toward the A side, and G2 say, no problem, we're just gonna simply out-rotate you, make it over towards C. Peeling Alex Shock right there. Gilkey and G2 Esports still in control.
I did a lot of watch parties of MCC Halo 3 and saw Gilkey be one of the best snipers in Halo 3. Let's see if he can continue that reputation here on Halo Infinite. A lot harder to snipe in this game, in my opinion, but that just makes the headshot so much more worth it. But he's also got the heat wave, and he's gonna melt Bid Teaches.
Gil gonna make his way onto the sandbag side, looking for that close quarters combat. Has a player in front of him. It's gonna be Shock, not for long. Killing spree being earned. The nade starts to fly here, and that's a double kill. Of course, Gilkey coming in and absolutely setting the law here. Dubcap still being held. EXO looking for answers.
Great trade and great reaction time with that repulsor. Gilkey's gonna get that trade. That sets him up now in a 4v4, and they get a kill on the Shock. They're gonna take advantage of this.
Straight stick on screen here, having Huss one shot behind him, trying to stay alive onto the pillar side. Able to find the shots he needs, but Huss gonna answer right back despite being one shot. Barcode coming in quick for the cleanup. And now you're seeing the entire EXO roster trying to collapse onto the B side, trying to make something happen, because 112 to 15 run. G2 now working for a momentary trip cap over towards the Alpha side. EXO are struggling right now.
You know what I'm seeing a lot of is I'm seeing a lot of power up and control in the hands of G2, and shout out to Coach Callis for that. Timing every single one of these weapons and also timing the equipment as well. All of it can be so useful when every second counts. Minute, of course, on that drop wall. Making sure to time that, and a minute on the repulsor respawn as well. G2 have a double cap for a few, but 160 to 15. EXO's gotta pull something out. Bid Teacher's having a rough game as well, 1-8.
It's really tough, and what can you do? G2 are flying at you, they're rotating well, they're winning all of their pivotal gunfights, and even more importantly, that teamwork is so tough to deal with. Finally, you see EXO working on a CB setup of their own, but you're seeing multiple G2 members surrounding the B side. EXO trying to break through. You see the sniper in the hands of Sab, just barely missing out on that one, but has a heat wave in the back pocket. Chakoi goes down to one shot, ends up going down, and once again, G2 in firm control here on Livefire.
Sab and Barcode just started playing together. You see the trust right there, though, knowing that Barcode was going to get that kill. He turns to the mud with a sniper, tries to get a pick of his own, and finally, EXO had their very first overshield. What value will come of this?
They need it. They need to get some value. They need to get a fresh 3 down. They need to do it quickly because G2 are gaining points fast. But as I say that, Gilkey and Sab finding 1 and 3 down go EXO. There's no way they can stop the push that G2 create unless they keep bodies on the map. The Slays are going in favor of G2. They're now holding on to a trip cap. EXO, it might be over. It simply might be done. They might be getting swept here in elimination round 3.
Barcode just looks so good. Not only him, but look at Gilkey, 12-3, 16-6 out of Barcode. Some great assists all around on the squad as well. G2 looking very solid right now. In 20 more seconds, they will secure top 8 in this tournament and also a pool play spot in Orlando.
I talked about it yesterday. G2 weren't looking good in the beginning of the season, but they have since figured it out. And even before Barcode came, they were starting to find some success in scrims and even in the open events as well. And now that Barcode is here, this team looks like they're ready to start contending for the top 6 and the top 4s and beyond. G2 looking like they might be able to go toe-to-toe with maybe even some of the elite. 231-55 lead going still in favor of G2. Huss will end up going down as we switch gears over towards Gilkey as they look to try to find an entry point out of the seaside.
45 kills out of G2 right now. A stark difference from the slays on EXO. And Gilkey looking to lead that up and continue to slay with that sniper coming up in 3 seconds and 3 dead for EXO. This might be all she wrote very soon, Tony.
It just might be. And it's a shame because I'm a big fan of these EXO boys, but sadly, their road ends here as the melees come in. Shock does find the kill onto Barcode, so that was quite impressive indeed. And holding on to a CB setup right now with EXO. G2 momentarily having the numbers. Shock getting caught a bit out of position there. And now we're seeing G2 take advantage, stealing both Charlie and Bravo at the very same time.
And you saw a little spark of brilliance there from EXO, but you saw right there as well, Sab went to top tower instead of getting in that C hill to establish map control and establish height advantage as well. Very intelligent play out of him, but 3 go down for G2. EXO's starting to show a little bit of life, but is it too little too late is the question. 237-91.
EXO going to try to take advantage of these numbers. They know exactly where G2 are spawning, and now they have to watch those entry points. Bid teaches, taking down Gilkey right off the rip, and they start to fly, and Sab will go down, and with that 2 down, EXO advance onto the alpha side of the map. Heads up play by Huss. He has one more piv to win, and Straight Sick simply doesn't lose those.
That was a huge win by Straight Sick. They secure that A, and now potentially performing a push on the outside here. Straight Sick with a killjoy stays alive as well. What a beautiful job by him. Is he gonna make that jump? Look at the practice, man. This is what grinding gets you right here. It gets you an incredible organization in G2 and potentially top 8 really soon. But as I say that, EXO's still putting time on the board.
Yeah, how dare you? I grind plenty. I still can't do that jump. 2 down. Go EXO. G2 finally finding the way onto the A side. It looks like they have to break through and try to win a piv onto the A. Straight Sick ends up taking down Shakoi. Straight Sick now gonna work onto Bravo, and this might be it. EXO having one last push. Onto B they go. Straight Sick gonna get the double to put them both down, and that's gonna be it. G2 Esports not only taking the game, but taking the series. 3-0 sweep, says the Janitors.
Wow, congratulations to G2 Esports. They're going to be making top 8 so far in this tournament, but have qualified for the pool spots in Orlando with little to no practice, but with determination and an incredible Australian player in Barcode. G2 looking really good.
Australian player, I don't know what you're talking about. Barcode lives in Texas right now.
That is true.
He's in Texas. They
That's
don't
true.
get much more American than that. Barcode, welcome to the U.S. 250-140 win on Strongholds after a 2-0 display in game number 1, and then a 50-40 win in that Slayer. G2 Esports not only winning this series, but making a statement, pointing out Pioneers and saying, you're up next.
Wow. I'm so impressed by this G2 roster, and I can't wait to see as they go on in this tournament and to have that mentality, Tony, to say, we're going to go as far as we can, but we're going to learn from every single match. This is the perfect place to learn if you think about it. There's $125,000 on the line. Let's take a look at the losers bracket and see who else is fighting for some more spots in this tournament. Right there. Pioneers versus G2 Esports. You're going to see it coming up next. And now the other end of things, you got FaZe versus E United. And of course, Cloud9 and G1 waiting. The patient Slayers just waiting for their next victim. Tony, this is going to be incredible. This tournament has been incredible, and we still have tomorrow, which is nuts. but we still have today as well. This is a good one, Tony. I'm having a blast.
I'm right there with you, and there's so many storylines on these next matchups, like G2 going up against Pioneers. Yesterday, Pioneers were able to get a Game 5 win over G2. Even though G2 topped the pools, it was Pioneers that won that matchup, so going to be a rematch for G2 going into that one. And then you have E United going up against FaZe. You lost one of your leading slayers, your biggest piece, that E United over to that FaZe roster. And now we're going to see Ryan Noob and Spartan, former rivals, then teammates, and now rivals again. I know you guys been seeing the tweets on Twitter. When we come back, we're going to have Pioneers going up against G2 as our final matchup. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the North American Super. It's $125,000 up for grabs. We've been saying it all weekend long. It's Pioneers up against G2, and I cannot wait to get into this one. The winner of this has the privilege of taking on Cloud9. So that's what's up for grabs here.
Oh, the last time we saw these two come up against each other, it went to a Game 5, where, of course, Pioneers squeaked out the win 50-49 in Catalyst Slayer. But we've got a little bit of a different series layout here, Shurzy. We've got CTF Aquarius up first. And let me tell you, I talked to Coach Lunchbox, and I agree with him 100%. He said this is the most competitive map game type in this entire rotation of maps that we have. I can't wait to see these guys duke it out.
The question has to be asked, will G2 be affected by the results that were in pool play? They topped the group. Pioneers somehow, some way, despite beating G2, finished bottom of Pool D. But they clash and they collide once more in elimination round 4. Will Pioneers get the better of them again, or can G2 find the answer to the kryptonite? We're about to find out. But let's talk about some of these players that we expect to make a massive impact. We've been talking about Barcode all weekend. He's only fresh off the boat, and the man's made an impact. He's splashed down. He's over in Texas for G2, but on the other side, Pioneers, who started off really slow, but maybe just starting to turn a corner here. Druk, Soulsipe, Nick, and Tolik. They'll make an impact, no doubt about it.
It's going to be difficult for either one of these teams to kind of, take that last series that they had against each other for any grain of salt. Because let me tell you, they've both improved drastically in this tournament. This is going to be a very different series. Potentially we go to a Game 5, but it's all going to be up to this man on your screen, Nick, the IGL of the squad, leading his troops. And this first camo going to play a big impact.
To go down, though. Nick secures the camouflage, but it's not for long as he goes down. 3 dead for Pioneers right off the rip. Perfect start for G2 as Tolik puts it into reverse and waits for the push that comes through. It's going to be a trade for Sab. Gilkey goes down elsewhere. Barcode runs in, throws the elbow, and now Flag's on the move already. He's dropped down with the use of the thruster packet. Perhaps a slight little misplay. Will that delay this Flag run just a touch? And enough for Pioneers to get the stop. He's already gotten it all the way over towards this P side, fumbling it once more, and that could be to his own detriment. Opting now, drop the Flag and play Slayer for a moment.
They're going to try and have to slay out here, but a beautiful play by G2. There was only 2 players that spawned the Flag. They timed it perfectly to stagger those spawns, and because of that, this Flag is so close to going in. And it's the Slayer himself, Barcode, that's going to punch it in for him, but he tosses it off instead and gives it to Sab, who punches it in. 1-0. G2 Esports had the lead.
Barcode's brought that Flag from coast to coast. What a route that was. All the way along the front base, but he got the communication from the team, and in the end, he opts to pass it over to Sab and lets him punch it home. The +1 the Flag captures for Sab. He drops down front base. Now they're going to look to play a little bit of defense because they recognize, okay, well listen, first Flag cap's gone in. We don't want to be susceptible now to a counter cap. The player set up towards the opposing gen. It's a 2v2 across the map, and Gilkey's going to soar in there for any players that are weak. Opting to drop down and pick up those sizzle sticks, which can do quite a lot of damage. King Nick picks up one on the Gilkey, and that could be the opening now for Pioneers to make a push.
Yeah, these shot grenades are so impactful. They're going to get 3. 3 go down for G2. Tolik trying to find the next, but great job by Straightsik to trade out 1 at least. And Gilkey trading out another as he stays bottom center to be a nuisance.
Soulsipe tosses that Flag out, but not feeling too comfortable to commit to the run. Opting to play a little bit more passive, a little bit more casual, remaining in the Flag. Sab will jump up, and that Flag's going to get tossed out once more. They've not cleared him out of the base. Soulsipe jiggling and wiggling. Can he get this kill? The answer is no. Straightsik comes out on top. 2 go down, but Barcode's running the Flag. He doesn't care about anybody in his own base. Druk with the heat wave will melt Barcode. 3 dead for G2 Esports.
That's how important that heat wave is right there. It just turned the tides, and now 3 dead for G2 just off of Druk's 1 kill with that power weapon. It's so important to control those in a game like this.
Tolik gets one down to no shields. Straightsik goes down. This game is back and forth. The pace is a little bit frantic. Despite the fact that G2 got that Flag capture on the board, they find themselves 4 dead once more. Flag hasn't made any real inroads though. Nick's looking to change that here with a couple of touches. Ultimately, Barcode will make sure that Flag doesn't make any more yardage. Druk Still alive here in the enemy util. Gets 1 kill. Slides away. Killing spree for him. Soul Snipe has his hands on the flag, looking to bring it back home.
Some staggered slays there, but they do get 2 dead momentarily, and Nick is able to punch that flag in. That's going to be a tie game now, 1-1. Pioneers versus G2, and like I said before, these 2 squads look so improved from that first series they played against each other.
All tied up then. 1-1. What way is the next cap going to go? Early stages, G2 getting the better of it. Pioneers, though, they've saddled up and they're roaring back into this one. Barcode goes down. Sab's in the enemy base. He's got that heat wave that we talked about. He's so influential. Moving the flag over towards the opposing util. Dropping it down, turning around. And ultimately, turning around into nothing but trouble as Druk will put him in the ground. Opting not to go for the flag return, but instead prioritizing getting map position, getting territory. Straight sick bottom middle in a world of hurt will be eliminated. That means numbers advantage once more. Tip ever so slightly in favor of Pioneers.
Druk's having an incredible game right now. Not even in just in KD, which he's 9-5, but just the impact that he's bringing to every one of these single plays. There's so many needed plays that he needs to convert, and he does just that. And this is a big live by Talik as well. Those shock grenades going to potentially take him out of dodge, but Druk does go down as well. That's going to be 2 dead for Pioneers and a potential push now for G2.
Soul Snipe. Last player on his feet. It's not for long. He's in trouble. Sab puts him away. They have got the spawns back on their own flag, and Sab has that information. Recognizes this is not going to be the push, not just yet. Goes back for more, though. Takes no damage from the impending grenades. This one might change that, though. Talik, a couple of shots down. The bait and switch comes through. Soul Snipe comes back for more. And all that territory, all that possession of the map that they had is washed away in an instant.
Sab was in a good spot, but the rest of his team wasn't able to push up fast enough. Because of that, the timing was a bit off, and they're not able to convert here, but now Pioneers being extremely aggressive at the moment. They have G2's flag out, but they've got to get the slays to match up with it.
Talik over towards the fridge. Couple of shots in the straight stick won't be enough. It's 3 dead for Pioneers. Druk makes it all 4 dead. Is there anybody on G2 that can capitalize on this? They're trying to make inroads now. Sab slid into the enemy utility. Now has got back base control. Got no grenades to play with, and that might be to his own detriment as the player comes in to get the defense, and King Nick comes out on top.
It was a big trade that he needed to get there. Unfortunately, Sab is going to go down. So they're going to need to wait for him to spawn up, but Gilkey and Straight Sick are both staggered, so if they can take advantage of this, that is Pioneers. This potentially will be a converted flag cap, but as of right now, all players are staying alive, and now they've got the help of their teammates off a spawn, and Pioneers have still yet to make a move, and when they do, guess who's behind him with the camo heat wave?
He's been spotted out, though. He's managed to secure one, dip away with his life. That sizzle stick is tanking him up a touch, taking his shields away. Prioritizing surviving here. The camouflage not coming to much, but ensuring that they do not go down in the game. Making sure the next flag cap will not come right now. Barcode. Top utility. Waiting for a player. He doesn't have to wait long. Fry is 1, but will get taken down. Talik picks up 2, and this could be spelling danger for G2 Esports.
Sab is just going to play some defense here. He's kind of on his back foot. Again, just trying to delay, waiting for Gilkey to come up so that they have even numbers, but he goes down. And Barcode might share the same fate here, but he gets a kill. That's what makes him such a great player in a situation where he should have died. He gets a kill. Now 2 down, 4 KCP. And Druk is going to trade out, but 2 go down for G2 as well. It's a back and forth. No one really able to take control, but G2 are 3 dead, and now Pioneers going to move this flag.
Every time Pioneers get their hands on the flag, I can still hear the chants from KC. As it roared around the arena, KCP, KCP, and how they would love to be in a live environment right now hearing the same thing. Barcode and Sab, they go down. Pioneers just starting to grow in confidence here now. It's time after time, it's G2 who are finding themselves 4 dead. They're on the defensive, and like you say, they're on the back foot.
Everyone on Pioneers is double-digit kills, and 2 players are almost double-digit assists as well. The teamwork is what we've always seen out of G2. Their aggressive play style and also the teamwork that goes with it. And Soul Snap's life right here is very important, staying alive with this heat wave to make sure that he can push aggressively once again. And he does just that, but he's met by 2. Great job by G2 to take him out.
Player I want to talk about who's been playing well all tournament is Gilkey. Not having a great game here though. Game number 1 of this series. Currently sitting at 10 and 17. He has got 9 assists to his name, so he's definitely had an impact in this game. It's not passing him by. How we would love to pick up those stats, particularly in the kill category. He goes down bottom middle without adding that +1, but has done enough damage for his team perhaps to capitalize on that heat wave. Though slides in, Fries, Druk. He's on the move. Barcode, last man standing, but he's in the right place at the right time.
Every time Pioneers get a chance and open up the lanes and find themselves an opportunity, Barcode is there to shut them down. And once again, he does it. And it's the big reason we're still tied 1-1, because KCP have completely outslayed G2 in this game. And because of Barcode making sure to trade out those kills, it's been very difficult for KCP to pull a flag. But they do get one right now, and it's past the halfway point.
Tolik putting in some serious yardage again. He opts this time to turn around, recognizing there could be a flag standoff if he's not careful. Gilkey has done really well to back that player down, and straight stick slides in and picks up 2. Barcode tries to get away with the flag, but unfortunately not on this occasion. But there's been enough distance covered for Gilkey to get his hands on it instead. Nick behind enemy lines, perhaps the last line of defense.
Gilkey's gonna end up going down there. Straightstick does not want to drop for this flag, and that camo is coming up as well. They get this kill onto Tolik. It could potentially be the cap for them, but Barcode once again trying to make a difference. It was just a couple seconds too late. He gets a double kill. And that flag's going to be returned, but 3 down. Make that 2 down for each squad.
Camo player trying to get away. Sab hunting him down. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger against the Predator. There's no mud around to rubbing against your face here. It's a straight 1v1. It's a dogfight. And he loses out this time. Gilkey for G2. Last man alive on the car side. 2 members spawn up. Sizzle Stick goes in. Nick taken down to no shields. Trying to play his life here and doing it so successfully right now. Gilkey down to no shields. Cannot get away this time though. This should open the door for Pioneers to apply a little bit more pressure, and with 1 minute on the clock, this could be the last chance before we hit overtime. Yeah, that death by Gilkey might actually cost them right there. He went really aggressively on card 2 with no shields, and they were able to get the first pick off of that. And as you can see, they've converted 3 other picks. Gilkey the last player alive, but Nick again getting this flag to the halfway point. I don't believe anyone is in position to potentially stop this, but I am lying because Barcode once again makes the stop. It's the man from down under. He makes the stop. Drug picks up a couple of sizzle sticks and tosses one over and try and tether it to the flag. Has enough damage been done? Have they been able to stop this? Barcode once more steps in. Tries to slam the door shut. Nick though dives forward. A team grenade will help Barcode secure 1 more kill, but Gilkey goes down, and he was the last line of defense. And Tolik's clambering up the stairs, and with 18 seconds left, he just needs to punch this flag home, and Pioneers will be going up 1-0 to the good unless G2 can get a flag grab. How do you stop Tolik? 27 and 18 with 11 assists. The most pivotal kill of the game, and we talk about it so much. 1 kill decides it all, but Gilkey gets the toss, and he's bringing it halfway. Can he get this cap in? Straight stick looking for the toss up from Tom Brady, but unfortunately gonna be stopped. Straight stick has to make a decision here. Does he rely on his team to get the touch? He does, but Sab gets lit up, absolutely fried from the fridge side. Desperately trying to stay alive because there's very little time left. He's getting tagged up left, right, and center, and Pioneers have done enough here to win game 1. Oh my word. What an absolute balanced game we saw out of both teams there. An incredible job by G2 being outslayed that entire game. Still able to keep it as close as they did. It was the 1 kill by Tolik onto Gilkey at bottom center that sent that game packing. And it's Pioneers who take the prize. They're up 1-0. And even at the end game there, it looked like it was all over until they slid in. Gilkey got that flag touch. We talked about how he was having a slow game. He started to pick it up towards that end game, and in the end he was somewhere in the lines of 17 and 22. And when he got that flag grab, I was rooting for him. I was rooting for G2 to push it into overtime, but KCP, they stand strong again.
And it's play after play. Those endgame plays make such an impact. And of course, all the plays, in that game made an impact in the overall picture. But like you said, it's Talik on the side of KCP and Gilkey on the side of G2, clutching it up at the end when it mattered. The stats don't matter at this point. At this level of play, going 11-17 or 13-19 like Gilkey is with, like I said, look at the assists out of him. And even almost going positive at the end there. Gilkey is definitely showing up here, and it's great to see. He was a dominant force in Halo 3 MCC, and he's starting to become a dominant force in Halo Infinite as well.
Speaking of dominant forces, Talik, 28 kills, 19 deaths, and 13 assists. It has to be said, Druk on the other side, 21-15 and 9. Those two players combining, just murdering every single thing that moved. Murder, death, kill was the only communication they were using. And in the end, Pioneers came out on top. They're looking to put a stop to this barcode story. They don't care about it anymore. They're looking for another top 6.
And that's the crazy thing, right? A 13.3 KDA out of Talik, and it was still a very close game. G2 was able to make those stops. I talked about barcode, consistently making the stops on those flags. There were so many times that KCP got it to the middle side. They were able to get it halfway, and barcode was there every time to make sure he got the stop. Incredible job by barcode, but also an incredible job by all of G2 Esports. They've got more. There's more roadblocks here. Live Fire Slayer. Are they going to be able to tie this up with Slayer being one of G2's strongest game types?
Pioneers, though, heavily outslaying them in game 1. As we head into Live Fire, is this the end of the barcode story? Is his first exploits, his first adventure into North American competition, playing with this G2 roster? Is it to be top 8? Is this where the Cinderella story ends? Or can he push them even further? Can the rest of the team stand up and rally around him? They've made such good progress in such a short amount of time, but is this too much? This Pioneers roster has been together for a very long time. Of the addition of Nick, who might have taken a bit of a time to gel, started to turn up here. And with Cloud9 waiting for the winner of this, top 6 is no easy feat for any team heading into this. And perhaps Pioneers are in no mood of losing their top 6 spot.
The big thing here is that so many teams have made a change, and some have gelled better than others, but at the end of the day, by the end of this tournament and also going into Orlando, these teams will be practiced because all of them are professionals for a reason. They put the time in. 3-2 so far, the lead. KCP and G2 starting off this game very slowly. But who's going to take that first initiative? Talik with the sniper has the shot to do so.
In this game, you have to think, just from the mental side of things, is far more important for G2 Esports to win than it is for Pioneers. They find themselves down by 2. Will that be a long and arduous road back, and perhaps they're not ready to make those steps? And Druk picks up 2 kills in the feed. Straight Stick gets lit up, and he turns his attention to Sab and backs him all the way down. I think this might be shirtless mode. Druk, he's on another level.
Oh, when Druk doesn't wear a shirt, you just gotta be careful. The guy's on a tear. He had a little bit of a rough day yesterday, but today seems to be like a different story. If we're going by history, though, G2, they did 2-0 KCP on Live Fire in the Open Series. They're 2-0 versus them right now in the Open Series. This is their first time playing, of course, in this tournament on this map. We'll see if they can continue that trajectory when it comes to a tournament where there's so much on the line. 5 seconds for that OS. They've got to set up for it, but that first kill is going to make a difference.
What's on the line? A lion's share of $125,000. It's not chump change. 11 kills out of 5. And Pioneers have just started to rise up now. Started to get to the ascendancy. Can G2 put a stop to this run? Can they stop the momentum? Straight Stick goes down. That's not going to spell good news for them. Trades going in Pioneers' favor. Sab for G2 is in big trouble. Back green all alone, isolated by himself. Managed to get a trade, and Damage Control might say that was the best opportunity he had considering what he was working with. Drunk with the sniper rifle. Sees Gilkey at the corner of his eye, gives him a squint. Thinks I'll come back for you later. Tries to fire one across top middle. Nothing doing. Just a warning shot. Straight sick collapses. Perfect from G2. They need more of that.
That was big by G2, taking out Druck there with that sniper. The new one is coming up. If they can get their hands on this snipe, put it in the hands of Barcode potentially. It can take over. They're down by 7. They need to do something soon, and 3 go down for KCP. This is the opportunity.
Sab. Not comfortable back tower. Fires a shot towards Nest. Still thinks there's a player around him, trying to clear him out. But he's chasing ghosts. I think he's playing Phasmophobia. Nothing there. No negative temperatures, don't you worry. It's not falling below 0. Still worried about behind him. Again, Casper's not there. Standing top middle then. The game has slowed down to a crawl. G2 recognizing this game is oh so important. Assault rifle will do the damage. Combined with the melee, it's a Shoryuken. Sab rolls on.
He's also awarded that heat wave. But this next kill, very important for Sab. They're all on the Hedor side of the map, and that overshield is the prize for both squads. You see how much KCP want to secure their second overshield of the game. And Sab trying to stop it from happening. He gets one. Sniper top tower is straight sick. And look at the flank actually by straight sick. Barcode, I believe, was top tower. The snipe damage came in, and now G2 Esports has their first overshield in the game. And they're only down by 3.
Opts for a late deploy. Assault rifle beaming the player back green. Gilkey look at the clear corners, clear angles for straight sick. Plasma pistol does its job though, completely evaporates the advantage that G2 had, and grenades will finally finish him up. Gilkey drops down though, player no shields over towards the pillars. Talik bottom middle. Gilkey will live to fight another day and back down. Sniper rifle's completely out of ammunition. Plasma pistol picked up instead.
He literally timed it. He literally timed that plasma pistol. Coach Callis timed the plasma pistol. And a killing spree for Gilkey. Those little things right there are so very important. They get 2, make that 3, KCP down. And Barcode with the heat wave in hand. Shurzy, this is looking good for G2. They're still down by 2. But the momentum is starting to pull in their favor.
You've said it. But Pioneers do hold the advantage still. Pendulum still swinging back and forth. Pioneers have taken their foot off the gas. They've allowed G2 back into this game, and perhaps they are now growing in confidence. Barcode gets the kill to Soul Snipe, but perhaps Soul Snipe should not be given the opportunity to get that trade onto Sav. As a result, they've extended their lead, but only by a little. 3 kills the difference between these two.
And 7 seconds is the most important opportunity for both of these teams. Make that 3 seconds. The overshield and a snipe come up top center. 2 things, 2 prizes to work for. And these kills matter the most. And G2 get 3 down with the power weapons up. This is incredible. And they're going to get that OS. And they're also potentially going to get this lead off of this, only down by 1.
Barcode delaying the use of the overshield, waiting for the info. A late deploy. And will that just confuse Pioneers? Or are they happy to wait for the overshield player to come? You see one player sitting on dummy door. It's going to be Tonic. Got a little bit overzealous though. A little bit impatient. Barcode was coming, and perhaps a missed opportunity. Barcode instead turns his attentions to tower. Has the heat wave. That grenade will hit him a little bit. Maybe Spartan will give the info away. He's getting a bit of a brawl down bottom tower. He picks 1. Is that enough now for G2 to descend and pick up some more kills? Start to carve Pioneers up piece by piece. Another kill for Barcode. The Aussie is rolling.
That is such an incredible play by Barcode, not only on the flank, which was flawless, but the idea that there was a player on the cuts that was holding the angle. Instead of just rushing that guy bottom tower, he took some shots into the guy on the cuts, backed him off, and then pushed bottom tower. And because of that, he was able to get like 3 kills in a row. And because of that, they are up 3 kills in this game, 37-34.
Can they maintain it? That's the question now. Gilkey has a sniper rifle. We've already seen him wobbling a few wigs. Hits the body of 1. Nobody on hand though to get the finish. Tries to connect with Soul Snipe. The bullet will miss this time. And again, Gilkey's not too comfortable with his surroundings. He knows he's in trouble. Players are hunting him down. Barcode's picked up 2 in the feed. They have a 4-kill advantage now. Make it 5. G2 starting to pull away here.
And you see their pushes are at perfect times as well. The OS comes up. They had 3 dead. Another free OS for them. But unfortunately, I think the OS player did go down. That was Barcode. I don't know if they got this overshield. I believe it's still on the platform. And it is. This is going to be huge for KCP. They can take the swing right now. They're down by 4. But this OS can play a huge factor as long as Soul Snipe plays this smart.
You can see him. He's a little bit hesitant. Doesn't want to make the move just yet. Doesn't have the information. You can see why. 3 members of G2 on C-Plat. And overshield has been completely evaporated. No more advantage. G2 have handled that one pretty well, only losing 1 in the process. But 2 players back tower are in trouble. With Barcode spins around. Plasma pistol connects, as does the melee, and he turns the tide on that fight.
What an incredible job by G2 to swing that. That overshield could have been such a big factor and potentially could have swung this game. It is only a 1-kill game right now with that sniper coming up in 5 seconds, but it could be much, much worse if G2 weren't able to put the damage into that OS player and capitalize on getting the kill on him.
What happens now? 2 kills as we head into the latter stages. Make it 3. Gilkey has extended that advantage once more. Tolik's isolated here, bottom tower. Barcode gets 1. And now we see G2 only requiring 3, but all of a sudden Tolik on the turn the tide here. Sab gets another. 2 kills required for G2 to tie the series. 5 for Pioneers to double their series lead. G2 require 1 now. Pioneers are falling left, right, and center.
This is it. 1 more kill. But KCP, they're starting to catch up here. There are 47 kills. G2 only need 1, but they cannot play sporadic. They've got to play smart. This is where Khaled kind of slows them down. Tolik down and no shields. Can he get taken out is the question, and he can. And that's it. Tied up at 1. 1-1 in the series. G2. Beautiful job to tie this up.
Well, well, well. Pioneers in the driving seat for so long. But G2, they sneak a couple of overshields, they eat away at that lead, and all of a sudden, they take it by 3 or 4 kills. Great performance. Again, we can't say it enough. Barcode, he's unfazed by what's happened here in front of him. He's only landed, he may as well have just landed yesterday. That's what's happened. He's landed yesterday and he's played in a tournament. That's how well he's played. But for Pioneers, maybe that's one of those games that got away from them. They made a couple of key errors.
There were a couple of key errors, and one of them was, not getting these overshields at the end. They got 1. And I was hoping that maybe Soul Snipe would back up there towards, the OS side, maybe jump on scoreboard to top center, get himself a little bit of an angle and push with his squad. But he pushed really aggressively, and nades came through to Cuts. Like, Cuts is not the place you want to be if you have that OS, but it has to do with that man on your screen. You just saw Barcode. There was so many situations where I pointed out one where, he's pushing a player and he's able to take that 2v1 because he understands that there's always going to be a cross player watching the player you want to push. That player is obviously calling out, hey, I need some help. Their back tower. He's aware of that, gets that player off that angle, and then just pushes freely. Like Barcode, I am very impressed with this man's play, and I cannot wait to see how far and how much he grows with time in NA and with time with these great players on his team and great players in the HCS in general. It's going to be great.
After a slow start by his own high standards, Gilkey in game 1, it didn't all go his way, but game 2, didn't he just turn up? 15 kills, 9 deaths, and the 4 assists with a 7.3 KDA, better than anybody else in the lobby. And you need players like that to step up when you're on the brink of elimination, when you're on the brink of going 2-0 down in the series. Gilkey showed up.
And like you said, KCP only made a few mistakes. If you looked at their assist column as well, they all got double-digit assists, somewhere in the 14-15 range. KCP knows how to work together as a squad. All 4 of these players on KCP are aggressive. KCP was known as one of the most aggressive teams in the HCS, and I've talked about this before, but I feel like they went from an automatic transmission to now being able to use a manual transmission and change speeds at any time with Nick on the roster. I think he's got the brains and the smarts to be able to realize the pacing of the game. We saw that many times in that game. It's just unfortunate that the timing that he's calling is just a little bit off. It's literally off by like half a second on the things that are being called. And, you have a player like Barcode and Straight Stick that just plays so incredibly fast. And like you said, Gilkey, Everyone's just playing incredible on G2, and it's exactly what they need to do. I mean, this was a best of 5 the last time we watched it, and Pioneers squeaked out a 49-50 win. I would not be surprised if we go to another Game 5 here.
Oddball Streets is next. And sticking with the car analogy, you speak about manual, you speak about automatic. Are the wheels about to fall off Pioneers here? They find themselves now all tied up, only losing the Slayer, and marginally at that. Is that the confidence that G2 need to carry forward in this Oddball Streets? Or will Pioneers be able to dust themselves off and recognize anybody can win a Slayer, so anybody can lose one? They'll bounce back here, having already beaten G2 in the tournament only yesterday. They still have a chance. Not only that, they're the favorites to win this series.
They are. And one of the things is, too, is, this Oddball. Coach Callis said this is one of G2's stronger game types. Pioneers are also good on streets. So it comes down to who's going to play better. You hate to say that cliche, Shurzy. I hate to say it, but it really does come down to it. At this level of play, both these teams have been to a Game 5 before. They're obviously pretty evenly matched. 3 kills on the Slayer, 1 cap on the CTF Aquarius that, potentially, that cap was at the last second as well. So this next game is going to be a little bit of the same. It's just going to be about who makes less mistakes. Literally 1 mistake from KCP and they win that Slayer game. So you got to come up and you got to play icy, because let me tell you, this is the point in time where you don't make mistakes at all. But Shurzy, we're going into map number 3.
Pioneers, we can't harp on it enough. After that terrible start in pools, finishing bottom of the group, have made a momentous run through the elimination bracket, showing that maybe they weren't at the races, but perhaps they're still going to finish right where they belong. Bare minimum top 6 if they can win this series. The new man, the new face, new man about town, King Nick, sits top A. Look at the rain down, death and destruction. He does 1. Gilkey. He goes down with Straight Sick and Barcode combined. It's going to be a kill for them. Rocket scooped up by Talik. 3 dead for G2.
Great job by Pioneers to get that 1 pick on the bottom of C and just realize that that's an advantage they can push through. They get 2 dead, 3 dead. Barcode gets a trade, which is going to be beneficial. But in the long run, it's just going to be a little bit of a reset here. But right there, that death is not good, because now Barcode does have the rockets in hand. And by the way he's playing right now, look at this man. You can just tell the energy is high. He is very confident in his play style. I want to watch a lot of him in this game, because he's starting off strong and he's going to continue to be strong in this game.
Elsewhere, on the A stream, twitch.tv/Halo, E United have just gone 2-1 up against FaZe. The Spartan Ryan Noob rivalry reignited in this tournament after they parted ways. But back here, Gilkey with the Bulldog tries to get away driveway. There's a roadblock there. Pavement not quite solid. Cement hasn't dried. He will get eliminated. 18 points to 10 now. Ball has been reset. Map perhaps soon to follow. Barcode has a stock rifle. Hits 2 beautiful shots to the dome of Druk. This could be the opening and the opportunity if they're quick enough.
Yeah, 3 go down. They've got to get that ball out of ATM, but unfortunately, the spawns are coming out on back A as well as PD, so they've got a little bit of a split spawn here, but it's in their favor because they're going to be able to watch different angles on the map. You see Druk already gets a kill there, and those rockets are coming up once again as well. Barcode has his sights on him, but Soul Snipe has his sights on Barcode and takes him out.
A massive game of rock, paper, scissors right now. Rockets were scooped up, but not for long. Not been able to utilize. Sabs put them on his back as he rotates the ball towards his team. Rockets will come out now and spawns over on the arcade side. Doesn't see the player in tires, and Rockets will fall. Barcode will try and rotate now. 2 down. Sab and Gilkey in the respawn screen, watching as their teammates try and scurry away. Barcode has gotten a teammate on the straight stick, and that's not what you want to see. Kill the other people. Barcode, come on now.
Unfortunately, Barcode's going to be down, so KCP have numbers at the moment. But a big kill from Sab is going to provide him this Stalker Rifle and this Bulldog. If he can keep hold of these and they get a hold on to C from Purple, we could be in a good spot if we're G2.
They do have a hold. They do have it over on purple. Not always where you want to be. Sometimes needs must. Stalker rifle in hand for Sab. The players have leaked through though. He's not been able to pick up those lines of sight. It's going to be a full flood over towards the pink side for Pioneers. Sab's the first pick. It's been traded out. What can Straight Sick do to turn the tide? Stabilize for G2. Not a lot at the moment as Gilkey tries as he might. Gets a trade, but it's not enough. Ball time for the Pioneers.
Yeah, unfortunately, G2 just wasn't quick enough. They tried to get the ball to pink just so they were safe, hopefully trying to rotate it to C, but that shows you how strong that B rail is to be able to provide cover fire. KCP were able to stop that, and now they've got their own lock on this hold and tram, and it's Talik with the ball time. And again, another rocket in the middle. It's been a toss-up for those. Let's see who can acquire these rockets and make an impact.
1 second until they're available. They have popped up, and it's Soul Snipe who steps out. And he gets away with them. Now it's about utilizing them. They can be big to ensure they can stretch this lead. Rockets have to be valuable. He gets one, but I think I heard 2 fire in the distance. 2 rockets for the price of 1 kill. Not great, but not the worst in the world. 68 seconds in climbing now. We're seeing G2 spawn over towards A. They're very, very far away, and that's going to mean even more points. And Pioneers flirt with the idea of rotating the ball arcade. It's in red room now. Talik plays the ball, doesn't feel too safe. And you can see why. The pinch is coming behind. With 2 members of his team positioned over towards Statue, perhaps he's passed the ball right to where G2 are about to spawn.
Yeah, G2 grabbed that ball. They got a kill on the Druck, and now they're able to rotate it back at the tram side, but they've still got to get those slays. Right now, it's a 3v3 situation. These next couple kills are important, but you know, Gilkey's holding that ball, so it's essentially a 2v4. And KCP definitely going to make that push on the B Street side. Gilkey's got to be ready for it, and it looks like he is.
Throws down an aid. It will connect with Soul Snipe. That should mean more ball time. 80 points. As G2 just push over the 50-second point threshold now. Gilkey being tagged up. Grenades popping over the plant pots, and that's going to be enough to put him away. Straight Sick's got the Stalker rifle, but defense first. Looking to clear out House before he puts his hands on the ball. He's done so successfully here. Pioneers now. They need to try and break this setup, but they've lost Soul Snipe once more. Grenades come in, and they're hurting. We've seen that song and dance before, and down goes Straight Sick.
Those nades were absolutely perfect, and KCP is not allowing G2 to rotate. They could not get out of tram, which means that ball is going to be played. They do get 62 seconds on the board, but still down 80 seconds for Pioneers. And it's up to Gilkey right now. And I like the play to put the ball down, use that bulldog in your hand, and make sure anyone that pushes gets punished. And it's gonna be Soul Snipe first. Great job by Gilkey.
Soul Snipe currently sitting at 9 and 13, but a lot of those deaths that he's racked up have been in the last couple of cycles. Not able to put anything on the board, and as a result, G2 not only grow back into this, but they're about to take the lead. They only require 15 seconds now. What do Pioneers have to stop this push? Can they get the ball out of the G2 hands? Or will they be prying it out of cold dead fingers? 95 in climbing. The damage has been done though. The defense is going to hold strong. Gilkey with the bulldog keeping his player safe, and round 1 will go to G2.
That was so incredibly played by Gilkey. That's exactly what I was looking for. Bait your ball player with the bulldog. Make sure that you do as much damage as possible to the different pushes. Even drops a drop wall to save him as well. Great plays by Gilkey. He's 13 and 10, and he's playing incredibly today.
I can already tell Gilkey would make for a great father. The way he kept that ball nice and safe. Putting the drop shield down. Nursing it. Here is Gilkey now. Looking to be an influence again. Puts one in the ground. Sab went down also. Barcode trying to rotate that ball as he's done time and time again. Pioneers now on the back foot. Do they find themselves now dwindling in confidence as the Slaves have been going in G2's favor recently, but now Pioneers have an opportunity.
So right now, G2's going to get those spawns onto C. They've got to make a play to push Talik and Nick. We're holding really strong, but look at that. 2 go down right off the bat. They're pinging the last one onto Sab, and That push is going to be squashed. That means another 10 seconds at least for this KCP squad.
They need them. They had a significant lead in round 1. G2 didn't care about it. They came back. It's time to put real breathing room between them and indeed G2. Soul Snipe pretty comfortable right now. He has G2 playing in front of him, right where he wants them. Is anybody watching his bottom middle, the pink side? It must be asked. 2 members go down though, and starting to get a little bit hairy now for Soul Snipe. A little bit more uncomfortable. Trying to milk for as long as he can. Gilkey tries to escape, but straight into the waiting arms, the embrace of Soul Snipe, but it's the kiss of death that he hands over, and Straight Sick will scoop up that ball and try to play it just a touch. Get it a little bit further away and delay.
That was a good play by Straight Sick. Very good play by Straight Sick to put that ball in an open position right there. The Rockets are coming up in 3 seconds as well, but my biggest thing right there is that, you know, you have a 3-man push on this Pioneers roster, but you're essentially kind of throwing your life away. You get 3 dead, and then Soul Snipe, the last player alive, just able to get clean-up kills. You gotta wait for those shields to come back up. That's the last guy on the C. You can block PD, but unfortunately, G2 get a little bit scrappy, and they end up going down for him. Because of that, right now, we're looking at a large lead for this KCP.
63-9 to be exact. Kill for Straight Sick. And kill for Gilkey. And that will mean 2 dead for Pioneers. It's an opportunity now, a chance to really eat away at that lead. They've got hands on the ball, but grenades are coming from the back cafe side. That's where the Pioneers push is coming from. Soul Snipe. Here comes Druk, but he's soared past and prioritized getting the trade instead. Tunnel vision to clear his corners. 2 members of Pioneers soar up bottom middle. But this is a scrap. This is a war.
Had to go down momentarily. But I get the push from Planners comes through. Straight Sick on that cross right now in Cafe, but that's not going to save your Sab who's in PD. They've got to rotate this ball, and that's exactly what they do. It's up to Gilkey to try and at least get 1 kill. But they're going to kill Straight Sick, and now Gilkey's in trouble.
Looks so Nick had no idea he was back there, though, and he's forced into a gunfight, and Druk will come out on top. But only for a moment as he gets immediately traded out. Barco with ball in hands. Back tower. Trying to catch up once more. They've done this in round 1. They allowed Pioneers to get a really significant lead, but answered back in the mid-game. Are we about to see a similar story play out in front of our eyes?
Unfortunately for G2, Pioneers got that PD spawn, so Barcode's going to have to just fight for his life right now. And he's doing as much damage as possible. G2's taking a real long time to rotate from C to help Barcode out, but they did it just in time because 3 go down for Pioneers and a potential chance to get this ball and potentially the Rockets as well. That play worked out for G2. Perfect timing on their part.
Can you put these Rockets to use, though? First one is not going to have the desired effect. Straight Sick has got the ball in Cafe and desperately trying to get away. They continue to score here. 63-30. They have dropped the ball now, are prioritizing having the gun in play. G2 down to just 2 members now. With Gilkey looking to get involved very quickly. Gets that kill. Sab playing that ball, bottom middle, looking to make the rotate. They want that C setup, but it's just not clear for them yet.
Sab's trying to get this ball all the way to the stairs. He does get it through. This is actually huge because 1 go down for KCP. So if they attempt to push, it's going to be a 3v4. And it looks like they are split on the map as well. If they can convert on this kill on Soul Snipe and then turn their attention to purple, this could be a lot of time and potentially a lead for G2.
It's almost a carbon copy of the realm we've seen previous. G2 have made that comeback once more. Pioneers just haven't been able to find a way to hold out and to continue that momentum that they had built up earlier in the round. G2 take the lead again. Will we see it? Will we get a 2-0 oddball lead for G2? And will they take the lead in the series for the first time?
Is this what your shot looks like when you play on 200 ping and then come to NA and you can just shred everybody? I mean, Barcode 25-20. Gilkey also having an incredible game himself. 24-19. This G2 squad is starting to come together. And they've got the last 2, I believe, Rockets in a row. So if they can get this next one, they potentially solidify this win. With only 33 seconds left in this game, Barcode's on a killing spree.
It's a killing spree and rockets have popped up. The issue is they need to get a bit of ball time on the board, because time is very much going to be against them. 1:17 left in the clock. Barcode is now going to scoop it up before the ball had the opportunity to reset. This should mean G2 will take the lead. Can they hold on? Did they secure the rocket? Straight Sick has gotten the first pick. That's going to be pivotal now for their chances to win this round. Can Pioneers do what they couldn't before and break this setup?
They take so long to kill Straight Sick there. As a 1v3, he gets one. The other two take a long time to kill him. And because of that, there's only 5 seconds left. And G2 will go up in the series 2-1. Incredible job by G2. An incredible job by Barcode and Gilkey and Sab and Straight Sick, all playing phenomenal in that game.
Boy, oh boy, hello. We've got a story and perhaps an upset on the cards. Now listen, I know G2 won the group, but Pioneers beat G2. Pioneers came into this with a top 4 seed, but now they find themselves 1 game away from being eliminated in the top 8 stage for the first time probably ever in Halo Infinite. They've been a top 6 team consistently, but G2 have made strides, they've made progress. Is this their moment?
That's what team changes do to you, right? If you're KCP, and of course G2 as well. G2 has a lot less practice from what I understand as well, but Pioneers look good. They look a lot better than they did in the beginning of this tournament, and they've definitely taken that, same approach that Coach Callis had mentioned. Learn from every game, get better with every game. We'll see if potentially Pioneers can bring this back, but right now, G2 are 1 game away from sending them home.
And talk to me, we've seen so many plays in that last game. We've seen beautiful performance out of Gilkey again after that. Again, slow game in game 1, but game 2 and 3, Gilkey has looked a different beast.
Yeah, Gilkey slang like he should be. I mean, like I said, I was a big fan of him in MCC Halo 3, and I understand Halo 3 is a very different game than this one, but a big play that stands out. And I love these plays, and Tony says it best. The plays that don't show up on the stat sheet is that last play by Straight Sick, okay? They were doing a 3-man push on B Street. Straight Sick gets 1 by himself. It's a 1v3, and then hides or plays his life for like another 10 seconds while those 2 players are looking to finish the kill. Incredible job at the very end there by Straight Sick, and of course the entire G2 roster. There's so many plays that happened. We're not able to see all of them, but let me tell you, it came together when it mattered, and they ended up closing out that game.
On the other side of things for Pioneers, damage control, what did we do wrong? For Nick, the latest addition to this squad, after being traded for Manny, he finds himself with 30 kills on the board, 24 deaths and 6 assists, but not only on the losing end of the game, but they didn't win a single round, so they have got to dissect this and figure out what is wrong with their Oddball Streets gameplay. What can they do to improve? But there's no time to do that now, because game 4 is coming at you thick and fast, and it's strongholds on recharge. You speak about it, the mental's a huge thing. After game 2, momentum did see the shift back towards G2, and they're really starting to ride the wave.
Yeah, I never count Pioneers out, though. After I saw what I saw at Kansas City, of course, they did have the crowd behind them there. And of course, they are with a new member on their squad, which is Nick. I'll never count this squad out. It is not over till it's over. Now, when it comes to strongholds, something very important is, and I know I keep bringing up his name. By the way, I love you, Coach Callis. Thanks for spending time talking to me. But one of the big things for me from Coach Callis is that strongholds is actually their weakest game type, Jersey. So it potentially this could swing, and potentially we might go to a game 5, or they've improved and they've gotten better at this.
Elsewhere, as we load into game 4, update on the floor in the trenches. E United have taken down FaZe. It is Ryan Newell that's had the last laugh. 3-1. FaZe are eliminated in the top 8 stage. Now on board with Nick as we focus again once more on Pioneers versus G2. Is this to be the moment for G2 to claim Pioneers? It will not matter if they won. If Pioneers won in group stage, it won't matter if G2 can do it here, but the worst possible start for G2, and Pioneers find the way to get G2 4 dead.
Yeah, we've known this, and we've known this for a long time. Pioneers are very strong at strongholds, and like I said, G2 not very strong, still working on this. But maybe they've learned enough to make sure that they don't go down in this game. But you see Barcode at the bottom center of the map, a little bit staggered from his teammates, and Nick with that camo is going to get the double kill and the perfect. And that's exactly what you need if you're KCP.
B and C stay in control. The information that G2 reckon Stronghold is their worst game type. You just, in this league, with the caliber of players you play against, you cannot afford to have a bad game type. You have to be well versed on everything. You cannot have the Achilles heel, particularly when there's so many Strongholds game types. King Nick with the shock rifle really going to work.
He's on a top position as well. He's holding this top position on A with a shock rifle. Pushing a little bit aggressive, though. He's got to be careful here. 3 of G2 are on the pipe side. But Nick holding this A side on this catwalk with one of the strongest weapons in the game is incredibly important, and he gets a killing spree.
King Nick just being able to stand still, on his feet, and find the shots. They don't even have to be headshots. The teammates doing work around him. Rifle finds another body, and again, stabbed down to no shield. Trying to stay alive. Pioneers, they're firing all cylinders here. 3 dead for G2 once more, and threatening a triple cap now.
They're staggering those spawns, and they always end up in a 1v1. Sabs by himself gets the kill, but that's not always going to happen. And Gilkey died by himself on long haul. G2's going to get that A spawn so they can potentially push the advantage here on this B and contest it, and that's exactly what Sab does. And now he's got the sword and the shock rifle to work with.
Get himself out of dodge as well, but the issue is they got control of B and have now turned their attentions to A. What is Pioneer's response? Do they attack B here, or do they go for the A? Where do they smell blood? You see 2 players positioned over towards tower. That would give you an indication that A might be the hit here, and Barcode perhaps recognizing that, and the spider senses starting to tingle just a touch. There's a war going on over towards B. Gilkey's been the first pick, straight sick the second. Here is that A push. They smell blood in the water. It's a bait and switch. It's Expert 3 go down for G2.
That's a huge bait and switch, but that's also a huge sword kill as well. Guess the trade there on to Nick. Nick's going to be a little bit staggered as Barcode and Sab come off respawn, and they're going to spawn onto C. Let's see if they can convert here, but once again, straight stick goes down, Barcode goes down. KCP are just so fast, and you've got to be prepared for it. They're going to be rotating much faster than you on these strongholds. You've got to cut them off on those rotations.
KCP just playing Slayer on the move here now. Once they have control, B and C again looking to get back involved with A. Straight sick gets force pushed into no man's land. Shades of Lord Vader. Here goes Solak as he tiptoes over towards A now. Tries to convert, and again they're going for the triple cap.
This is a stranglehold if I've ever seen one, and it just comes down to all these staggered deaths that are happening to this G2 roster. Again, Barcode dies by himself. No one's really got the angle to cover him. Gilkey did, but he's getting pushed as well. KCP are just all over. They're everywhere at this point, and it makes it just really hard to get any control. Even on A. Nick made that man one shot, gets the camo, and tries to toss it over to safety, but not going to be able to do so in time. G2's they've got to pick it up. They've got to pick it up in the Slays department. They've got to try and get at least 1 camo in this game so they can potentially turn the tide. Strongholds is a very swing game type. They can still come back.
You mentioned picking it up in the Slays category. Looking at Straight Sick, he's probably the one they need to call upon here. 3 kills, 2 assists, and 11 deaths. Playing a little bit too fast, giving away too many kills. And as a result, making this task insurmountable, at least for the moment. They have got control of BC. They're starting to stabilize just a touch, but you feel like with the way Pioneers are playing, with the amount of pressure they're applying, it's only a matter of time before they win this game. But what can G2 do to respond here and not let it get to that point?
Like I said, just push together. Make sure that they're in twos. Right now, they're all on this side of the map on B and C. They've got angles on B as well, but they know the push is coming from that tower side. They've got to play their lives and perform a bait and switch just like Pioneers did in that last play. Bait and switch is so very important on this map. And it's up to Straight Sick here, 3 and 12. He knows he's better than this. He's got to step it up.
Bait and switch can also be called the shake and bake. It definitely isn't called the shake and bake, but maybe it could be if somebody wanted it to. I certainly do. B&C in control for G2 though. Starting to just make inroads. Just over that 100-point threshold. Starting to close that gap. This is much better from G2.
Yeah, and you see, it's much better, and then you just saw a killing spree on Sab's screen. Those two are not, they tie together for a reason. Sab putting in the work right now, and he's continuing to do so. Ooh. Another double. And they're going to get a potential triple cap here. They just got to watch for those spawns on C.
Straight Sick, we spoke about it. Needs to pick up in the Slayers category, but it's Sab who's actually taking that mantle all by himself. He's going to claim responsibility for putting Pioneers away here, putting the final nail in the coffin. Straight Sick currently on 5 and 13. Barcode 6 and 8. If they can pick it up here, then perhaps G2 will be punching their ticket to the next round to play Cloud9 and claiming a top 6 spot. And Pioneers, it looked comfortable, it looked too easy, and perhaps they've maybe felt that way, and that's opened the door for G2 to come back here.
Yeah, G2's just done a way better job of slaying, as you can clearly see from Sab, and also a way better job at rotating, but that was a big kill from Druck. That opens up things just a bit. It stops the momentum of Sab, which is what you need to do. He's 14 and 7. They did just that. Now it's up to Barcode to potentially stop this B cap.
Straight Sick gets a kill. Former FFA god. That's where he made his name. Druck comes out on top in that fight, and how influential is that going to be? And after that, gets a trade. B and C remain in G2's control, but they go 3 dead. Barcode, the last player on his feet, waiting for his team to spawn back up, and it looks as though he's trying to convert A just to divert the attentions of Pioneers. It's been successful, but he's been eliminated. What did it cost? They continue to score to 181 and climbing to 144.
3 people from KCP are on A. The problem is they can't drop into B right now because all the angles are watched from that A catwalk and, of course, from that heaven and in the turbine. So they just got to play slow here and just try to get a pick. This Druck player up at the top of a very important power position needs to come off. They've got to send Barcode this way, get a Slay onto him, potentially get this next camo, and then they can maintain this lead.
As we head into the late game, then the end game. It's 182 to 167. Slays are in G2's favor. Sab just needs to try and stay alive. Does so with the help of the repulsor. Gets himself out of there. Player down to no shields. Talik, and when kills like that fall in your lap, is the tide starting to turn. 194. And perhaps a triple cap. It was in for a moment, but remote detonation for Straight Sick will ensure numbers advantage remain with G2. 202 and climbing for G2 Esports.
Love to see this out of Sab. He is heating up, and this is what you need in a teammate. If you're having a rough game because you're Straight Sick, you need a player to step up for you and get those slays, and Sab is doing exactly that. 19 and 9, and he's got a brand new shock rifle to work with.
A brand new pair of roller skates. Sab, the only player on G2 right now going positive in the KD spread, but they are winning the game. Questions have to be asked to Pioneers. What are we doing wrong when one player is having such a massive impact on this game? It's 238 to 167, and they continue to climb. Pioneers are on the ropes.
They just spent so much time trying to kill Sab there that the game slipped out of their hands, and G2 are gonna win the series 3-1 after losing in the best of 5 the last time these two matched. This is a new G2 than what we saw at the beginning of this tournament.
G2. The story of Barcode continues. They go to top 6, and Pioneers fall out for the first time in a very, very long time. Listen, we thought Pioneers were in trouble, but they showed shades of greatness again. But G2, with the addition of Barcode, everybody else seems to be revitalized by this change, and they are now a top 6 team.
Listen, it's the ability to step up when your teammate can't. Everyone has bad games. We're all human beings. Straight Sick had a rough game. Sab stepped it up. Like you said, Sab was the only one positive on that squad. The rest of the 3 were doing a lot of dirty work, but Sab stepped it up when needed, got the slays necessary. Incredible job by G2 to win on their very weakest game type.
And for Pioneers, it's misery. They'll reflect on this as maybe an opportunity that got away. After being clean and cruising at points. Not only in game 1 where they won, but game 2, the Slayer game, that went against them. And then you have that oddball game where they're in both rounds, they went ahead by 40 seconds or so. But in the end, it is G2. They put the final nail in Pioneers' coffin. They send them over the top ropes and they march on. Cloud9 is the next opponent. Will that be a task that's a little bit too high for them in their current state? Or can they go one better?
Cloud9 are probably the weakest they've ever been right now. They're bound on the squad. You know, they've still got to get used to some things. They've still got to, get some kinks out of the armor, but it's going to be a tough one. I want to take a look at the bracket real quick to kind of see where we're at in this tournament. And as you can see, it's going to be G2 versus Cloud9 in the quarterfinals tomorrow, as well as E United and G1 on the other end.
It's a tough match for both the Gs. G2 have to play against the two-time champions Halo Infinite and Cloud9. And E United, is their place threatened now? Can G1 push them out of that top 4 conversation? All will be revealed tomorrow. What we do know is G2 get the better of Pioneers, and E United, Ryan Noob gets the better of Spartan. That old rivalry, no doubt it will live on in Orlando and indeed Worlds. But for now, it's Ryan Noob who has the last laugh. And heading into tomorrow, I am so excited.
I am very excited as well. And honestly, to talk a little bit more about that FaZe roster, like I said, I might be a little bit biased, okay? Give me a little bit of a break.
A little bit.
But this FaZe roster, they've got to put that work in, but they just keep improving tournament after tournament. This was a huge tournament for them. What's up? Tell me. Yeah.
Talk to the people. Right?
Okay, yeah.
Tell them. You predicted FaZe were going to win Worlds. That was something you said.
Oh, boy.
FaZe were going to win Worlds.
Oh, you just put me on the chopping block,
That was something
huh?
you mentioned. Well, you said bias, and then immediately he predicted them to win Worlds. So let's talk. Can we talk about that a little bit? You win Worlds.
I have moved my prediction to potentially contend for Worlds. I have. And I don't want to start my HCS career, being a flip-flopper. I get it. But listen, I talked about this before. FaZe, like I said, in every tournament they play in, they improve so greatly. Yes, they don't have that initial chemistry. They don't have, sunshine and rainbows. But not everything is sunshine and rainbows. And those 4 guys are willing to work at it to potentially be one of the best squads in Halo. It's going to take a lot of time. But I can tell you, there's no 4 people that I would rather see put the work in and have it be the results that they want.
Well, speaking of sunshine and rainbows, it's Barcode has had the last laugh, and he has come from nothing but sunshine over in Australia. Maybe it's too hot. It's sticky hot. But one thing I know is active. I am super excited for tomorrow. There's some tales, there's some scores still to settle. Can Cloud9 get the better? Can they go back and have a run at the likes of Sentinels and Optic Gaming? Or will a new giant step in? Will we see G1 or G2 step up to the plate?
Potentially, G1 look really good, but I mean Cloud9 are Cloud9. They're going to show up. They're going to show up when they need to. And G1 look great, though. For that one, I think it's a toss-up. G1 versus United, we're going to have to see. But again, tomorrow's going to be very fun. I am so excited about it.
Well then, folks, don't forget to book your ticket to Championship Sunday. We will be crowning a champion. Defending champions in Sentinels. Will it be the Kings? Will Snakebite get his hands on that lion's share of $125,000? Or will it be the old reliables in Cloud9 Optic Gaming? Or will we have a new challenger? Find out tomorrow.